teachers through comprehensive capacity building training programs. From learning the latest coding languages to mastering and AI, our teachers are the true enablers of this future. They are equipped to inspire the next generation of innovators and thinkers. Our AI STEAM textbooks align perfectly with India's educational vision. Nano School's curriculum is designed to reflect these values, encouraging hands-on, project-based learning and interdisciplinary approaches that foster curiosity and creativity. Driven by technology, we are proud to introduce the next big leap in learning. AI-powered STEAM textbooks from Nano School in collaboration with Lux Robo South Korea. Why do we need hybrid AI STEAM textbooks? Traditional textbooks, while valuable, often limit the scope of real-world applications and engagement. They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning. These textbooks bring robotics, coding, AI, and physical computing right into the hands of every child. What's the difference? While current textbooks are static and limited in scope, AI STEAM textbooks are interactive, engaging, and ever-evolving. Imagine a math problem that not only shows its solution, but also stimulates how it applies to real-world engineering. Picture a history lesson where students can explore ancient civilizations under augmented reality. STEAM textbooks don't just reach, they immerse students in learning, allowing them to experiment and create. But to bring this transformation to life, we need more than just technology. We need empowered educators. At Nano School, we are committed to building STEAM teachers through comprehensive capacity building training programs. From learning the latest coding languages to mastering robotics and AI, our teachers are the true enablers of this future. They are equipped to inspire the next generation of innovators and thinkers. Our AI STEAM textbooks align perfectly with India's educational vision. The National Curriculum Framework, NCF 2023, and the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, emphasize the integration of technology, problem solving, and critical thinking from every stages of education. Nano School's curriculum is designed to reflect these values, encouraging hands-on, project-based learning and interdisciplinary approaches that foster curiosity and creativity. Nano School is not just building textbooks. We are building the future through extensive curriculum research, pedagogical training, and a cross-curriculum STEAM approach. We are investing in Viksit Bharat 2047, India's vision for a developed nation. With physical computing, AI, and robotics at the core of our textbooks, we are preparing the next generation of Indian students to be global leaders in innovation, creativity, and technology. The future of learning is here. Join us as we transform classrooms across India with Nano School and Lux Robo's AI-powered STEAM textbooks. Let's build the innovators of tomorrow today. Welcome to the future of education. In a world increasingly driven by technology, we are proud to introduce the next big leap in learning. AI-powered STEAM textbooks from Nano School in collaboration with Lux Robo, South Korea. Why do we need hybrid AI STEAM textbooks? Traditional textbooks, while valuable, often limit the scope of real-world applications and engagement. They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning. These textbooks. Welcome to the future of education. In a world increasingly driven by technology, we are proud to introduce the next big leap in learning. AI-powered STEAM textbooks from Nano School in collaboration with Lux Robo, South Korea. Why do we need hybrid AI STEAM textbooks? Traditional textbooks, while valuable, often limit the scope of real-world applications and engagement. They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning. These textbooks bring robotics, coding, AI, and physical computing right into the hands of every child. What's the difference? While current textbooks are static and limited in scope, AI STEAM textbooks are interactive, engaging, and ever-evolving. Imagine a math problem that not only shows its solution, but also stimulates how it applies to real-world engineering. Picture a history lesson where students can explore ancient civilizations under augmented reality. STEAM textbooks don't just reach, they immerse students in learning, allowing them to experiment and create. But to bring this transformation to life, we need more than just technology. We need empowered educators. At Nano School, we are committed to building STEAM teachers through comprehensive capacity building training programs. From learning the latest coding languages to mastering robotics and AI, our teachers are the true enablers of this future. They are equipped to inspire the next generation of innovators and thinkers. Our AI STEAM textbooks align perfectly with India's educational vision. The National Curriculum Framework, NCF 2023, and the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, emphasize the integration of technology, problem solving, and critical thinking from every stages of education. Nano School's curriculum is designed to reflect these values, encouraging hands-on, project-based learning and interdisciplinary approaches that foster curiosity and creativity. Nano School is not just building textbooks. We are building the future through extensive curriculum research, pedagogical training, and a cross-curriculum STEAM approach. We are investing in Viksit Bharat 2047, India's vision for a developed nation. With physical computing, AI, and robotics at the core of our textbooks, we are preparing the next generation of Indian students to be global leaders in innovation, creativity, and technology. The future of learning is here. Join us as we transform classrooms across India with Nano School and Lux Robo's AI-powered STEAM textbooks. Let's build the innovators of tomorrow today. Welcome to the future of education. In a world increasingly driven by technology, we are proud to introduce the next big leap in learning. AI-powered STEAM textbooks from Nano School in collaboration with Lux Robo South Korea. Why do we need hybrid AI STEAM textbooks? Traditional textbooks, while valuable, often limit the scope of real-world applications and engagement. They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning. These textbooks. Welcome to the future of education. In a world increasingly driven by technology, we are proud to introduce the next big leap in learning. AI-powered STEAM textbooks from Nano School in collaboration with Lux Robo South Korea. Why do we need hybrid AI STEAM textbooks? Traditional textbooks, while valuable, often limit the scope of real-world applications and engagement. They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning.
We thought we'll give you a technological welcome also along with mine. So we are happy to have you all here, esteemed principals, teachers, educators, and our distinguished guests, who I'll be inviting and introducing them soon. We're going to start off with a video from Dr. Soo Kyung Cho from Korea. She is a distinguished professor at the Korean Institute of Energy Technology, specializing in the history and philosophy of science. Dr. Cho's academic journey began with a physics education degree from Seoul National University, followed by advanced studies at King's College London and additional framing in climate change and industrial strategy. She has held several leadership roles, including director of the Gwanji National Science Museum and the Korea Foundation for the Advancement of Science and Creativity. Dr. Cho's work extends into publishing, where she has authored numerous books and articles on science communication, the role of science museums, and the popularization of science, earning her several awards. Her commitment to science education is demonstrated through her extensive outreach, having interacted with thousands of educators and students. Dr. Cho's international engagements include presenting at numerous global conferences, emphasizing the importance of public engagement in science and the development of science culture. So today, like we said, the topic is science and teachers as scientists. So we start off with this wonderful video from Dr. Cho, and she is also joining us live, I guess. Yeah. So
hello everyone, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and honor to have this special lecture for delivering my opinion and thoughts with you. My name is Suk-young-jo, and I'm the professor at Caltech of Korea. And currently, I'm serving as the president. It is my great pleasure and honor to have this special lecture for delivering my opinion and thoughts with you. My name is Suk-young-jo, and I'm the professor at Caltech of Korea. And currently, I'm serving as the president of the The title of my talk today is let's begin by sharing my AI-driven society. As I told you, my name is Suk-young-jo, and I study history of science and science communication. This is the book I just published. The title of my talk today is 12 Big Questions Matter in AI-Driven Society. The 20th century. As I told you, my name is Suk-young-jo, one day I study history of science and science will be translated in this is the book I just published in Korean. Handling the contents of my big presentation, my talk today is firstly I will briefly introduce about one day I want and my publication will be translated in network in India. Then I will talk about the characteristics of the contents of my presentation, my talk today is firstly I will briefly introduce about Caltech of Korea communication and also briefly introduce about PCST global and then I will talk about the characteristics of the 21st century and the importance of 4C. 4C means creativity, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking. I will talk about the and then I will talk about the strategy, the method for enhancing 4C. By the first one, first participation Korea Institute of Energy Technology. And second one, its vision is from leading university in future and then I will talk about the teachers. Elite university should be under ministry changed into science, industry, and energy. Right. It is very new university. Caltech is a Korea Institute of Energy Technology. Its vision is our leading university members, and we are handling the energy science and engineering area. So the 6 areas of energy AI, energy materials and device, it's a grid modernization, hydrogen energy, environment and climate technology, and also atomic energy. The 3 directions of education of Caltech are logical thinking, humanistic insights, and collaborative communication. This is the poster which we just finished, the first NAJU Global Energy Forum 2024. So I hope you will come to next year to NAJU for NAJU Global Energy Forum 2025. Okay. And what is the PCST Global Network? It starts in 1989 in France. It is the biggest international network connecting science and society. I joined in this network in 2002 and hosted the 9th International Conference in Seoul, Korea, 2006. The PCST conference was held in India 2010. I was there at the time. Since 2023, I'm serving as the president of the PCST network. Actually, this is the first time as an Asian to serve as the president. Every 2 years, we having the international conference from continent to continent. But during the conference, we have a small regional symposium. For example, in 2024, we have PCST Jakarta Symposium in Mexico, Notre Dame Symposium in United States, and we will have the Suzhou Symposium in China in this October. And next year, we will have the International Conference in Aberdeen, 2025. And next year, we will have another symposium in Japan. And in 2027, we have International Conference in Shanghai, in China. Then maybe, what is the next? Maybe in Korea, maybe in India again. Right, this is our website. You can join this network freely. It's if you are interested in connecting science and society. Right. The 21st century we are living are characterized into five different aspects. The first one is we are living the post-industrial revolution era. It is based on big data, network, and AI. By the cutting-edge driven society we are living now. And secondly, we are facing the global disasters such as climate change, energy transfer, water shortage, and new disease and food securities. And also, we are living in an over-information and misinformation period. It is difficult to distinguish between the truth, facts, and the fake news, which threaten actually the very foundation of trust which underpin our modern society. And also the maladaptation between technology and society, the gap between the technology, cutting-edge technology, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Right. So in this 21st century, so the big question is what is the role and functions of education, educators, schools, and universities? What kind of competence is needed for survival, for living this this 21st century? That's the big question, actually. Right. So the world figures, world scholars, and world organizations like OECD and innovative education thinkers talking about these issues. So you know very well, Yuval Harari also talking about these issues. They all agreed about 4C. They think that the 4C is the essential competence to live, to survive the complex and ambiguity 21st century. First one is critical thinking. Second one is communication. Third one is creativity. And fourth one is collaboration. Actually, last year I was invited in Esperanza Minerva EduTech Summit in Hong Kong, and they all talk about these 4Cs. So the problem, the challenge is how can you develop, enhance the 4C in schools, in universities? Right. So in order to enhance these 4C, 4 competencies, I will share my own experience, to improve in terms of 4C. Right. This is the one example. From the very beginning of the Cantech, I involved in teaching Cantech Minerva education. Cantech introduced the Minerva Forum, Minerva system from Minerva University to Cantech. This forum we call the online platform is Forum. So this is the one slide to showing the Minerva Forum. What is the philosophy of this Minerva Forum? They had two constraints. They are using IT technology. They impose two constraints. Every student should talk within certain amount of time. So no matter what's your competence in speaking. So students who can speak well, yes, they are okay. But students who reluctant to talk, it's hard time for them. But anyway, they must talk within certain amount of time. Otherwise, we can have the red light. Yes? If you have a red light, you cannot finish the class. So every student should talk, right? That's the first constraint. And the second constraint is every student should react to other students either by talk or by emoticon. Right? They express their emoticon to the students, or they can express their opinion by using H button, hands. Right? They talk. And in this case, the professor is not a lecturer. we are just moderating the discussion, introducing the discussions among the students. So actually the ratio of talk time between professors and students is roughly 30% to 70%. So it's different from the traditional lecture style of the education. But interestingly, I mean, this preparation students should read some materials before they enter this class, and their participation, reaction by force, by constraints, right? And the outcome is marvelous because students pay attention to other students' talk. I mean, competent students, they ignore normally the student who reluctant to say. They think that they have no opinion. But now they must listen by other students' talk. So they begin to pay attention to other students' talk. And they accept each other's difference. I mean, they recognize, they endure, right? And they also respect each other, right? Because they have a different strong points. So when they have the group project together, they are collaborating together, considering each other's strong points. They know about that, right? And also they can have the effective communication because they can respect with each other. But normally this kind of culture of discussion is not familiar in Korean context, in Asian context, I think. Right. So this one is marvelous actually for the students to enhance mutual understanding, mutual respect, and mutual collaboration. And so I was in Hong Kong. Yes, this is the poster. I was invited by Esperanza, and they select World Innovative Education model. So they invited Stanford University and Caltech. So I discussed my own experience with them. Right? And second one, I mean, enhancing 4C skills using stories in the history of science. I mean, science is the product by the scientist. Scientists are human. So in the history of science, there are lots full of stories by scientists. Sometimes they have the stories of success. Sometimes they have the stories of failure. Sometimes they have the stories of happiness. Sometimes they have the stories of tensions, competition. It's full of stories. Using the stories, I introduce this kind of full of stories by scientists to the students. Then I explain what is the essence of their success as a scientist. For example, this is the 20th century's modern physics. The two great figures of science is Heisenberg, this young man, and Niels Bohr. Heisenberg in his 40s, Heisenberg in his 20s, and met Niels Bohr in his 40s. They met at the Bohr Festival in 1922. It's a series of lectures held in Göttingen University of Germany. They met in this lecture for the first time, and they continued to meet for 20 years to talk, to discuss, to travel together, to eat dinner together, right? Like father and son, like teacher and students, like friends, close friends. They work together, right? So during 20 years of time, they established the basis of the quantum mechanics, quantum physics. These are two, yes, Heisenberg and Niels Bohr. But you see, the success of their scientific work, what made the success of this scientific work? Is it research skills? Is it research funds? Is it research environment? They have the differences in ages. There are differences in nationality. They have differences in character. In spite of all these differences, they have the openness, endurance, they are communicating well, they collaborate closely, and they encourage their creativity. And sometimes they criticize each other. Right, all these things consist of their big success in science. Actually, there are lots of history like this one. So if you using the history of science for class, that will be helpful to enhance the 4C. Right, okay. I will give one more example. Actually, the Nobel Prize, you know very well, every October, I mean, this year we are expecting more, right? More Nobel Prize. And Nobel Prize is the prize for greatest creativity, human creativity. It's a celebration of the human creativity, right, of the mankind. And in 2001, the Nobel Foundation had a great project to think about what is the essence of the creativity, human creativity. So they planned a touring special exhibition celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Nobel Prize. And they analyzed the Nobel laureates and tried to catch up what is the secret of the Nobel Prize winner scientist. But it's very interesting. Actually, I was fascinated by this exhibition when it comes to Korea in 2002. Right. The title of the exhibition was Culture of Creativity, Individual or Community. I was fascinated by this title because although you are not born as a genius, your creativity will be enhanced through the culture, through the education. Community is equally important to the innate creativity. So this is the very strong, argument for saying something to us. So education, culture. Culture means family culture, local community culture, school culture, yes, national culture. If your culture, your community encourage your creativity, then you can be a good scientist and you can produce good results. Right, so when I introduced this exhibition to students, then I asked them to have the group discussions. How can you enhance creativity by yourself? Then they have a hot discussion about this session. And through these group discussions, they can build up their creativity, they can build up their communication skills, they can build up their, critical thinking, right? So this is my examples to enhancing 4C by myself, right? Okay, right. So our challenge, yes, in this ambiguous and complex world, to live well means to solve problems you're facing well. So in order to solve problems well, we need 4C. Right. So I think the essence of education should be to enhance 4C. Here I propose make 3 different ways to enhancing 4Cs. So how about you? What is your way? Now it is your time, your challenge to enhance 4C as educators, as teachers, as professors, maybe as a student, right? Okay, this is my talk, and thank you very much for listening and having me for this wonderful event. Thank you. Right. And if you have any questions, please go ahead. I will just close
morning, everyone. Distinguished chief guests, speakers, and my dear fellow educators. We have a constraint with the bandwidth in internet in this room, and you might be facing some challenges with the network as well. So we were forced to get a video recorded by Cho because she's online and live and available. So we had to get this video recorded so that in case if we don't get to play the live video, we had a plan B. So anyway, thank you for your understanding. Distinguished educators, it is my pleasure to welcome each one of you to the Knowledge Summit Bangalore edition. It's a small gathering, it's a small start, but the vision is very big. Vikasit Bharat 2047, as we all know, is a big dream of every Indian. And as educators, it is our responsibility to see the big picture. And how do we expect to be part of this long journey? It's going to be very easy for us to discuss the vision of 2047, but for us to get it translated into our classrooms, into our textbooks, into our learning journey inside the schools is what we are going to discuss today. As we all know, we have a lot of limitations with respect to time, resource, and the capabilities. We need to upskill regularly. We need to build our capacities. We need to have a clear vision of the path we have to take to reach the destination that we envision. Representing Nano School here, I believe Nano School envisions a future where education is not restricted by the four walls. But how do we do that? I mean, when we have these speeches, when we have this vision set aside for bringing education outside the four walls, tomorrow when you go back to your classrooms, tomorrow when we go back to our schools, we have that constraint of time. We have that constraint of parental pressure. And we also have the constraint of board exams. This is the ground reality we all get to understand. And how do we play it right with all these constraints in place? So that is the challenge that we have to face together. We have to understand, recognize, and let's start discussing on that. And it's already been discussing for so many years now. Not that we are starting in 2024. We've been discussing in India for so long that we are able to draft a lot of these policy documents, and we are able to bring a lot of changes in the education system in state and at national levels. So today's educators, we have to think seriously about the capacity building when we are talking about Vision Bharat, Vikasit Bharat 2047. So we are in this room along with scientists to discuss how we can be teachers who think like scientists. What is the importance of thinking like a scientist when we are talking about Vikasit Bharat 2047? As we all been practicing this in our classrooms, scientific inquiry, explorations, experiments, and the projects that we approach from a problem-based learning perspective. This has to be integrated into a context, into a framework, which we call theory of knowledge, which our scientist friends call epistemology. So how do we think of, how do we discuss on this core topic where we have deliberations and discussions on theory of knowledge and bring it back into our classrooms along with our students, along with our parents, along with our teachers? How do we practice it on a daily basis? And we have the best of our resource persons who we have handpicked, we have curated along with Dr. Jayaraman sir, he is our mentor. He is kind enough to curate the speakers who will enlighten us to take this journey of theory of knowledge, practice and application in our classrooms, and how as Nano School, you've seen the video, we are also trying our best from our side. How do we synergize with the larger community of educators to bring forward the change that we look forward to? We are doing R&D. We are doing research and development in curriculum, in pedagogy, specific to the classroom requirements of India in 2024, and that too specifically for October. So that's the kind of laser focus we have. We know we can't think ahead 10 years from now if we don't solve the problems today in our classrooms that we face now. So let me take this opportunity to share this larger vision of our journey together. I know it's going to be boring for all of us because it's going to be a little bit science, and we are going not to have a rock concert. We don't have a pop music playing, so it will be really boring. I request you for your patience, and I need all of you to contribute as teachers, and I want to request you to think as scientists today, starting from today. So on this auspicious occasion, I take the privilege to welcome each one of you, especially our respected dignitaries, and for me to introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. Gautam Goswami, and along with Dr. A.P. Jayaraman and Manas Bakshi, and our dear friend. Now, when I have to introduce our dear friend Mr. Basus, he is representing an organization which I truly respect and I revere, because Agastya Foundation, which has been doing wonderful work in STEAM with the underprivileged, with the government schools, the kind of impact they have made over the years, and the kind of infrastructure they have created for the public. So I think it's honor for us to have you here. And I invite all these dignitaries along with the Nano School team to come on to the dais, and let's inaugurate the session with the lighting of the lamp. And I invite each one of you to be part of this lighting of the lamp, and we request all to be a patient listener and a strong communicator today to be an effective and interactive session that we have today. I know it's going to be a long journey today, so we are having sessions until 5 p.m. We have a brilliant session. Our dear friend Willie Broad is here. He's come from Mumbai to take us through the AI tools that we need to integrate in our classrooms from now on. So once again, I conclude my welcome address. I invite the chief dignitaries to the stage, and I invite your prayers for this auspicious day. Thank you all. This is the new STEAM curriculum we have introducing from grade 1 to grade 8. So it's auspicious that we release it today along with our respected Guru, Jayaraman sir, and Gautam sir here. So all the dignitaries, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So Dr. Gautam Goswami, the first speaker of the day, is an esteemed academic and researcher with notable contributions to biomedical science and public health. His expertise primarily lies in genomics and molecular biology, where he has been instrumental in pioneering studies, enhancing understanding biological complexities. So his particular focus, he holds prominent roles in top research institutions and pivotal in driving research agendas. So I am personally honored to welcome Dr. Gautam Goswami, who's been instrumental in drafting the vision for Vikasit Bharat 2047, specific to the technology vision of 2047. And that is the auspicious occasion that we have today. And I request and invite on behalf of all of you, on all of us, to be the distinguished speaker. Thank you, sir. Welcome you.
The presentation is loaded here. Is loaded here. Very good morning, respected Dr. Jayaraman, all the dignitaries who we will speak today, and renowned principals, educators who are here to chit-chat. I would not say that it is a unidirectional, monodirectional. It is a both-way interaction we expect today to happen. Thanks, Nano School, for having me here. Let me correct Rajesh. The biodata which he spoke maybe for different person. I am basically a chemistry person, agriculture chemistry, soil science from University of Calcutta. Then I fortunately joined this organization called Technology Information Forecasting Assessment Council. Oh, is it a problem? Or I can play from my laptop. But yeah, that Apple can be connected?
Yes, yes.
Oh, then fine. Yeah, hopefully that's. You have? No, it's not saying. There is a separate connector for this. Anyway, do you have anywhere?
Yeah, yeah, sir.
So I will copy it here. from where I ended. There's a problem in transferring our PPT. So what I was referring to is that I did my PhD from University of Calcutta in chemistry, particularly agriculture chemistry. Then I joined Technology Information Forecasting Assessment Council. It is an autonomous council or Department of Science and Technology primarily targeted for future. You know, Government of India, when Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister, he conceptualized this organization that there should be an organization who thinks about future, because we are now very much bothered about current issues, but somebody should guide us about what will happen in 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, and prepare ourselves to face the music of future. Future is also uncertain, we all know that. That's the point our organization was started up, and fortunately we were blessed with Dr. Kalam was our chairman, and I got the opportunity to work cohesively or intensively with him, and he taught us how to dream big, and that's what TIFAC is. And since then, a good journey has traversed by TIFAC, and particularly I got the opportunity to lead different type of programs, Technology Vision 2020, Technology Vision 2035. That's why Dr. Jayaraman came into our system. He helped us a lot in organizing different discussions and all. Anyway, so I choose a topic that role of teachers, a paradigm shift up for Viksit Bharat. So I already mentioned about TIFAC. It is an autonomous body and primarily mandated as a technology think tank. It designs about future technology domain and technology direction. It prompts government to design different program for Government of India based on our input. So TIFAC activities, before coming into the actual topic of the discussion, let me brief you what we do. We have technology information verticals where we talk about different technology information related to technology, related to expert who are working on what subject, some sort of information. Then we have another strong wing, technology foresight, which I head. Actually, Technology Vision 2020, Technology Vision 2035, now Technology Vision 2047, several technology foresight report, which landed into different program. Then also we assess the technologies. Dr. Kalam taught us that okay, fine, you can focus about technologies, but you show at the ground it is implementability, it is adaptability. Then only people will believe you. That's why technology assessment exercise or vertical came in, and a lot of program supported our foresight technologies. Foresight was correct. That was supported with this assessment report. And then technology demonstration is a part of assessment, the ground level implementation of different forecasted technologies. And then innovation support system. We support innovation in 360-degree angle. Here I will spend some time later how your role is actually in building nations. So a teacher has a big role here. So that's why when I talk about innovation, it starts from R&D to semi-commercial, semi-commercial to commercial, and product development. Whole chain we are supporting directly, indirectly, but it is our contribution there in converting our research into a product development towards commercialization. Now my topic is role of teachers, a paradigm shift for Viksit Bharat. If we see, there are two clear-cut item which I am supposed to discuss today. One is Viksit Bharat 2047. What do we mean by this? Because we are working on 2047 last about 7-8 months, and extensive discussion happened with different types of stakeholders in terms of R&D stakeholders, in terms of business houses, in terms of research community, in terms of students community. I mean, in fact, at a great learning that I'm happy to say that our students gave us much more future information. In our process, we give a clean slate to students. We tell them, forget about feasibility, forget about what is doable or not. Can you document your dream? What India should look for? Forget about India, what you need from India. As in young students, when you will be in the helm of affairs after 30 years, what you want to see India. Document that. And believe me, trust me, the idea which we got from different discussions is fabulous. Absolutely out-of-box ideas. In India, this culture is not there. I think next year I will talk to a Russian forum. They are organizing a symposium only on science fiction. They want to capture the science fiction items. From there, they will go into the research areas. That is missing here. And school is the first entry point for this. Unfortunately, our education system is so pressurized by teachers because they don't know, they don't understand, they don't find time to think beyond their classroom curriculum. How to reduce that, how to strengthen their horizon. Not only science physics subject, how to connect science physics with history, how to science physics with culture, how to science physics with the local problem, how to understand the mathematical equation to solve a water related problem. That connectivity has to be brought in among students. That is the role of teachers. I will come later. So first one part I will talk about Viksit Bharat. I want to make you understand that what future are waiting for us. When you talk about Viksit Bharat, I am trying to project where world will go in 2047. In a brief term, because if I spend one whole day, it will take to explain the future scenarios. But in a very comprehensive way, I will make you understand what is going to happen in 2047 globally, right? So first, one set of slides on that. Second set of slides, maybe I think 10 to 12 slides on role of teachers. What internationally happening, where we are, Indian as a teacher, and what is required for to do. What are the action plan and the bright principles and educators. If you can take some message from it, and implementability I am not sure, because you know your system, how your school management goes and how your education system, in a particular, every school has its own way to run the school. There are a lot of pressure because you have to score well, you have to pressure from CBSE, there are a lot of administrative formalities. I know because my wife is a teacher. She is head of the science division as well as CBSE coordinator. I see her at 2 o'clock in the night, she is doing some calculations. Very pathetic scenario for teachers. When she will spend time on education, she is doing that. Anyway, there is a dark side of the story. Now, if you see, as I mentioned, one slide, additional slide I have put it, because TIFEX vision journey. And when Dr. Kalam was our chairman, we prepared Technology Vision 2020, released by the then Prime Minister H. Devagora, and developed India by 2020 was the narrative. The question is, have we developed? No. But vision was developed India. But what is the beauty of this vision is, that developed India vision has made India's rapid growth. If you place yourself in 1996 and in 2020, enormous growth India has happened. And that is the beauty of vision. I discussed with Dr. Kalam. Sir, you are talking about developed India, but where are we? I mean, we can't. I met in 2000, I think 10 or so. So he said that doesn't matter. You have to dream big, and if you dream big, and if 50% is successful, their growth is much higher. That's why developed India 2020 narrative was there, and it was fragmented into 17 sectors. 70 sectors roadmap was created, different programs were launched, and it's a different story. Then Technology Vision 2035, which I fortunately got the opportunity to lead that, and Dr. Kakutkar was he was chairing this exercise, another fabulous experience. There our strategy was different. That strategy was how to take care of the people of India, how to give smile to every Indian. That was the narrative. So, and how technology is helping in that way. So technology in the service of India, ensuring the security, enhancing the prosperity, and strengthening the identity of every Indian. So security, prosperity, and identity, if we can protect this, then every Indian will be happy. That was the philosophy. And what are the technologies that are required to do that? We documented that. And fortunately, in 2014, when draft document was ready, that time Prime Minister Modi took over, and he understood that there's some organizations preparing a vision document, and draft document we sent to him. He asked for it, and in 2014 budget, lot of program was released based on our recommendations. I know, Principal Secretary Nipendra Minister took a personal meeting with us. We made a 1-hour presentation before him, before Prime Minister convinced to sign the forward. So it is another landmark achievement for TIFAC. Then when Prime Minister announced for 2047, TIFAC under DST started working again. I got the opportunity to work in that, and parallelly different organizations preparing. So it doesn't matter who is preparing what. Finally, it will be a consolidated document, will be released by PM, and still not done. So as we are doing, DBT is doing, CSR is also doing, DST is also doing, then all will be clapped together, and final one vision document will be released. So here it is Viksit Bharat. So let us understand what do we mean by Viksit Bharat here. Let us understand the economy. What would be economic scenario? Right? Today we are around $3 trillion economy. But if we have to get a signature of developed nations, Viksit Bharat, our economy should be in $13 to $14 trillion. 10 times increase our economy has to grow. Not easy. It means each and every individual has to contribute in their maximize their potential, how to contribute, and their knowledge, their experience can be converted into economy. That is a big challenge. And this forecast about economic growth, not only done by India, this graph which I projected is basically India's projections. Similarly, Roland Berger Trend Compendium also forecasted about this, and India would be third largest economy in the world. There are two. One is GDP growth, how our developed or underdeveloped or developing nations is being stamped. There are two criteria. One is GDP growth, and there is per capita income growth. GDP, I told you, $30 to $40 trillion. But in terms of per capita income growth, very poor we are. Our current per capita is 2,000 plus US dollar. But what we need is 13,000 plus. 6 times, oh, it's not audible, right? Sorry. 6 times growth individual per capita income has to be there. So, biggest task. Now, what is the perspective? For India, economic growth is not the only perspective. It may be for US or other developed nations. But for India, the develop has to grow to the bottom of the pyramid section. So, development to reach to each section of the society, inclusive, despite we have so much diversity. We have that much diversity, I don't think any country is having. Somewhere 45 degrees temperature, somewhere 2 degree temperature. Somewhere we are sweating, somewhere we are not sweating. So much variation in temperature, and it has impact on crop growth. So all variations are there in India, still we have to perform. What helps you in that? Two things, knowledge and knowledge into product. Be it education, be it industry, be it any sector. How to convert that knowledge into a product, that is the mantra. That's why we are here today. We will see how your knowledge, what is education? How to communicate your knowledge one is to one to the other person. That is basically education. And that art will help you whether you are a good teacher or bad teacher. Whatever you know, are you able to communicate one is to one to the other person? That's all. So communication skill, that's why Dr. Jayaraman is here. He has a profound communication skill. I've heard him many times. Profound communication skill. And after end of the lecture, you will understand what you have learned. But many times you listen big shots. He might be speaking for 1 hour, but after end of the day, what you learned, that is also, sometimes it's questionable, because communication is the key instrument for knowledge transfer. And unfortunately, in India, so much diversity, so much diverse group of teachers, everybody's individual communication is different. So that's why students in the receiving end, students in village of Bihar, students in DPS, getting the same information from different person. Depends on the teacher's clarity on the subject, depends on teacher's communication skill, students is getting the information. So sometimes same information, passed it in a distorted way to a different person, to a different student, that's why his growth is not there. Sometimes a well-conversed, communication skill-based teacher communicating so well, the students need not to read even after going home. So that is another component. So India to be the knowledge hub and source of skill, manpower of the globe. We have that skill. How to encash that? That has to come in adding economy to for our economic growth. We have to secure about livelihood, food, health, energy, strategic, economic environment. This has to be secured, being a developed nations, and self-reliant in technology development and adoption. So another narrative is, in developed Viksit Bharat, in 1947 we got the freedom. In 2047, after 100 years, can we get the technological freedom, technological independence? Can we develop our own technology and sell to others, earn the economy? You know, this in medical system, medical tourism, India's production of technology, production of goods and services, in compared to others, are at lower cost. India has a unique characteristics in that, you know, and that has to be encashed. Medical tourism has a bigger source for economy. Same operation, if you do it in US, it will be 50 times higher than India. And virtual system, virtual healthcare delivery, virtual operations, robotic-based operations are the future, and India is working extensively on that, and we have to work more. So, in a brief sense, 2047, development has to go bottom of the pyramid section. Whatever the knowledge base we have, you have to encash into a product development and add to the economy. What are the possible way to intervene that, to achieve that? To encash demographic dividend. You know, if you see the projections about populations, India is ahead of others, because if you see in next 10 to 20 years, India's average lifespan would be around, average age group in the working profession would be around 30 to 40 age group, about 60%, whereas Japan is already aging, Many countries is aging. So India has an advantage in that. We have to capture world market in terms of knowledge delivery system, right? Teachers to play a key role in nation building. You know, I am an advisor to Government of India, scientist G or joint secretary level. But I entered into the system through school. I started in a village school, right? And in a very small village in West Bengal, I studied it. But that study, I am grateful or thankful to our teachers. Whatever I taught from them, I could enhance it throughout my education journey. And what I mean is, I want to emphasize it. You are the person who will sow the seed for future development amongst teachers, among students. Your students will go to the higher up, to NASA. That will give the satisfaction. And I'm happy that when I get a message from my wife that I taught this girl who is in US and a medical institute, she sends Happy Teachers Day message after 10 years even. It means that she got a lot of inspiration, a lot of information from her. So there's a lot of gratefulness. She's still showing so many messages. So that is our nature. That is your reward from the student community, right? So teachers has to play a big role. That is a starting point. There are several mechanisms after that, but you have to handhold in the beginning. A child who is 3 years old coming to you, he is coming with a clean slate, and teacher is printing many signature on him or her. That will be gradually grow to the system. To promote startup, we have to develop a unique product which has multiple applications. That will give a lot of export potential. Significant investment on innovation, PPP mode, to focus on industry-dominant economy and to capitalize India's unique diversity and to create ecosystem in converting knowledge into economy and invest on crazy ideas. We are very much lacking in here. I want to emphasize one point, that we are scared about failure. In India, nobody dares to take up a project which fails. In India, we decide a PhD topic which will be successful. In India, that's why we see what is happening in that domain. I will pick up that idea and do the research so that it is successful. In innovation, your funding scheme doesn't allow you to be failed. Whereas in US, they spend 3 times the failed cases. To understand why it is failed, that's why when the product becomes successful, it is out of the system. It is absolutely different from others. That's why, Elon Musk is investing so much on crazy ideas. So in India, crazy idea collection is not there. In my proposal, where I will end up, some thoughts I will share with you if you can implement in school. So to capitalize India's capability to produce goods at a lesser cost, I mentioned about you. So now, Viksit Bharat deliverables is, you have to have economy, I have already mentioned, but you have to have a health security, livelihood security, energy security, strategic security, environmental security, food and nutrition security, cyber security, and all these add to the economy. I am not going into detail about each of security-based technology needs, but these are the biggest challenges we have to ensure that. For that, we need to have a strong innovation ecosystem. You have to give a importance, a place in your thoughts about innovation. Unless you are innovative, only copy-paste will not give you that economy. So that's why in our document, we are trying to capture those crazy ideas and try to convince PMO that launch a different program altogether, knowing fully that 90% will fail. These crazy ideas will fail, definitely will fail. But if 3 cracks, it will give a economy. For example, I will give 1-2 idea which will trigger your thoughts. Basically, when we discussed many things with the teachers, students community, one student say that, can we dig a hole inside the earth crust? So we jump from one hole, get out from other hole and other part of the world. Crazy ideas. So when you dig up a hole, lot of problems will happen. I mean, whether it is doable or not. But today it is crazy, unfeasible. But somebody may work on it. 30 years, China will come out with that. And we will spend a lot of money to adopt this technology. We are copying bullet train. We are copying this one, flying car and all. We are copying it. They have done it. We are now trying to do it. We never thought of earlier. Now future, I will show some future directions where future is going. That will throw some ideas. Here role of teachers come in. I mentioned earlier also, it is the beginning where in the school, initial thoughts, how to think beyond today, divergent thinking, how to create creativity, build creativity among students. That is the role of teachers. What I was mentioning at that, what is waiting in the future? You all know about artificial general intelligence. You have heard about that. AI, ML is being talked about so much. What is this? What is artificial intelligence? Why you call it artificial intelligence? Human intelligence also there. But what we cannot do, which artificial intelligence can do? They can connect 100,000, 1 lakh odds, 1 lakh data in different types. They can analyze, they can take into consideration in the algorithm and predict something which human brain is not able to do. That's why there is a fear psychosis. If artificial general intelligence is reality, then there will be a tussle or singularity will come in. No human, no machine, all are single one entity. If that happens, then what will happen to the human being? So there are pros and cons being discussed, but we cannot avoid this as well. We have seen the ChatGPT interventions. And really difficult for teachers to compete with that. Even today you give 5 bullets, you will get a nice write-up about any topic. I have heard that teachers are even preparing circular through ChatGPT. They need not to spend half an hour in thinking and writing. Give some bullets and ChatGPT will give you all the circulars, what to circulate among students. I have 9 research fellows are there with me, and I was surprised one day. I told him, I want some information about that. Can you create a story out of it? Within half an hour, it came in. I thought very brilliant students, very intelligent. Then I asked him, how did you do that? I cannot write like this. How did you do that? They are smiling. It was a ChatGPT. What do you mean by ChatGPT? That time I knew that, but I didn't know so much about that. Then explain. But what I could catch is some words are repeated here. Underscore, underpin. These are being common word used in ChatGPT. From there you can catch hold that it is not written by him or her, but it is very convincing writing. So nowadays, in our time when I prepared this 2047, 2035 reports, a lot of interaction, writing, iterations happened. A group of people sat together. And Dr. Professor Varun Sani, who was Vice Chancellor at JNU that time, and not JNU, Jammu University, then he helped us, and science communicators helped us. We spent 1 hour in discussing all this. Now it is maybe 2 days. So 24 days, and I'm surprised whether our uniqueness will be there. Because when machine does it, there's a pattern follows. But human being writes on his own. So only one fear psychosis is, their system will be very flat. The individuals writing are different. different way you can communicate. But machine learning based writing, they see the pattern and basically pattern recognition and signature recognition and then prepare the write-up. So singularity movement is coming very fast, we cannot avoid that. So robotics, another component. I heard from yesterday Hassan, who came to pick me up. I was discussing about robotics. You are very good at and you are trying to intervene in robotics, and it is the future. So robotics will be the measuring unit, not human being. So 90% job will be done by robot. Bioengineering will create bodies. That is the future. So, and learn how to engineer bodies, brains and minds, neural cognitive approaches. This will be the main product of economy in 21st century. In health ecosystem, fundamental shift will take from healthcare to health. And what is the biggest threat to the doctors? I tell you. What is the biggest threat to the doctors is doctors' role no more on diagnosis. You know, when child is getting birth, from day one you can track his health record digitally. And human genome sequences will be cheaper. And next 10-15 years, everybody's human genome will be sequenced. So with that huge data and people's health parameter data will be used by algorithm, and they will predict what will happen in which year. Doctor's role would be to interpret and give them prescription what to do. So that is another biggest. Another biggest problem in the education sector. Already started. I had a discussion with, because we interact with IIT guys, and you know, professor is saying we are facing a lot of problem in teaching. You know what? Because you know, so many open source information available for any subject. Students don't come to class. If they come, they sleep. If any problem is there, they come for discussion. They are not here to listen us what we are teaching. And this is the real fact, and this will increase. Because lot of good three-dimensional movies and materials are available which is more clear, give more clarity to the subject. In our time, we never thought of heart, how blood is circulated through heart and body. We only read it. And very difficult to conceptualize. But today, if you have everything on a click of a mouse, you're very clear how signal is coming from brain to different bodies, different parts of the bodies, because every neuron will be mapped. And then how it is connecting with the body functions and body philosophy, movement, everything will be mapped. So that is another future waiting for us. Agriculture, already we have seen that a lot of transformation is happening. One more transformation going to happen, that is every individual plant will be taken care of now. Because resource will be scarce. Be it nutrient, be it water, because you know our requirement of food is going to increase, maybe 1.5 to 2 times, because population is going to increase. By 2047 will be about 1.6 billion population, as of now 1. Is it interesting or I'm getting you bored? It's fine? Okay. So I will link with you after all this. I'm not leaving you at all. So some lot of suggestion I have for you, being a principal, if you can implement to that. So now time has come to take care of every individual plant. You know, in a 1 acre land, if you see lot of variation in the nutrient content in the soil. One corner to other corner, variation of nutrient in the soil, variation of moisture in the soil. But what happens is, in 1 acre, we apply a single dose. Dose is recommended like this: 20 kg or 40 kg per acre for rice. We apply. The person, the fellow which is sitting on the high nutrient content area, he doesn't need that. So time has come. Through genetic engineering, you can assess the individual's plant requirement. And through sensor-based, you can drop that nutrient through irrigation and fertigation process. A different story altogether, it will take half a day. So cybernetics, biohacking is another component that you can directly brain chips, which will help us to movement, all nervous movement and all. There will be parallel digital metaverse, digital world is happening, physical and digital world. How to deal that? Privacy is another issue. Now come back to from 2047. So why I picturize that? Because 2047 will be a different scenario. Be in the world or even India, we will also develop, we will also grow. Either it will be developed or Viksit Bharat, I don't know, but dream is big. In that way, context, where are we in India in terms of education? I have tried to capture the education system of different developing countries. Am I taking much more time? Is okay? So, Canada. Their education is inquiry-based learning, active exploration and curiosity-driven. They give a lot of importance to the curiosity. Here, we don't have time. Teacher has to finish this syllabus in this much time. They have to finish it off. Because otherwise management will after them. They have to, in fact, they have to give a lesson plan in advance and they will chase whether you have finished it or not. Management doesn't know. Management wants our lessons to be finished, our syllabus to be finished on the due period of time so that they can tell parents. But that way education won't happen. You need time. So that is the biggest challenge we have because, you know, a lot of volume to address, resources are less. So one biggest problem is this. Collaborative learning, enhance teamwork skill. Teamwork is very important in Canada, they are following it, and integrate local language knowledge in science. How to apply the knowledge in problem solving local problem. I have a suggestion for you later. In France, basically experimental approach, they believe more on experiment and critical thinking, nurture reasoning through problem solving. Every syllabus is being taught not like what the topic is. Create a lot of problems and then try, while you are solving it, you explain what science is behind that. That way it is more perceptible to students. In Germany, more on industry oriented, right? So they are prioritize experiential learning through projects. They are more focused on projects. They combine vocational training and academics together, promote early age scientific inquiry. Even if class 4 students also ask many questions. Here the problem is, you know, in India, because, you know, in a class, a lot of different categories of students are there. Some students are very intuitive. Some students are passive listeners. Some students are just sleeping. Because we have different heterogeneous populations. And if intuitive students, he asks or she asks several questions, teacher doesn't have luxury to answer all it because they have a 40 minutes time period, they have to complete that syllabus. So we tell him not now. So his inquisitive mind is stopped there. It happened with my son. This is why I know that. Because he was in DPS, Delhi Public School, Dwarka, and luckily or unluckily, he is very question. He asks many questions about, because unless he understands the why part of it, he will not leave you. A lot of argument happens with me about science and all, and I always get defeated. And he had a lot of argument with a physics teacher in IIT Bombay. Ultimately, he agreed for his theory. So that is a different story. What happened is, when in PTM, teacher complained that your son ask too many questions and we are not able to complete the syllabus. So we told him that don't do that. There's so many teachers are there, so many students are there. Finally, what happened? No question. He didn't ask any question to any teacher. Then next PTM, same teacher complained, he is not asking any question now. And you only forced me to do that. So this is very important. But unfortunately, our peer pressure or pressure from management, pressure from education system is not allowing to do that. That is the very biggest challenge for how to deal that. In Italy, interdisciplinary teaching connect science with other subjects. How science is connecting with history and geography. Probably here also it is there. When I mentioned that India is not far behind, it is also doing it. Our problem is volume, but volume is the problem. And India is doing fairly well. Education policy is quite good. And in Italy, encourage creativity. They are very much encouraged. In Japan, promote extended critical thinking projects, and they use lot of technologies, to advanced technology to enhance learning process. And UK, regular upskilling happens. Whatever I am said for other, that is also there, but regular upskilling of updates of teachers are happening in UK. In US, integrate digital tools for engagement of teachers and incorporate diverse perspective in science. Nordic countries, holistic education they promote, and student-centered learning process and outdoor learning, nature-based learning. In a nutshell, these are the statistics, what are the different types of parameters and which country is following how much percentage. So this is another benchmark where world education system is going, okay? I am not narrating it. But if we summarize what is the global education system, it can be parked into 4 coordinates, right? One is developing scientific temperament, another is experiential and inquiry-based approach, hands-on learning, fostering critical thinking, interdisciplinary approaches with cultural inclusivity, vocational training, engagement in science through innovative teaching practices. So all these countries, different teaching process I can summarize here. Let's see where are we in India. Let us compare that. In the beginning I say we are not far behind. Even in some cases we are ahead. I mentioned the 2035, we had an education roadmap as well. What it recommended is 100% literacy, including operating and knowledge of device, instruments and machines, 0 school dropouts by 2035, access to quality and affordable education independent of social, economic, geographic, physical, even mental constraints. Mental constraints, students also get equal opportunity which other normal childs are getting. Access to second career or lifelong learning, ubiquitous online access to reliable education sources that we are now seeing that it was forecasted about 10 years ago. Now, not any, even 12, 13 years ago, because we finished it in 2012. So it is around 12, 13 years ago. After COVID, we know online access and online feasibility. And you know what will happen if forecasters to be believed. Not a good sign. Teachers will absolutely be different. Teacher will be only guide. Like doctors will be a guide for the patient, teachers will be guide. It will not be a closed classroom-based education system. Classroom would be basically to discuss the problem. You all know about flipped classroom. Now what is happening? We teach here, students go there, they study and all. But time has come, lot of well-curated study material, videos, lectures, in a simple form will be available for any topic. Then they will study. They will come back with hundreds of questions you have to answer. That would be the future. It is happening actually. And another future which is very disastrous. What is that? Whole subject will be in a chip which can be implemented on the brain. Started working on that. You know, suppose class 10 syllabus in a small chip, transfer electronically to your brain. So brain-computer interface you might have heard of. It is being used now basically to physically challenge people's, to help physically challenge people. They think and they operate different system. They can operate TV through thoughts. It is up to that level now. But it may happen, may not happen, but that is the trend, that your whole thing can be transferred to your brain, from computer to your brain. Now, individual has to analyze the knowledge. That's why difference still be there, individuality. Delivery of language neutral content to all individuals in the click of a button. Same lecture which is in French, I will choose English, it will come on English. I will choose Hindi, it will come on Hindi. I will choose Sanskrit, or I will choose Tamil, it will come on Tamil. So delivery of nutrient content of education content, subject syllabus in any language, and in the cloud, click of a button by 2040. At 2040, it will be there. An opportunity for students choose their own stream, scheme, content, place of learning, and peer-to-peer learning. Now let's see what our new education policy is being proposed. You know that. Continuous review of regular assessment by experts about the performance of our education system. That is a management issue. Enhance critical thinking and creativity. We have also incorporated that. Recognize, nurture uniqueness. Rote learning, how to avoid that. Using technology and removal of language barrier. Encourage community participation. That's what we've been talked about. Prioritize inquiry and inclusion, and honor diversity in curriculum and policy. You know, fortunately, when we prepared that roadmap, we had a detailed presentation before that new education policy people who are preparing that, chaired by Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And I could see a lot of our recommendations has taken place in this new education policy. So what is India's future development is waiting for? One is whatever future we, just a minute. Hello? Hello? Whatever future development we are expecting, it has to be climate resilient. And we have to have create a strong innovation ecosystem, economy to reach 30 to 40 trillion US dollar, and Viksit Bharat. These are the 4 key deliverables in 2047. And what is India's teacher's role? Teacher's role is to create a responsible, intuitive, and productive citizen. And you are the beginner of India's future designing. You will create a student when he goes out from class 10 or class 12, his mind's in not only physics alone. His minds are ready to integrate physics with history. His minds in physics with biology. You know, nowadays, the newer IITs, they are in this line. In IIT Hyderabad, electronics engineer, medical doctor, computer science, they work together. So that barrier between different subjects are fading away. Physics, chemistry, biology, maths, no more distinction. All are fading away. The border is getting fading away. So that concept you have to apply in your teaching process as well. So these are the few action plan I wanted to propose with you. That one is periodical updating of teachers about global development. This needs to be done actually. Maybe directly or indirectly connected with your teaching process. How globally a global advancement is happening, you have to have. It is not restricted to your subject alone. You have to have that knowledge to make you a different teachers from others. Regular skill development of teachers through workshop in industry, IITs and higher education system. At least once in every quarter, there should be a workshop in industry, how technologies are actually being implemented. Many things we learn through books, but what is happening actually on ground? Unless we see that, difficult to create a perception on that. So, periodical workshop with industry, IIT system, how IIT researches are going on. Talk to them. A lot of information will come in. It is happening, by the way. Higher education system and higher education system experts. Create an ecosystem to select teaching profession by choice, not by compulsion. Another 5 minutes. I will finish it up in 5 minutes. Okay. Here I want to spend some time on that. You know, in our education system, teachers are the big, I mean, what irony. Teachers are the beginning of a building nation. Whereas, teachers' remuneration is not good. If I don't get the opportunity, I lost all opportunity to go somewhere else, then I will try for teacher. What does it mean? Brainy people, intellectually rich people, they are not coming in. Sorry, I am not undermining any of you, but our system is like that. By profession, we do not select education as by profession, by choice. It is by compulsion. We try go to engineering, we try to go to IAS, because they are more lucrative job. If I imagine a professor gets the salary, if we same salary, we keep it for teacher. And we have an equal tough selection. Why teacher will not go? So we can create a cream of education system. Finland to some extent follow that. This is my personal, nothing from government side, okay? Don't quote me and say the government people are saying this. No, it is a Gautam Goswami as individual. It is my thoughts always there, but normally we give lot of blame to the teachers. Why? We give them lot of opportunity to stay to the subject, update themselves. Because they should have motivation. So one is similar type of career growth which other professions are having. Teachers should have equal in terms of salary, in terms of career growth, right? So, and I will listen to you. So that is one. Internship and collaboration of teachers with higher education institution and industry, I mentioned already. Fourth and last one, and I think is very important, informal chit chat, informal session with the students at least once in a week. Principals, all our principals, I have a urge to you, request to you, create this. Let them chit chat themselves. You be the person listener. You give a topic and let them discuss. And you see the future is going like the way. What way India should work? Can you pick up one or two problems with your local which needs interventions? So many idea will come, and that will prompt you to design the projects. You know, in science, there is different competitions happens, and unfortunate part is the project which gets success and all which get fail even, they are died down there because students go leave school And what are the lot of innovation happens in school. We see. I have seen projects. I mean, students came out with a product where automatically waste are segregated. Plastic is going to other basket, metal is going to other basket. It's innovation actually, and these are needed. But it will go. It will take its own natural death when that fellow goes out. Here, proposal is, if teacher takes it up, go to the IITs, industry, and he or she should get an incentive for this beyond their normal salary. He or she get equally he should be incentivized. And if any product developer, IPR should be with her also. Then only we can close the loop. Otherwise, it will be sermon. So that still not there. I have given some program which Government of India supports for innovation in Department of Science and Technology, but unfortunately, these are not the program where school level innovations are being supported. These need to be. We will take it up with the ministry that can we create some sort of a funding like that, because a lot of innovation happens in school, and thanks to teachers, science teachers, I have seen wonderful projects come in students' competition in different forum, and some are picked up by industry, but very rare. They are very rare, and because nobody follows it up. Whereas in IIT system or engineering colleges, they have a scheme to follow it up. So that is a gray area here. So thank you very much. I don't know whether I bored or I have enlightened you, and hopefully some lesson you got it, and if you can implement, it will be good. If you don't implement, at least enhance your knowledge. Thank you very much. I can take some questions if you have. Please. Oh, from you, yeah.
I find whether it is a school, college, IIT, IIM, including IISc, you have got campus recruitment and placement center for all profession other than for teachers.
Absolutely. Agreed.
All medalists, whether gold, silver, distinguished, everybody either he find a placement overseas or he will go for only corporate placement and all distilled finally left out will come for teaching.
That's what I'm saying.
Some way that has to be brought into our system.
Absolutely. Agreed.
If brilliants go only for a 2 crore, 3 crore job, who is going to teach ABCD 1 to 100? Please tell me.
If I have given the responsibility to this, teacher's salary should be equal to professors. Keep it there.
That is happening in only one island, that is Fiji Island. School teachers are paid higher than the research PhD teachers. It has to be. They are creating the mud and creating the feature. From illiterate to educate,
absolutely,
they make it.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, it is not in.
No, somewhere that has to be, the difference has to be brought in.
Yes.
10% of the campus or placement recruitment should be for teachers.
Absolutely.
Then only all our ideologies and theory will start working.
No argument. Absolutely, I agree 100%. Yeah, you have some. Then, sir, please. Yeah, please. Let him.
Sir, by 2030-35, we are going to have 100 crore working age people. That means 1 billion working age people in this country. And entrepreneurship as an attitude, entrepreneurship as a capacity, how are we preparing our generation at the school level especially in entrepreneurship? For example, who is an ordinary teacher, who is an entrepreneurial teacher? Are we discussing that in
It should. Very valid point. I have touched upon, but not categorically that, but that's what I'm saying. Teaching should be steered towards that even. How to make them entrepreneur, because a lot of entrepreneurship program is there in government to support entrepreneurship, not from school level. Yeah, you have some question. Just time. Okay, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. First of all, I am Manjushree. I am a teacher, science teacher. And along with science teacher, I have 9 years plus experience working in corporate, along with the partnership with anti-hacking group. That is Mr. Vineet Kumar's group, that probably everybody knows that. So I'm having 9 years plus experience of that also. So combining both these terms after becoming a teacher. First thing, my first point, sir, first of all, as we know that it has been said that mother is a first teacher, right? So mother has never asked for a salary. So if we are a teacher and once we are in the classroom, we have never bothered about the whatever salary we are getting. Yes, definitely, as an employee we deserve good salary, but not as a teacher. But yes, being employed of Government of India or being employed of XYZ organization. So this is my first point. Second point, sir, as you said, few schools you have visited in Bihar village also, Karnataka also villages are there. Many of the villages are not having good connectivity with the internet. Also, we are emphasizing students to go to the school. Like government is offering some program like midday meal, free education system and all. So if we are providing free education to the childs, that also emphasizes the economy, right? If I'm not wrong. So first thing, if we are focusing in free education, if we are focusing on midday meal, then how could you think that AI will work for village? That's my point. So if you can answer this. And also, one point I have observed, you told us like if we'll work on students, they can work for NASA. Why not for ISRO? If we'll start saying that if we are a teacher, if we are working on a student, then our students should work for India, not for US and UK. That's the point, sir.
Yeah, I will answer each of your question. Yes. Start from the last. NASA.
Sure, sir.
NASA, I have given example as a big institution. ISRO is equally. No difference on that. There is no, my point is, yeah, maybe communication failure. It is NASA, I have mentioned that our students can go to any level. So that's all. Absolutely. ISRO is also equal. Yeah, NASA and ISRO, I am adding now. Okay? So second point and first point, I reserve it for panel because a lot of panel discussion on this topic. So
Sir will be on the panel discussion.
I will also
so
be there
we'll
in the panel. Okay, so thank you very much for patiently hearing, and if you like it, it's fine. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We're just switching the schedule around a little bit. So we are going to now move into the roundtable discussion. So for this, I would like to invite Ajit Basu. Ajit Basu is the Chief Consultant Programs Executive at Agastya International Foundation, an NGO in India that educates over 2 million disadvantaged children annually through hands-on STEAM education across 21 states. His role includes developing and managing educational programs, coordinating teacher training, overseeing a giftedness identification program, and designing assessment frameworks. He has also facilitated the creation of an innovation hub with a unique curriculum at Agastya's campus and manages Sarga Samvad, a platform for collaborative educational innovation. Basu's previous work includes leading international educational consortia and coordinating significant global educational summits. His expertise spans instructional design, creativity, training, teacher training, and social entrepreneurship. The next generation has earned him recognition as a mentor of change by the Atal Innovation Mission and distinguished alumni of MCE. Put your hands together, please. Our next guest is Dr. Shivanand Koteshwar. Dr. Shivanand Koteshwar, a prominent figure in the Indian technology industry, has made significant contributions to both professional and philanthropic realms. With over 2 decades of experience in the semiconductor industry, Koteshwar has held leadership roles at renowned companies like Synopsys and MediaTek. At present, Shivu is the MD and India site head for Astra Labs, a NASDAQ-listed company. Beyond his professional achievements, he is actively involved in mentoring startups, particularly in the edtech space, and is a passionate advocate for education and skill development. Shivu's commitment to fostering innovation and empowering the next generation has earned him recognition as a mentor of change by the Atal Innovation Mission and a distinguished alumni of MCE. Put your hands together, please. And our final panelist, Dr. Sharada Chandrasekharan. Dr. Sharada Chandrasekharan serves as the academic director and head of institution at Whitefield Global School in Bangalore. With over 42 years of experience in education, she has spent more than 30 years in leadership roles, including positions at prestigious institutions such as DPS Vizag, Air Force School Coimbatore, and St. Anne's Bangalore. Dr. Chandrasekharan holds an MA, B.Ed, MPhil, and an MBA in entrepreneurship from ISB, along with an honorary doctorate in ethical learning. She is recognized leader in educational innovation, serving as a program leader for Cambridge International SpeedyQ programs and a faculty member at ISB for training principles on competency-based curricula. Dr. Chandrasekharan has been honored with multiple awards, including the Legend of Education 2024 and the Lifetime Achievement Award for a contribution to K-12 education. A professional storyteller and theater artist, she is also proficient in 7 Indian classical dance forms and Western dances like waltz and salsa. Awesome, ma'am. Okay. I went by what was given to me. She is also the director of the Whitefield Global School. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Hello. Thank you all for being here. So today's first roundtable, we are discussing innovating within constraints, empowering teachers through AI technology and global best practices to achieve Vision Viksit Bharat 2047. So this kind of piggybacks on what Dr. Goswami was talking earlier. So I'm going to start off with a question for Mr. Basu. Mr. Basu, with your profound role of at Agastya International Foundation, how do you see hands-on STEAM education evolving with the integration of AI and other digital tools, especially in under-resourced settings?
Thanks for inviting me. Can you hear me? So there are, if I take an industry perspective, there are 2 industries are very, very conservative. If I take an industry perspective, one is airline industry, second is our education industry, right? Because if any change I make in the making of an airplane has to go through severe tests and iterative test procedures. Why? Because safety is utmost priority. Any change I make, I have to test it so deeply. Same thing with education. It's another conservative side. Any change I make in the current scenario will affect the life of a child. So that means I have to be very, very, very conservative and careful. Not that I can be innovative also. So industry wants it because there's a lot of potential. AI has a lot of potential. New innovative learnings have a lot of potential. And our children want it because they love technology. They love doing the new things. We are caught in the middle. We are educators. We are caught in the middle. What to do? So the whole idea is we have to really, really understand primarily how a child learns at this particular era. And we cannot, and even neural wiring, even science is coming out with a lot of studies now. Even the neural wiring is getting different in the new generation. The way they learn, the way they approach learning, the way they approach life, the way they approach relationships, everything is shifting. So first and foremost, as teachers, as also we are calling us as scientists, we have to get into deep research and understanding what is happening. And with that scenario, how to integrate judiciously, how to integrate all these tools and AI and all that. Partly keeping our basic demeanor, which is very conservative educators' demeanor, keep that alive. At the same time, let it happen. But we cannot wholly have the ChatGPT phenomenon happen also. Why? Because AI hallucinates also. There's an AI hallucination happening. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, sir. You also elaborate a little bit on what you are doing at Agastya with the underprivileged, with the STEAM journey. How are you able to make it happen?
Yeah, we are in 23 states of India, reaching 2.6 million children. And we are a model which supplements government school education of India. So we help and support the government school science and math teacher to teach it better. And we follow NCERT curriculum. And whatever, we sort of augment the curriculum through hands-on methods. We have mapped the entire 6th grade to 10th grade curriculum, and we have mapped, and we are augmenting the existing curriculum and the way we teach in schools using hands-on inputs. That's one. For past 10 years, we have been doing a lot of innovations around technology. We have technology labs. We have close to 250 mobile labs running around the country with 2 teachers per lab. We also have innovation labs now. We have teacher training labs now. We have art lab. We have math lab. So we are integrating technology in a big way because to accelerate the scale. See, Agastya is all about scale. We have close to 325 million children at school-going age in India. We at Agastya, we are the largest science outreach program in the world. We are reaching just 2.6 million children. So if you should see the scale. And technology can really, really, really augment the scale.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Shivu, if you can answer it from the corporate viewpoint, how do you envision the role of technology leaders in shaping educational practices, educational policies that incorporate AI and advanced technologies?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, really privileged to share the stage with all of you. I personally visited Agastya. I've been working with Agastya for more than, I think, 15 years now. While I was in Synopsis, so any of the science teacher, if you have not visited Kuppam campus, I strongly urge you to go and visit it. It's a wonderful effort they're putting together to make it happen. I think Dr. Goswami has set a very nice stage in terms of what the government of India is doing. And we also saw how the different countries are doing it. So let me set the stage. I always take a different stance when it comes to education. Because more than 60% of the chips today, semiconductor chips, are being done in India. 50% of people are Indians, right, in the top-notch companies, whether it's Qualcomm, MediaTek, any company, right, Intel, every company, TI, everybody has Indians at the top, as researchers, as fellows, as scientists, which clearly means our education system is the best. So let's not just discount the education system and say we want to change. We want to completely change this system. Yes, we need to adapt. We need to look at how to add on some of the newer challenges which is coming into technologies. Artificial intelligence can never beat natural stupidity. So, we can keep talking about artificial intelligence a lot, but end of the day, if you do not know how to use the machine, if you do not know how to program the machines, if you do not have the fundamentals strong, I don't think any of these things will work. A lot of times, we keep talking about skills a lot. So when it comes to science education, without fundamentals being strong, there is no way you can live off the skills, right? We were one of the early, I finished my engineering in 95. We were the very lucky ones because the 4 years of engineering kept us going till now. Today's generation, I don't think it's possible. Unless you are continuously learning, upskilling yourself, I don't think you can sustain a career for more than 2 to 3 years. And that's why we are seeing a lot of challenges in the corporate world. People are not able to sustain, right? And we keep hearing news all the time about the stress and other things. So I feel technology is there to aid what we are doing. But remember, the fundamental premise of our education is fantastic, okay? Science education is difficult. It cannot be equivalent to something else because the fundamentals are very strong. If you look at AI, if you look at data science today, the first question you get is matrix multiplication, linear algebra. So if you're not strong in mathematics, you cannot sustain a career in AI. If you're not strong in DSPs, algorithms, you cannot sustain a career in analog design engineer. So many of our fields, if you're not very strong in communication concepts, you cannot join ISRO, right? There are so many concepts which you have learned in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and also in engineering, which actually is very, very relevant to what we are doing. So I always tell, adopt technologies, but make sure that you don't lose out on the strength we have in our education system. Every country out there is trying to learn from us, trying to mimic the education systems, what we have. So as teachers, the request I have is add on AI to what you're doing and not just replace it and try to reinvent the wheel again. Because 10 years later, the impact of a bad decision in education is seen only after 10 years, right? And it's too late to change. And many countries have, regretting now that why didn't we focus on these things? So I think we are in a right path. NEP is fantastic. Implementation is always a challenge, but the framework is already there. I think we all have to just look at it instead of debating on it, try to see how we can, every state is different, every village is different in India. As sir was saying, it's a diversity which is a strength and a weakness of India. So how do we make sure that what works in Bangalore works in a small village in Chhattisgarh? How do we make sure? It's only teachers who can make it happen. The framework is similar. The concepts are similar. AI, somebody asked how AI can be reaching out to the villages. It has to, right? Today, if you look at the communications, thanks to some of the leading providers, you have connectivity across the world, across India right now. So I think deployment of technology is not difficult, and we should never assume that AI is something which is only for the urban lot. Kids will not understand. Very wrong concept. I run an NGO called Bedaku. We work with very, very underprivileged kids in remote parts of Karnataka, and they're fantastic learners. So technology is an aid, and we need to make sure that it's a part of our curriculum and a part of how we do it. Whether I come from the corporate world or from the academic world, I still hold on to the same thought. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivu. Especially like that you mentioned that we don't have to change the education system completely. We can make do with what we have, and there are the little things that we need to change. And the word of caution about AI, like it's not going to take over the jobs, but we need to ensure we use it properly. So continuing on that strain with the education and schools, Dr. Sharada, the question for you is, with your extensive background in education leadership and as a director, how can schools leverage AI and technology to customize teaching methodologies that cater to diverse learning needs?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I was quite tensed up. There's government here, there's industry here, there's technology here, and I'm from all of you. Okay, number one. Number two is, I'm not from science and technology background. I'm a hardcore history teacher with geography, civics, political science, all as my subjects. But the very fact that I'm invited here makes me feel very thrilled that, yeah, I'm part of science and technology. Thank you very much for that. Now, I'm a storyteller, and without a story, I cannot start anything. So give me permission, sir, I'll tell a story because it's about innovation, and it's innovation with constraints. It seems there was a guru. The guru had 2 students whom he finalized to be the next one to take over the Gurukul. So he gave them one test. He said that there is somebody else, my relation, living on the other side of this jungle. I'll give you 21 murukus. You know muruku? That'll have those chaklis with all those circles. I'll give you 21 murukus. You have to walk through this jungle. Should not carry water, should not carry food. Okay? But you have to go to the other side and give that. And whoever delivers the whole thing will be the next guru. Now, the first one left, and when he walked through, he found there is no water in that. He thought he can pick up some fruits, but no fruits were found. By the time he reached half of the jungle, then he was hungry, he was thirsty. He thought that I don't want to be the next guru. He ate away 50% of that chakli, went to that person outside, other side of the jungle, and he said that keep this 10 with you and give me water. I have to survive. If I live only, I can become a guru. And he went back. The second one did a little better thing. He did a recce. First, he went through the jungle. He found where the water will be there. It's a deciduous forest. Yeah, geography comes here. Then he found some place where he can get water. He nicely walked in the early morning. Then if you go in the jungle in the early morning, there is dewdrop on every grass there. And I don't know how many of you tried drinking, but it will be the tastiest, most filtered, distilled water. So every time he felt thirsty, it seems he picked up one and he just sucked that so that his thirst was attended to. Mid-afternoon, he sat under a tree and he took out the outer circle of every chakli and ate away 21 circles outside and left the 3 ones inside. Went, gave all the 21 because the guru said you should give 21. He did not say you should give all the 21 with all the 4. And of course, ultimately, he was made guru because of the critical thinking he has. And when the question comes that difficulties or hurdles or for innovation, only if there is a hurdle, the innovation comes. Otherwise, the innovation doesn't come. And innovation comes through the creativity. So the teachers, if they have creativity, the toughest class brings out the best teacher. The class with the most heterogeneous group brings out the most creative teacher. 42 years in this field. 15 years I am with Whitefield Global School. I am emphasizing that's where I had a maximum metamorphosis of whatever I am today happened. So what I feel as a teacher, as a principal, as a director, changes happen when we when a child asks you questions, then you will keep thinking that, okay, why? Sir, your son asked, why should I do? I love such children because when they ask why, then only we will start thinking. Otherwise, we'll eat away all the chaklis. We don't even give it to anybody. So we need to be given the challenge that how to preserve this chakli for the next generation. Am I right? So first of all, for innovation, you should have a challenge. If you want to do the best, then you have to be creative. And then how will I leverage it with the latest technology? Sir said very rightly, don't reinvent the wheel. You have it already. Recently, I had been to Symbiosis for some international conference, and a big eye-opener came. I became a little bit Buddha there, because I was told that don't think that you have to reinvent or look for something which is very costly. How many of you know that there is something called Discord? All your students are using. You're aware. Love you all for that. Now, Discord doesn't charge you money. And they have taught us how to use Discord as a training tool, teaching tool. Yeah, because children are there in that. And he also taught us how to use Reddit as a training tool, teaching tool. Then the best thing came is if you want to check that whether your children are giving you answer from ChatGPT, there is another tool to check whether the answer has come from ChatGPT. I'll tell you that. I think it is called gpt.com. That will tell you whether your answers have come from the GPT. Okay? So you also have become smart. Now, if your child says your student is talking about, I learn Rust, don't think he's talking about Rust. Rust is the latest technology, latest language in computers, I believe. Even my eyes got opened up because my grandson talks about it and I should not stay behind to learn this. So, first of all, there is technology to be used. Now, AI. AI is your servant. Utilize it as a servant. So for your servant, I'm sorry I'm using this word servant because your maid, your man Friday, you have to, assistant, tool, you have to give the right instructions. If you have ambiguity, your answer will be as ambiguous as your question. So again, you have to be creative to use AI. No AI can take your place. What can take place today? It is happening. Robotics are coming. Nano school is coming now. Tomorrow you may have a robo teacher in the class. But ultimately for the child to cry on, you are required. Yeah? For all the mental health programs, you are required. Social emotional quotient, you are required. You are required for collaboration. You are required for connect. You are required for that human touch. And you are required to make the tool work. Then your children are the one who are giving the complete language to make these AI. So you are required to teach them that language. So you are important and the schools are very important. Unless until we make this happen, how can they go to engineering, doctor, medical, anywhere? Unless until we lay that interest and foundation. So as a school, let's do this, that we will use all these tools as assistants, as our Man Fridays, give an intelligent question to them. So AI gives you an intelligent answer. Then use your own creativity, change it for your, customize it, contextualize it, use it in the class, and the same thing will be done by your children. Then use gpt.co to know whether they have done that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharda ma'am. So I feel very validated today after hearing what you said, because I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sashi Gundala. And before being a principal director, I was a teacher for many years, and I used to get very tough classes. So after what you said, I feel like, okay, maybe I was a good teacher, and that's why my principal gave me tough classes. I used to go to the principal at the beginning of the year and say, please, sir, don't give me a tough class. And he would say, I know you can handle it, so that's why. But thank you. And especially about, talking about assistants, it is called AI assistant. So it's meant to be used as an assistant. So thank you for that. Coming back to Dr. Gautam.
Yeah.
So you have so much of experience in genomics and molecular biology. How can we apply these principles to, from these fields, take the principles from here, to develop innovative educational tools and curriculum that would enhance both teacher and student understanding of complex science concepts? Like, science is always treated as, oh, it is so difficult. So how do we get rid of that, the preconception that a lot of people have?
Actually, I want to make it very clear. I cleared it in the beginning. I am not a genetics person at all. Some wrong biodata has been read out. So I am not a geneticist. I am basically a chemistry, and that too soil chemistry, and chemistry honors, then soil chemistry, PhD and all. So, but the question is very relevant in any subject. Here we are discussing about how to take teachers in the line of development of India which is science-driven, technology-driven, and you have to excel in the world. And in that journey, how teachers take a ride on that. That's the moot question. And here, my point is, whatever teachers teaches, if they can make focus on it, why the answer? What is the answer? Why it is happening? You know, I give one example because when I doing my PhD, in fact, during my MSc soil science study, we were taught a double layer theory of chemistry. We were taught absorption of chemistry and quantitative relationship, hardcore chemistry. Then I was thinking, we are learning all this, but how we I will apply in agriculture? How I will tell farmer about quantitative relationship, how it helps agriculture development. I was thinking, why these courses were designed. Then I trying to correlate. You know, soil is basically a colloidal property. It's the colloids. You know colloids, the particle size is such that it floats around and it has different chemical property, chemistry property. And that has tremendous application in agriculture, crop nutrient movement. How nutrient is moving, how crop under here uptakes nutrient. There are different theories, but fundamental is chemistry behind it. If it is clear to me that I am learning this subject chemistry and I am applying it, how it is applicable to agriculture, then my learning is successful. Then I will be able to convince the decision makers that you should teach this subject. If I don't build the connectivity, it is not. How? Because, you know, quantity may be different. I am taking a different example, which some are maybe understood, some may not. You know, when we pour ink in a bottle, you pour ink, maybe 10 ml, bottle gets filled up. If you take the bottle out, you will get 9 ml, right? So 1 ml still, it will be there. This is called ink bottle effect. We call it hysteresis. Suppose 100 ml water you are putting in a dry soil and you extract whole water out of it. So you will find water extracted from soil is less than what you added. So what is the knowledge we gain out of it? Because when dry season comes in, water got exhausted, there are some moisture is there still in the soil which helps plant to sustain. That's why that chemistry was taught. If you don't understand why it is taught, then you are not able to explain this mechanism to students. That may trigger their thought process and different research topic may come in. Different theory may come in. But fundamentally, that knowledge has to clearly communicate in terms of its application. So my answer to your question is, whatever you are teaching, nutrient movement, atomic structure, or maybe light, when light passes on through denser medium, lighter medium, its movement happens, how it will be applied in a real field. If we can bring that to the students, then it will imprint them in the system. They will never forget. So message is, actually when in our childhood days, I don't know what happens, unless we are satisfied why it is happening, teacher will not leave us. Questions are fundamental, questions are based on that. It is absolutely different from what you have taught. Try to design a question to get the answer of why part of it. What is the fundamental mechanism behind it? What he was mentioning about the fundamentals. It will never change. Basically, fundamentals to application, that has to be strengthened, and teacher has a bigger role. So point is that.
Thank you, sir. The whole objective of education for people is to get a job. You want your education to transfer into good job and to earn money. So my question for Dr. Shivu, As somebody being in the corporate sector and having hired many entry-level, students, having given entry-level jobs, what is the biggest gap you see in the new hires? When they come out of college and into the workforce, do you see that they need a lot of training, or what is your experience with them?
Again, a very broad topic. I think many forums keep talking about it last 15 years. Whenever I'm in the forum, we talk about gaps. Again, fundamentally, there will be gaps. There should be gaps. So let's not try to say that education system will always be one step ahead of what the market wants. Market itself does not know what they want. Things are changing so fast. So if you start changing education system based on what the market needs are, then you're going to bring in a lot of people who will be very, very relevant for today's market, but they will not be ready for the future market, right? Because there are things which can be accommodated with skilling. There are things, for example, language translators. Huge opportunity 10 years back. Everybody who did a course in language translation from English to Japan, English to, or Hindi to Korea, Hindi to China, were in huge demand. Multiple language centers started opening. Today, AI tool does it. What do you do with that skill now? What will they do? Because they don't have any other skill. But if they have fundamentally learned how to manage this whole translation business itself, learn the language, but also be a part of this whole tool development also, they might be in a better position today. So the gaps will exist. That's the first thing I want to tell. So when we hire people for attitude. That's the fundamental thing. Any kid who comes and talks to me, the only thing I expect from the child is, there will be gaps, how fast can you learn? I will help you. I will have you a mentor. I have a fantastic training program. We will help you in every possible way. In 6 months, will you be able to contribute to the project you're hired for? That's the only fundamental need I have. Now for that, fundamentals are also required. So we do test if the fundamentals are strong, if the right attitude is there, and the love for learning should be there. I've signed up for a work today, right now, after 28 years of experience, where I don't know anything, literally, technically, right? I can manage the discussions, but I'm working in a technology which is very, very difficult for me. I've never worked on this area. I have 3 people right now, where I have paid them, and I'm actually working as literally as hired them as professors. One is IISc professor, and I've told him, just give me 2 hours of your week. And he teaches me like a BTech student. But it's very much needed for me. Otherwise, I'll not be able to face the customers. Because nobody likes someone who just talks on the surface. Everybody will go to the depth in the 5 minutes of discussion. Nobody will even like, just because you speak well or you have a good language, you have a good posture and other things. That will take you to that person. But if you have to hold on to the conversation, you need to have a depth in the topic. And if at my age, if I'm ready to learn, I expect the same from the child who comes in, right? If the kid comes in and says, 4 years I've studied, that's it, no more studies for the rest of my life, then he or she will be a wrong fit for the company. So the only thing we look at is attitude and aptitude, of course, because you need to quickly learn. Now, how fast can the person learn? Does the person love to learn? It's a new skill which the person has to acquire. Will the person acquire on time so that the person is contributing to the project? Because at the end of the day, it's not a social service, it's a business you're running. So if the new hires are not productive in the 6 months or 1 year, it's not going to work for the company. So how do we make it happen? I think that's the biggest question we have. And every student who talks to me, I keep telling them, be humble, right? And a lot of times we think we know it all. You meet the next person, you realize how less you know. So unless you meet people who are better than you, there is no way you can find out how less you know. So it's very, very important for a child who finishes their engineering. It doesn't matter which college they come from. IITs, they might be sitting on a 50 lakh package. Doesn't mean anything. Because if you cannot sustain that, within 6 months, you'll start losing that edge. So I think it's very important to have the right attitude. Gaps will exist, which is okay. We can fill it up. So education system or colleges trying to keep talking to industry and asking what you want. If I'm a database company, I'll say database is the most important thing. If I'm a communication company, I'll say communication is the most important thing. If I am from the chip industry, I will say you create everybody as a chip design engineers. Because the need right now, again, the need in India for chip designers is in thousands. You go and talk to every engineering college and create chip designers. You'll have in lakhs. How will they get placed? right? So you need to understand what is the market size also, market opportunity for a new skill, and accordingly you need to plan it out. So when I go to different colleges across, right, in Orissa, for example, when I went there, I work with multiple colleges in Orissa. I tell them, don't try to compete with Hyderabad and Bangalore or Mumbai. Look at a new skill. Develop that skill in Orissa. Naturally, the companies will come here. But if you try to say that, you know, IIIT Hyderabad is working on ABC, I will also work on similar areas. Of course, you will create people there, but I don't think you will be ever be able to match up to what somebody else is doing. IIIT Bangalore is working on something. IISc is working on something else. Private colleges, PES college or Ramaya will be working on something else. There is no point in competing with these colleges, but try to identify a particular skill which has a market and try to develop that and create a center of excellence in those colleges. And I think that is what, as mentors, if all of us come together and work with different schools and colleges and create these pockets of excellence in multiple parts of India, they'll all be placed. And the gaps also will be manageable. That's what I feel. Thanks.
Thank you. And Sharda ma'am, this question is coming straight to you from there. So he talked about the fundamentals being important, and that is what we need to be teaching students. So is that happening in the schools? How is it happening, if it is? And if not, what can we do to teach that?
A fantastic question, because in 2019, CBSE, I'm talking from CBSE perspective now, CBSE chairperson, then she made a statement in the national conference, hereafter all the assessments and CBSE board examinations will be based on competencies. She was very clear. And we all came back and we started working, what is that competencies ma'am was referring to? Then we understood very clearly, as a sir said, first of all, the right attitude and aptitude we need to put into the children. The attitude and aptitude to adopt and adapt, number one. Number two is that to accept the change, because change, though accept the word, everything else is changing. And I always say that Indian education system today is changing like Paris fashion. Like you blink, it changes. So we all have to be ready to adopt that. Third thing is problem solving and critical thinking, creativity. These three skills, if we do not do it at the school level, and if we make them rote learners at the school level, they can never learn in future. Because normally, I always say that if you want to Beckham, then bend them young. Okay, so if we are looking at some child who is going to accept the change, and have acceptance, have attitude, have right aptitude, then you have to start it from grade 1 or maybe from the toddler at a very small capsule, age-appropriate level. And many schools in many of the pockets of this country, they are doing. But I cannot say that the whole country is doing, because there are some schools who are very highly progressive. They are looking into the complete, like if NEP comes, then they are already ready. If there is something like NCFSC is there, they are already ready. Such schools, inclusive of our school, we are adopting and adapting. But there are some schools, they are not yet ready to change. That is where the role of all the mentors are required. That is where those management, the parents, those teachers who should be attending these kind of sessions to understand where those children are going. Tomorrow, if they are not ready for change, then it will be a big shocker for them. It will be such a big shocker. So many schools, if you look at Bangalore, there are quite a lot of schools who are doing. But is this happening across the country? I cannot tell. Even in Bangalore, is it happening in all schools? I cannot tell. But yes, many schools have taken up. Not in a big scale that the schools can stand on the rooftop and say, yeah, we are doing. No. It is happening, but it is happening contextually. It is happening relatively. It is also happening in capsule size at the age-appropriate way. But there are some schools who are doing extremely well, okay? And inclusive of our school. When I say extremely well, if I ask my child, any of my students, a direct question, he says, no. You give me a problem, I will solve, but don't ask me to define. Now they came to that level. So this is happening. But unless until the whole lot of country, all the schools in this country take it up, we will have the gap, as he said, between the industry and the schools or colleges. That's what I feel. Yeah. Yeah, please.
May not be absolutely 1:1 question, but I want to share one experience how to deal people. which I learned from Dr. Kalam. You know, in school, always how to spread the positivity, even to the weaker section of students. Why I am saying so? Because I wrote many speeches for Dr. Kalam when he was president, and you know, one day happened, president office is asking some information, and I was quite late in giving, and there was an internet problem, so I quite quickly finished it. It was lunchtime over. He wanted it 11:30. It is 2 o'clock. I rushed to President House. You know, first question what he asked, did you have lunch? I said, sir, already late. Forget about it. Did you have lunch? Or I will arrange lunch for you. Then he said that fantastic. Whatever I have written, fantastic. Then he started correcting, right? Many red ink thing came in. But his fantastic word encouraged my energy double. Immediately I'd go rushed back to office and corrected everything and gave it back. The question is, if in the beginning itself, what you have done is, your time is, so half of my energy is gone. So when you deal students, weakest students, tell him that you are very good. You are all are very fine. Do it this way. You will be better. You are good, you will be better. Not that you are bad, you may good. No. You are good, you will be better. This gives lot of difference between communication, teachers and students. So that's the message I want to give.
That's awesome, sir. That's what makes best teachers. My final question is for Ajit sir. So this actually leads to training, about how we handle teacher training. And you have done a lot of teacher training programs at Agastya. So talk to us a little about what are we missing? How can teacher training programs improve?
My major professor called from America. So occasionally we have this conversation. She said, earlier times, whenever she wants to give assistantship, that means some work-related, study work scholarship, she always used to look for, there's an American lady, she always used to look for an Indian student. She said Indian students used to be very anchored, very patient, never get panicky on any situation. So fundamentals are all were on spot. But now she is saying, now your students are like our students now. Correct? So what is missing? So my request to the teacher community is, of course we have to prepare our children for industries. It's important. Means managing this industrial world, how to manage this industrial world. We have to prepare them. I would say that is only 30% of our task. The 70%, connecting to what Shivu said, if 50% of the engineers in the top companies are Indians, means we are doing something right. What makes us different is our psychosocial evolution. As Indians, we are differently evolved. I'll tell you with all due respect to Western development and all that, just understand that we are unique and different. That means 70% of the importance should go to the psychosocial evolution of the child. We also mentioned, Sharda ma'am also mentioned, or I think, mentioned about socio-emotional learning. So the idea is, find, even in the light of technological advancements, let us find a way to connect to the basic rudimentary psychosocial factors. One example of the psychosocial factor is our family. Our family system is so important to keep that intact. Then one roadmap is there, how to keep this psychosocial evolution alive. See, one remote sensing, from ISRO, one remote sensing scientist had come to our campus, and she said, this particular geography called India is the most diverse geography in terms of geological formations. So the idea is, we are closely linked to our this particular variety, this particular geological formations. That means we are closely linked to our ecology. So we have to interact much more with our environment and ecology, one. Second aspect is, we are well known for our hard work, and we are missing that. If we don't create the right kind of psychosocial tools, then the Netflixes and the Prime videos and all will take our children away. So idea is to create joyful hard work. Joyful hard work, very important. Next is deep connections too. See, one simple example before I close. We have 23 major masalas sit in Kanyakumari kitchen. Same exact masalas sit in Kashmir. Same sits in Manipur. Same sits in Gujarat or Meghalaya or wherever. That means India is integrated more with masalas than Janaganamana. Who put the system in there? Who put the dosages in there? Who are the custodians of this knowledge? See, my grandmother, who went up to only 4th standard, taught me 100 medicinal plants just through proverbs. So we have to preserve our bhasha, we have to preserve our language, we have to preserve our culture, our art forms. Very deep. All should be integrated with the advent of technology. It has become so easy. But our children should watch. I'm the one who gave my daughter, only daughter, Netflix at the age of 16. I got a lot of criticism. But it is not about giving Netflix or not giving Netflix. It is about preparing her to handle Netflix. That is what I'm talking about, the psychosocial evolution.
I just want to add one thing. I think when we deal with kids, right, as a biggest challenge as teachers, I feel we all come from a need economy, right? Earlier, there was a need to study. There was a need to get a good job. There was a need to get into the best companies. Now it's a luxury economy for our kids. There is no need. So it's very difficult to even engage with the kids. So when I was studying my second PUC, I didn't know why I took up engineering, because I was good in maths and science. So the only option was engineering or medical. So my dad always used to tell, he said, study, otherwise it's okay, don't worry, we have a hotel. That scared me more. That you don't have to go to the hotel, otherwise. We have hotels, the restaurants, would be restaurants. So that scared me a lot. So I studied only because I didn't want to do that. Not because I really liked engineering or anything, but there was no option. Once I pick it up, you have to do it, you deliver. That's not true today. So as teachers, how do we keep that love for learning? If I tell my child that my grandfather used to go to school without chappals, he said, why? Why couldn't he buy a chappal? Right? He will not even worry about the effort and other things because they don't understand. So it's very difficult to give them old stories and try to connect to that, because they have not seen that at all. They have not seen difficulties at all in their life. Even the middle class family in India is equivalent to the rich class 20 years back. Right? So the definitions are different. I think as teachers, the biggest challenge we have is to engage them and make them understand why they should, like sir was saying, right? Why should they learn this? Why is it so important for me to run the fundamentals? Because every child today, till 10, they say, I don't know why I'm learning these things. When will I use this geometry? When will I use this trigonometry? And you have older people also saying the same thing, unfortunately. I don't know why you're teaching them trigonometry. I tell them, then it's a failure of a teacher. If somebody has not told them why you need to learn some of those concepts and basics, becomes very difficult at a later age. Then you say, yeah, correct. And as the saying goes, right, by the time you get to know your child is wrong, you start getting to know if your father is right. So that's what will happen. Right? With the teachers also the same thing will happen. So I think that will be the fundamental challenge we'll have, to engage with the kids and make them understand the reason why they're learning something.
Thank you so much, panelists. Ajit sir, Shivu sir, Gautam sir, and Sharda ma'am. Wonderful discussion, wonderful talks. We are going to be breaking for coffee, 10 minutes. So 12:10, 12:20, we will be back here for another interesting session. The panelists will be here. If you have any questions during coffee, you can please approach them and ask your questions. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
They don't always connect learners to the dynamic world of technology, artificial intelligence, or innovation. But the world is changing, and so must education. Enter Nano School's AI STEAM textbooks, hybrid resources that
in the oil. There is mass transfer taking place, diffusion taking place, and there is resistance to mass transfer takes place. The whole chemical engineering and the entire chemistry and pyrochemistry and the solid state, liquid state physical chemistry and chemical physics are built into the lighting of a lamp. This is what scientists do, and this is what scientists learn. So when I say a teacher should be a scientist, what I mean to say is please know what you are doing. When you say something, it's not your conviction. I am quoting such and such a book. No use, because the book contains at least 50-year-old information. If you read a research journal, you are reading some 2-year-old information. If you all want to be on the frontiers, you have to be up to the mark. How many of you are from the international baccalaureate system? Any IB teachers? Okay. So I passed IB twice. IBDP. That is because I have 2 grandsons. I have to sit with them. And I have to pass with them, along with them. And one of the most difficult, I'll just tell you, getting that is very easy. They taught me quite a lot. So I was reacting to them. And as a scientist, they thought, oh, whatever this person says will have some validity. It may not have. But they were critically examining. Today, all my slides I have shown to 2 of my grandsons who did their IBDP. And they have struck out 5 slides as incompatible with the contemporary ethics. I designed an experiment to test a pattern generation for next generation science standards. It involves asking people to stand according to their height. It also asks people to stand according to their weight. Then I have a method by which the BMI is calculated, and I ask them to stand according to that. My first grandson said, public display of BMI of a patient without consent, legal consent, is an objectionable activity. Strike out from your slide. And I read in a research paper, recently there was a discovery for a medicine has been evolved for baldness, receding horseshoe baldness. George Bernard Shaw had a luxuriant beard, but he had less hair. But he calculated the average of the 2 will be the same on the hair. That's a different story. But the research paper, how skeptical, how questioning you have to be. The research paper says this chemical, minidoxil, takes nutrients and oxygen to the root hair, and therefore hair grows. And the scientists ask, where is the evidence that taking oxygen and nutrient to the follicle? There is no published paper on that. It was a wishful common sense thinking. Common sense is nonsense. Most of the common sense is nonsense. And that is what science says, be skeptical. Trust nobody's word for anything. That's what science says. Yes. Can I move to the first slide? Yes. This is the greatest philosopher. He wrote about theory of knowledge, because we are all teachers are knowledge, hawkers, peddlers, suppliers, distributors. Is knowledge a commodity or a product? Can I sell knowledge? Can I create knowledge? Yeah, so there is a production process. Once there is a production, there is a distribution. If there is a distribution, there is an exchange. And if there is an exchange, there is a consumption. That's a commodity pattern. Knowledge is a commodity, but it's a highly perishable commodity. By the time it is produced, some other skeptical scientist is looking at it and saying that this is invalid. That's how things move on. So Bertrand Russell gave the first theory of knowledge. And a misdirected version of that is being taught in the IB schools today as TOK. The theory of knowledge for scientists and the theory of knowledge which IB students do are entirely different. Can I move to the next? Yes. Okay, these are all things. Leave it. Next. To provide an opportunity for students to reflect on the nature of knowledge. Knowledge itself, we don't know what it is, whether it's a process or a product. And they are going to contemplate on it. Next. So there is a famous scientific statement, trust nobody. Can I show you the next? Yes. This is Stephen Hawking's. And of course, me for a chance, yes. He gave the equation, the famous equation, the disorder equation. The entropy of the universe is increasing, that is what he said. But trust not Stephen Hawking. So the first thing we learn is the greatest man should not be trusted. Next one, please. Okay. How many of you teach chemistry here? Organic chemistry? Methane. Okay, sir. In methane, one carbon atom is attached to 4 hydrogen atoms. So a bond consists of how many electrons? This is what teacher says. Very true. No teacher can contradict this. Textbook by Finar will not contradict you. But single electron covalent bonds are existing. This is where the problem is. Now, textbooks are obsolete, and teachers are more obsolete than textbooks because we don't read the full text. So if you have this gap analysis between your knowledge source, so-and-so said, put in ChatGPT, you'll get somebody said it. No. Peer-reviewed reference research journals should be read by teachers. How many of you do that? Okay, I suggest every teacher should have a scientist as mentor. If you can't afford personally, let the school appoint one scientist. There are thousands of retired scientists in this country who are willing to do that. Let us start with an experiment today. Those of you who are interested in knowing the current cutting-edge state of research on science in non-scientific language, in non-technical language, please join my WhatsApp group, SciComm group. You can send give it to you, and tomorrow onwards, you will get news of this type. Whether baldness has been attacked or cosmetic high rate of growth, and should we die at all? Why should we die? Those questions will be discussed in the WhatsApp group.
You posted it few days back.
Yeah. Here is a person who has seen it, yes. So that's the beauty of science. It's an increasing frontier, and that needs a different language, a different vocabulary, and a different grammar. Wren and Martin will not do for that. Not only Wren and Martin, even Fowler's modern English usage will not help. The language of science is not the language of the language. That's the precise point I want to try. It needs a different culture. That's called the scientific culture. 2 days ago, today is Global Teachers' Day. So the first thing is, teacher's voice should be heard. But teacher's voice should be authentic voice, not parodies. Next one, please. Okay. Now coming back to IB. How many of you use it on a regular basis? AI and IB. Oh, we don't have many IB teachers here, sorry. I think I have mentally synchronized my talk to the IB teachers who teach TOK as a specific subject. So from that specific subject, I am coming to the generic one of knowledge management. Yes, so we have decided for language acquisition subjects, the use of AI, translation of language improvement, is not permitted. That's the only one currently unapproved by the IB board. So this is the decision the IB board has taken as far as the application of ChatGPT is concerned. Next, please. Okay, this is the all of you would have seen psychology students. Okay, now this is what is required. You teachers who are seeing the hair, please see the other one. You have been trained to see only one aspect, and you refuse to recognize that there is another aspect equally valid. So I'm asking you for a paradigm shift in your thinking with respect to this. And this is what the great theoretician of science, Thomas Kuhn, said as the paradigm shift. The current paradigm in teaching should be shifted by an entirely diametrically opposite view. Next one, please. Okay. One of the mindsets required, there are several mindsets required, and in fact, I shall not go into those details, but let me say, water. When you see water, like the lamp I was lighting, you see water as a liquid which you can pour from one another, you can drink and all that. But do you think that these are molecules which are randomly colliding, and these are H2O molecules which have a different existence? You think only as a pourable liquid with which you can wash your rice or cook your kanji. But with a drop of water, you should be able to prove that water exists not only as a flowable fluid, but also as a molecule together. That is called the water duality. For example, in physics, we teach a particle light can exist both as a wave and a particle. Wave-particle duality in light. There is wave-particle duality of water. So today's students, in fact, a 14-year-old child across the world should have a minimum baggage, science baggage. That is what we call the paisa baggage. Every 14-year-old child across the world, no matter which country you are, you must have an irreducible minimum of science baggage. And you can build on top of that. In the absence of that, you cannot do. Can I just move to that? Because leave this. These are all not, yeah. Can you take further? This is what happened. You applied deduction. This hen, every day you are giving 100 gram food. It's going up and growing. And you have a linear thinking. Today I gave 100 gram, its weight increased. Tomorrow also. But then on December 24th, something happened and it dropped down. So inductive thinking will have its limitations. Deductive thinking also has its, you take a centipede or centipede. Take a forceps and do an inhuman act. Cut its legs. Cut the first leg, it will move. Cut the second leg, it will move. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Cut the 13th, 14th leg, it will not move. Now you hypothesize. The power of locomotion of the centipede or the millipede is on its 40th leg. Appears very scientific. This is called pseudoscience. Most of us do not know what is science, but we all know what is not science, and we practice that. So to differentiate between science and pseudoscience, you need an intellectual baggage. Next one. How many of you are familiar with the paisa system? Okay, fine. So just let me see my connection with the Korea. The Cho who inaugurated this, she's a close friend of mine, and she's the president of an association called Public Communication for Science and Technology. Korean students stood first in the PISA test. The 14-year-old child of Korea today stands on the top with a science baggage that will propel that country into 2040 much faster. Next one, please. Yes, look at it. I have interacted with the teachers in Singapore, China, Japan, South Korea, and in South Korea, you will find in maths they are 527, science 528, and reading 515. And where do we stand? We do not know. In science, you cannot understand what you cannot measure. What you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Knowledge management can be done only if you measure. You can say, my students are the brightest. How do they stand like this? Should they be on the Cambodian side or on the Singaporean side? We do not know. Long back, India participated in the PISA test, both Himachal Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, and we were 78 and 82, and we stopped. We would not like to be evaluated because it is global north system of education. We would not like to be measured. We got out of it. And now we are trying to enter into that. So we will see where we stand, because unless we measure, we can never understand. So measurement is the heart of science. Next one, please. These are the next generation science. I'm not going into that. Can you take me one last slide? The next generation science standards of the United States gives that essential, vital package which every child should have to take off to another field. Still further. Yes. Now, the most fundamental one is this morning, if you have watched how the wigs were lit, you will find I was the first to start. It started from here. Then it went to this. If you were quantitative, you will find that it moved in the clockwise direction. Why did we not go in the anti-clockwise direction? So observation, if you have observed this, you would have found out a lot of scientific. Of all the things, the most important thing in science is pattern recognition. So to do pattern recognition, there are several different patterns. Next one, please. Yeah. Normally I do exercises in the classroom for these making simple patterns, creating meaningful patterns, finding meaning in patterns, attributing significance to patterns, constructing qualitative patterns, constructing quantitative patterns, detecting trends. Gaussian distribution can be shown straight away over here, and sensing graphs, generating patternlessness. So this is only one part of the NGSS syllabus of the K-12 system today. This is what a 14-year-old child in an educationally advanced country is possessing. Now you can sense the difference between that. I stop here. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Jayaraman sir, for your enlightening words. And if you have any quick questions, we can have 2 questions if you have any. We'd request anyone just raise your hands. No. I think it's very clear. I mean, okay.
So it was really pleasure listening to your talk, and it was wonderful. I have one question. We said TOK. How are you differentiating between TOK and depth of knowledge, sir? Theory of knowledge and DOK.
Theory of knowledge is known as epistemology by scientists. And the basic foundation of it was laid in mathematical metaphysics by Sir Bertrand William Russell. Now, knowledge begins with a doubt. Doubt is the beginning of every knowledge. If you have no doubt, if you believe in the scriptures, you have no doubt. But every knowledge begins with a doubt. Now imagine for a moment, it is very hot sun. I am standing in the sun for a while and I get tired, I go under a tree and take rest. After some time, a donkey also comes and takes rest. Is my consciousness and the donkey's consciousness are the same? Behaviorally, both of us responded to an external stimuli. Now differentiating this type of phenomenological concurrence is what knowledge or epistemology is concerned. Epistemology is mathematical philosophy, and TOK is a subset of that. In fact, today, as it is being practiced for that 3 marks in IB system, TOK, it is a distorted version of epistemology. But it is much, much better than, because there is no other theory of knowledge elsewhere. This speaks about observation, data mining, data processing, data cleaning, and then finding a trend analysis. To that extent, TOK is excellent. And in fact, it gives a wider perspective to the IB students in the international community. That's an advantage. Epistemology can be done only at a much higher level when you are a research scientist and you are familiar with metaphysics in a greater detail.
So where do we put AI into, sir?
Okay. Now, if you want to do TOK on AI, there is no difficulty. Any version which is given by ChatGPT for asking a good question. Now the problem is we ask a number of questions, but we still do not know how to ask a good question to ChatGPT. So a number of iterative processes are involved, getting a response from ChatGPT, making an intelligent response to that. And then only 3 or 4 rounds if you take, you will be able to ask an intelligent or a good question to ChatGPT. And you will get a number of, you can ask, give me 7 different versions, 7 different narratives. But the problem is, you can fit with your ingenuity and cleverness many of the narratives in the cause and effect relationship. Most of the time you will find that it's only correlation and it's not a cause and effect. So our difficulty is the donkey, human being taking, both of them took rest under the tree. That's a correlation. And it's not a cause and effect relationship. Differentiating between cause and effect, finding the mechanism of cause and effect, and differentiating it completely from correlation, that is where TOK and epistemology comes differently.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. A lazy mind will, like Newton's first law, everybody will continue in states of inertia all through. So a lazy mind will remain a lazy mind. Laziness can probably be magnified by using ChatGPT by getting a rapid response. Yes. But today, as Madam showed, you have a chatgpt.com, which will show you the 14 words are there. If it's repeated, the pattern in that will let you know that. Mm-hmm. It is a good thing to use ChatGPT because it throws your mind open to many other things, including nonsense.
Correct, sir. But so problem is now young mind don't want to understand that. They want to just copy and they want to show in front of the teachers.
Yes.
So how to stop them, sir, like doing that? Now they're thinking that AI is not doing any mistake in giving them answers. But being a teacher, being a human being, definitely we could have some mistakes while explanation, while doing some work. But they think that if AI is giving us correct explanation, then why I should go to the teacher? So how we can turn them?
Yes.
So how to change their mind?
This is, I would say, an existential question for the teacher. Am I being replaced? Yes. To a large extent, as long as the teacher gives a provider or a hawker of information. Teacher is not a hawker or a supplier of information. Today, the student has much more access to information, the capacity to process information. So that if you can impart that knowledge, I give you 4 pieces of information, you process it and let me know. So information processing is what is the step to knowledge. So ChatGPT will not help, but it will give you a number of scenarios. For example, for one problem, you can get, let us say, 10 solutions. Corresponding to each solution, you have to create a scenario. Then that scenario is your narrative and you will find that this solution is right. But you have 10 scenarios and you have 10 solutions. How will you choose among them? So you have to murder your own darlings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and choose one. That is where your discretion comes. At the moment, the human skill lies in eliminating reducing the number of possibilities generated which we are not capable of generating. So we should use it, as you said, as man servant. Man Friday, sorry, not Saturday. Young minds are quite aware of that. I am taught ChatGPT by my grandson. How to use it properly. How to use it properly. That is very important.
So today we are talking about ChatGPT, which is entered into school assignments or projects. But if you know the engineering graduates or your projects, isn't it? They all get it done ready-made because there are stores. I know that next to the engineering college, there are stores, Xerox offices, Xerox shops, which will just photocopy the projects. And
earlier, retired professors were writing it and giving it.
Okay. Okay, so you
learned by that process.
So it's not a new challenge, for us that I think we have to stop giving projects which comes in the form of a spiral bind. So the spiral bind projects actually tamper, they allow children to tamper. And we just store it on our tables. We have to give them problem solving, critical thinking, lateral thinking, situations where they observe, like Sir just brought up a wonderful phenomena between, just the striking of a matchstick and then burning of the wick and that process. So how many of us have at least taught this simple phenomena in the class? So that's amazing, sir. Thank you.
I'm interrupting you. Hold on. She spoke about problem solving. And there will be eloquent lectures on problem solving without knowing what a problem is.
Absolutely.
A problem is a significant difference of what is and what should be. This is the current situation in engineering. I want this 20% efficiency on that. So current state and the significant change I want. Problem is the difference between what is and what should be. Without knowing what a problem is, the moment the word problem is solved, we immediately say problem solving. Critical thinking. Do we think?
Right.
Have you taken your EEG? A teacher, instead of a B.Ed degree, should have her electroencephalogram described. The alpha, beta, gamma waves should be found out. So there should be a more scientific approach to the profession.
Absolutely. And also your suggestion of having one scientist as a mentor for school
Yes,
is
every school should
mind-blowing, and that will develop definitely, scientific temper.
Not for scientific temper. Ask that scientist to come and stand before the students and let them ask all number of questions. And ask him to do something, and he will do it differently from others.
Yeah.
If I am to light a lamp, I will do it differently.
And nothing like scientists who have studied some 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah, the oldest are the better in this case.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, sir, one basic question I am asking, sir.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
In fact, I am not a basic scientist, I am an applied scientist.
What
But still, I will try to
Sir,
apply.
I second and support what she said. Every school or institution should have a scientist as a mentor. It is a very, very acknowledgeable point. And today's theory or whatever theme is there, teachers as scientists. I really appreciate whoever has framed that one. Now my basic question is, what is that we are doing, whether at a school level, high school level or middle school, to promote science, popularize science, propagate science to school level? The reason is you narrated with an example, matchstick with a camphor, phosphorus, sulfur, everything. Should you not have a school of practical science or practical physics and other things? Like how you demonstrate chemistry, physics, everything. Are we doing anything to promote science, popularize science? And
Write to us, we will come to your school. We have been doing it in Mumbai, we have been doing it in Bangalore.
Sir, that's...
and it is the mission of the Royal Society that science should be taken to the students.
Sir, here altogether different happening in the last 10 years in Bangalore only.
I understand. The problems I understand.
They
Bangalore
want
has the
physics,
largest
chemistry,
number of
maths in
scientists.
PUC for doing engineering. But after that, no BSc, no MSc. So all those who do BSc will become teacher ordinary.
These are all fashionable nonsense of certain times, Higher superstition among people that engineering fetches larger salary. But today, after some time, you will find that the engineering students are not suitable. The life of a chemical engineer will be 3 years, life cycle. He will have to reinvent himself. Life cycle of education, except in medicine, you need constant updating. Otherwise, you will be prescribing aspirin.
I think we should do something regarding to popularize.
So that is why we asked Chow to address us. She is the chief of science communication across the world. And she has a beautiful program which she did in Korea. And in Mumbai, many of the schools, we scientists go and spend time with them. And we are willing to. That's why I invited you to join my WhatsApp. It will give you at least information that carbon has a single bond. When you teach in the class that a bond consists of 2 electrons. Pardon?
So, I have a question.
I will give you that, yes.
Sure.
Dr. Senthil has a question.
Yeah, Dr. Jayaraman, I think I missed a teacher like you in my school. So probably I would have taken a science stream than not getting into history, economics, geography. But probably I think I did that for a great reason, that I left all that and started doing something what I like. But I just wanted to add to that particular PISA slide. India is going to participate first time from November 15th till January 15th. 200 private schools in India are going to participate in PISA for schools, which is a private version.
Yeah.
And I think it took us almost a couple of years to get OECD to sign, and I take a little. I will love to take a little credit that I was responsible for getting that into India.
And many schools in Bombay have taken our advantage to train the students for the PISA.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I think if there are schools which would love to kind of participate
If you want PISA training for science, maths, and reading, content-wise, curated content.
Sure.
We will be
so
happy
thank you
to
very
provide.
much for raising it, because sometimes what happens, we get into most of the assessments and get results and put it, give it awards and during the assembly time, but don't take the learning out of what exactly. So it's a good diagnostic tool for schools to basically go back and look at their minds, math, science, and reading program. So, sir, for your next slide, I think I'll add one slide for you saying that India will participate in 24 for PISA for schools.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you all for the wonderful interaction. So next, we'll have to speed up. I think you are not hungry, but we will get hungry soon. So I invite Ajit Basu, the Chief Consultant at Agastya International Foundation, and they educate over 2 million disadvantaged children annually through hands-on STEAM education across 21 states. His roles include developing and managing educational programs and coordinating teacher training. So we already had an interaction, so I am not going to elaborate further. Over to you, sir.
Down is where? This is. Okay. Namaste. Namaste. Very interesting talk by Jairam sir. And what is happening, we are in 23 states now, Agastya Foundation, and we are reaching close to 2.6 million children. Now, what is the biggest gap? See, we have scaled up quite well. We have scaled up across, and we have. See, when our chairman, Dr. Mr. Ramji Raghavan, and along with Dr. P.K. Iyengar and all these great people got together, initial idea was to start a school. Then Dr. P.K. Iyengar suggested it is not the school which is required at this point. There are a lot of gaps. Even the essential gaps are not filled. So Dr. Jairam was mentioning about that, because exposure gap is the biggest gap in Indian public education. I'm not talking much about the private schools, because there are a lot of other privileges they enjoy, but not the typical government schools of India. For example, we may have a village, we'll have 4 schools but 1 math teacher. So they have to share a math teacher. So, so we are traveling across India. We are going and figuring out how to scale up. So Dr. Iyengar and all the early pioneers of our movement said, let us simulate situations where fundamentals are taught. Basic fundamentals, like Dr. Jairam was mentioning about Newton's law. And we are here to supplement the government school education. Helping the teacher, supporting the teacher to teach better. That's all. We don't have much tall claims or anything. We had a humble beginning, and now we are in this process of creating exposure nodes across the country where teachers are exposed to alternatives of learning and approaching science. So I just want to present one new project we have initiated. So we were doing teacher training since 2014, almost 10 years. Then we started looking at, after giving all this teacher training both in content and process, what will happen to the teacher? So we started inquiring. It took us about 1.5 years. A lot of thought leaders like Dr. Jairam and all we interacted with. And they asked us to look into few aspects. Because please understand that we are dealing with government school teachers who have no facilities in their schools, no labs, especially in the hardcore village areas. So we said, what is a meta teacher? What is a teacher who looked into the possibility of science in multitude of ways and various ways to address the deeper understanding in science? So we some of the discussions were on the Constitution of India. So there is a fundamental rights described there. There's a spirit of inquiry there, scientific temper there, humanism there. Luckily, our forefathers, whoever framed it, saw the right possibility for us, actually. Because science got, they said science has to be integrated into our common life. So that way, we did it right. So I'm just going to talk about what the teacher training team is doing. We've trained about 30,000 teachers after 2014. And now we are 11 states of India, primarily teaching only government school teachers. So here, connecting to what Dr. Jairam said, the question was about a teacher as a scientist. So we started discussing, we brainstormed within ourselves. We have scientists in our team, and we have very senior scientists in our team, and they all said 2 processes, which has its own distinct characters. See, one side, the right side, is a cycle of constructivism we are following in our teacher training. So we said there is a 5E model all of your teachers and you're aware of. The engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate stream. Other side, there is this scientific process, which as our senior scientists described, research question, hypothesizing, data and evidences, and analysis and conclusions. How will we marry this together? That was a question. And that was a very dynamic question, actually. So we said, it need not be like finding a correct, exact solution. Like said, all sorts of rhetorics will come in, all sorts of words will be thrown in. It need not be that. It can be elements, see both the fields, one is the field of education and another is the field of research. Both have its own strengths and weaknesses. So idea is to find the right kind of, a synthesis. So we came up with this one training program, which is a 4-day residential training program. We said, okay, in the field of education, we cannot go into hardcore science processes because I'm dealing with government school teachers. IISc has done some amazing initiatives in a place called Chelakere. They have a great institute and they do content training in a deeper sense. But for us, it is about primary task is to inspire. Inspire the teacher to look into science in a different ball game, as a different dynamic, interesting, exciting phenomena. So we said we should talk about what is interdisciplinary idea, what is constructivism, how to go beyond textbooks, and how to create the right reflective practices in your classroom, and how to bring environmental consciousness. We have to be very responsible to our environment, how to bring that attitude, and how to integrate technology responsibly. Also, we talked about, we also integrated the 4 C's into our teacher training. Now, the idea is this, it's a very simple idea in a practical sense. We will bring a lab. There are plenty of independent labs in this country, very effectively working across the nation. We will invite a lab to work with teachers. We select about 25 to 30 teachers. We have done 2 pilots already. We will bring an artist group to bring the psychosocial and emotional side of science. We will also bring designers and filmmakers. Why? Because we want the teachers to learn to present. Once you have iterated and learned the principles and how to express in the classroom, because we were thinking we need to prepare the teachers for the new century. How you're going to interact with the new age children, not the children of the past where I was growing up, I was learning. It's a different ball game where teachers used to define everything, what you should do and what you should not do. But it's not like that anymore. So there's a lot of free thinking is coming into our field of education. So there's a lot of discussions are happening, quite a lot of positive things are happening. So we thought, how to make this very meaningful? There's another question. To make it very meaningful, we thought we will bring an umbrella concept called climate change. And all these ideas where the lab's working on it, and the artist group working on it, and lot of discussions we'll have, like we call it coffee table discussions across, spread around the workshop. All that will happen centered around this idea called climate change. For example, in the last pilot workshop, we were discussing about about the apple production in Himachal Pradesh, how climate change is affecting apple production in Himachal Pradesh. And in the previous pilot, we were discussing about, can diatoms be the indicators of climate change? So we went to a water body and we started, along with the teachers, we started looking at such things. So primarily the workshop, 70 to 80% of the workshop happens on the field and the open space and in the nature setting. Why? Because we want to bring in the idea of that environmental consciousness into it. Another analogy our team came up with. If I have to teach bicycle balance to 40 children or 30 children, then I have to give them each one of them one bike. Then each one of them will take their own time and pace, and each one will have different competencies. Some will learn in 1 hour, some will learn in 2 days, some may not even learn. So the idea is, we were asking, what is the bicycle balance of physics? How a child achieves, because the end of the day, that inspiring critical moment where I started loving physics, the whole idea. So what we found is that in a larger scale, it's all about the passion about a subject or a topic or whatever subject you want to look into. So inspiring and get them to that critical moment of that passion is the whole point. So bicycle balance, that tipping point. So this is our objective. You can read it. It's just introducing and making them experience the meta dimensions of teaching, which I mentioned. What are the meta dimensions? Then the 4 C's. So we explain. I'm going to skip all this for the lack of time. Then, when the teachers go back to their respective schools, they will carry a learning experience action plan with them. And they will also get trained by a professional film making group on filmmaking, and they have to edit individually, find a climate change issue and make a film. And when they leave the workshop after the 5th day, they'll carry this film back to their school to show it to their children. And they'll also have to teach their children how to make films, because we've been teaching them storyboarding, how to convert a concept into a filmmaking idea through storyboarding and all that we were teaching them. The idea is to create such level of inspiration in children, because the present day children across India love films and art and theatre. So these are some of the activities happened. So this is a question to the audience. Even Jairam sir and all important people are there. So what is common with these people? You're familiar with all these people, no? And I had the good fortune of interacting with few of them. Personally interacting with few of them. What is common? All are teachers. Humble. Scientific bent of mind. Curiosity. They all want to bring in a change. Sir? Please, sir.
All of them
can
explain a complex thing in a simpler way.
Okay, sir. Huh? Learning attitude. Sir? Very inspiring, very inspiring. Passion in whatever they do. Sir, madam?
They kept going on. They never just preached, they did actually what they wanted to show to people.
Correct.
They just did and then they...
Yeah. Beautiful, yeah. So what were their commitment? Just let us think about that. What were their commitment? Huh? That is one side. I think I would request Jairam sir to this one question, sir. What is common in them? You know many of them, Satish Jawanji, and I have not met him, but I have met Mashekar ji. What is common in them as far as social commitment towards the country?
In their younger days, they produce some knowledge. Later, they were rewarded for Mashalkar, Fellow of the Royal Society. Gagandeep Kang, Fellow of the Royal Society, 2 FRS. President of India. Mechanical Engineering from
Anna University.
You will find Satish Dhawan, Material Scientist. Madhav Gadgil, Silent Valley. So Jala Ramkare's work I am not...
Mathematician.
That's why I am not... Oh, our own person. Yes.
Yeah, Ramanujan Award.
All public luminaries.
Yeah.
Visible scientists we call it. And most scientists are invisible.
Yeah, exactly. So somewhere they exhibited a lot of commitment to the country. And we have a lot of stories around their lives which we can tell our children as stories. What about them? So this person, you may not be aware, this leftmost top, he never went to school, but he was one of the mangrove export of the country. Kalan Bakkudan. And Tulsi Gowda, you know, she's a walking encyclopedia of forestry. Rajendra Singh is only maybe the well-educated one in this. So my question is, are we creating them? So we are trying to ask this question through this meta workshop. It's a humble effort. It's nothing deeper or this way. We are asking this simple question where are we creating these kind of passionate, responsible, committed individuals for the nation? We started with the Constitution and we are ending up with this question. Thank you. Any questions?
For the nation.
I feel AI per se is not the problem. The idea is how we use it is going to be the problem. See, now they are calling it generative AI. A new generation of AI is going to come which is called embodied AI. Where it is said, like Janam sir mentioned, a robot becoming a teacher. That's an embodied AI. A soldier, a robot becoming a soldier is an embodied AI. But it's all designed and created and justified by us.
So that's true. But one day will come that they will lead us.
It's all
just... Because yesterday I was reading somewhere that how much AI, how much question you are asking to them, they are becoming more smarter.
Yeah.
And they will answer you in that way. So one day will come, then they can lead us.
But still it is a tool. Still it is a tool only. Still. To this date.
Second point, sir. Don't you feel that it can, nowadays we are emphasizing a student learn this hands-on experience and all, take this. One day you will become like model, one day you will become like some artist and all. AI can kill the job also.
That's what Jairam sir was mentioning.
Sir, why not? Because once one model, suppose I'm giving you, I can show you one example, sir. This example I have.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have an AI workshop coming. So all these questions you can talk to the AI expert because we are running out of time. I'm really sorry.
No,
so I'm just interrupting.
Yeah.
Just any other questions, please?
Simple. My question was...
we got the question. So we'll answer you in the AI workshop because it is 100% AI only.
Yesterday I was telling my son, don't use mobile or laptop or this screen, like you will be screen addicted. Then how
I agree. We'll get back to you with the correct answer and the expert will answer that.
Sure,
so
sir.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Any other...
Actually, one question. I'm here, myself Vijay B. And today's theme as teachers, as scientists, all the teachers are being focused on the AI because we are thinking of it, and it's just a tool. Yes, so how we use it, we accept. And why do we give value as a teacher and educator in the classroom management? And one thing which cannot be met is social, economic, emotional learning skills of a student. When we touch that and when we as an educator deal with that, any type of AI cannot rule the teacher's life.
Actually, yeah, Sharda ma'am was explaining like that when she was speaking. Anyway, if there are no questions, then I can... Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I'm being very rude. So it's because I'm getting hungry. So anyway, so going back to the core discussions, we have one more speaker before we break for lunch. I hope you all agree. Okay, so let me invite the next speaker. Sorry, Manesh Bakshi. So he is a director with the National Council of Science Museums, an autonomous scientific body under India's Ministry of Culture. His role primarily involves spearheading technology advancements within museums. Among his notable projects is the curation of... Yeah, I just want this to be read, and I know you don't want this, but we, as a student, I've gone to Vishwesvaraya Museum. I've pushed my kids to go into Vishwesvaraya Museum and spend a whole day, and they felt that, oh, it's so boring. But at this age, I realized that it's really important for them to spend more than a day there. And I want all my students in schools to spend more time in these science museums. And we need curators like him to explain it to our students why it is more important today, especially when we are all talking about AI. So this is really, I think, the most critical session we are going to have, and I'm honored to welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. I have two challenges. Number one, batting after Sachin Tendulkar is a very difficult proposition. And number two is now we are in a rain-marred test match where already some sessions are gone. So I have the responsibility of becoming the Yesu, Jaswal, so that we can finish the test match very fast. Just to give some initial reactions to whatever discussions were going on. Firstly, Jayaraman sir talked about, or someone of you asked this question about the existential crisis of the teacher. I have a very small feeling about it since cricketing metaphors are going on. I initiated it. So I once again take help of the cricketing metaphor. I remember one match India was playing in the World Cup when we were talking a lot about Bob Woolmer's new techniques in cricket. He brought in with South Africa. Everything was going on very well for them. Now, all on a sudden, West Indies in that year was not a very strong team. It was a poor team rather. And Brian Lara started playing on one day, and he just thrashed the whole Bob Woolmer theory and everything, and it went away. Geoffrey Boycott was doing the commentator's duty, and someone asked him, what did Lara do, or what did West Indies do so that all these theories were gone? He said, bat well, bowl well, and field well. Simple. I think we still stand here. No matter what AI is, what electronics is, what communication is, bat well, bowl well, field well, and that's it. And secondly, regarding the teaching, once again, I'll come to one more point. What Jayaraman sir also very nicely brought in. Many times we talk about things without understanding that, and Feynman had a fantastic episode about it. He theorized one theorem. He said that any theorem that mathematicians propose are trivial, because in Princeton, they used to say this is equal to that is equal to that, and so this comes to this, and it's trivial, it's proven. So when it is proven, it is trivial. So anything that they can prove is actually trivial. That was his comment. And then we have discussed about the importance of teacher, whether the robot will teach and the teacher will become unimportant. I remember one comment in class by Professor Shankar Ramamurthy in Yale University. And he said, when I was a student, I was studying physics, my textbook was 800 pages. When I became a teacher, it was about 1400 pages. And now today I prescribe you the book which is 3600 pages. But I don't find anybody here who is 4 times more, who has 4 times more brain size than me. So please come to the class, because you will need someone to guide through the actual way. The teacher is never going to be replaced by anybody else. I don't find any robot anything, because why is it so? The robot can perhaps, the ChatGPT or whatsoever, about ChatGPT I have a very strong idea, and I have brought it from Noam Chomsky, who said it's a very sophisticated plagiarization. That was the exact comment that Noam Chomsky used. Anyway, so about this Shankar Ramamurthy way, he said the artificial intelligence and tools and all that, whatever you call, I have an objection to calling it intelligence at all. It's a statistical analysis. It gives you some patterns, but it doesn't show you any what should I say, any humanly intuition that can lead you to something completely different that way. Let the artificial intelligence first achieve one Einstein, and then we'll find out whether it is going to replace anybody else. I don't think it's going to happen. But anyway, so it can summarize a book very well, but it can never tell you that for thermodynamics, that chapter and that particular topic, please read Zemansky. It can't tell you that for that particular topic, you please read that book and that particular part and find out this is the reason why it is very interesting. So the teacher is never going to go anywhere. Madam, I can assure, I'm an older man, but in my lifetime, it's not happening, not even in your lifetime. Yes, the young generations, I'll tell you. Here also, I have my answer that way. What I feel is, see, I ask you a question. Can you please tell me who was the richest person in the last century? We'll struggle to find out. But we know who was Archimedes. We know who was Newton. So the kids will also understand the difference of Archimedes and Newton and the richest person last century. So right now, and if I ask you, in the year 1986, what was the most famous Hindi song that was hit all over the world? You will struggle once again. But if I ask you, have you heard Aaja Re Pardesi? Oh yeah, that's it. I know. So what transcends the age, what has got tested through the experiments of time, nothing can replace that so easily. We human beings are wired for connections. We are wired for communications. We are wired for relationships. You remember the period of COVID. We all were so starved. We were looking to meet people because our whole civilization is based on human contact and human communication. So a robot, even if it comes to the class and teaches you the finest of wisdoms therein, it will not look into the person who is receiving it. They will not understand how to deal with that particular person with emotion, with empathy. And without empathy, without emotion, no teaching will ever work anywhere. And that is why teachers who are behaving like robots are failures, and teachers who are human beings are the most successful ones who drives us into certain ideas. Thank you so much. I had a long proposition, but I'll cut it short and go very fast that way. Well, I don't remember. I'll take anecdotes from my own experience of life when I was a student. I'm made into what my teachers were. I'm entirely their product, actually. And I remember many of them sentence by sentence. So I'll quote here one anecdote. I don't remember any good teacher who didn't initiate us into some subject without any anecdote. In fact, they will always have some stories to initiate us into something. I remember this teacher. We had weekly tests to be given every year. I was a student in a Ramakrishna Mission school. And this teacher gave us one problem in one such weekly exam, that draw one angle 22.5 degrees without using the protractor, only use the compass and the scale. We were smart enough. We did that. 60, 30, 15, 7.5. And 15 plus 7.5 is 22.5. And we all got 0. And we protested to the teacher, mathematics teacher. His name was Sri Visheshwar Bhattacharya. He is one of my mentors that way. So we went to him. No, sir, we are correct. Logically, everything is all right. How do you do that? He said, no, science is not only the legality of it being correct. Science has got more elegance in it. I will propose 90, 45, 22.5. And he said, think alternatively. Find out this is more elegant. And you know, and then he came to the accuracy. And he said, when you are drawing actually 60, you are not drawing 60. It is 57 point something. So the more number of steps you follow, actually your margin of error is increasing there. So this is not the way that you go about it. Well, then what's the point? The point is any teacher worthy of their salt. And here I have another problem. I mean, in English, there is no epicene personal pronoun or possessive adjective. So for all the cases, he will mean she. And when I use his, it will also mean her. And also HIR, her as well. I have no problem. So anyway, that is why I have to mention that any teacher worthy of his salt, really, they are always scientists, if they are good ones. We are certainly not talking about those ones who are not worthy of their salt. If someone is, then they are always using scientific methods. The question remains, who is a scientist? Is there any terminology as the scientist? This is the way scientists behave? I have my doubt. I'll give you an example. There are collector scientists, there are categorizer scientists, there are analytical scientists, there are detective scientists, plenty of types. And if you just consider the understanding of DNA, you will find out there was Francis Crick, there was Watson, there was, Linus Pauling, and none of them are similar in their origin, in their education, in their history, and Rosalind Franklin. In their attitude, they are so very different. So I think scientists are as a collection, they are exactly as like the lawyers, as like the cricketers or sportsmen, as like any other thing. And scientists could be anything else as well, I suppose. So there is no the scientist, but there are scientists who are characterized with certain things that Dr. Jayaraman was so nicely explaining. They will always try to see beyond what is just apparent. This seeing beyond the apparent will be their main criteria. And while doing that, I had the fortune of working with, for a significant period, with a scientist whom I consider to be a great Indian scientist, Professor Parthapratim Majumdar, who is currently the National Science Chair as well. And he told me something very important. Actually, he gave me the assignment to create one interpretation center at his own institute, National Institute of Biomedical Genomics. I curated it. When he came for the first time, he said, I approached Smithsonian and they asked for a lot of money, so I discarded them. But mind you, I'll give you the money, whatever is possible for us, but I'll not compromise on the kind of quality that it is. And later on, after 2 years we could make it, and he brought in his friend who actually did the Smithsonian one, and in front of us, that person, the scientist, admitted, you have done a better job. So maybe he was very generous and magnanimous in that way. But what PPM told me was very important to me. I asked him, sir, you are a pure research organization. Why do you need an interpretation center at your place? And he explained it to me so nicely. He said, see, I need my people to come continuously. And most of the people, when they come out of their college, they are not sure what, even if they are willing to pursue science, they don't know which stream to adopt. What exactly is the current problem that I can work on? And they also don't know what is their point of interest. So I need an exhibition, I need a presentation that, see, this is the state of the art in my subject, and these are the problems that you are dealing with. So if you are interested, next day you are welcome to try your luck with our institution. This is number one. And the second point is, he said, I also want another thing to happen. Make no mistake, even if you are just a pure scientist always working in your mind and in your labs, you have to go out for money. You have to convince people that your work is important. And when you do that, you need to communicate. And Feynman used to say that if you cannot communicate in 5 minutes what you are doing, you are not worth doing that job. So exactly that is what he said. I want a platform where the people should come and test their own communication skill. They must speak to the other prospective candidates and students so that they can come and they can test whether this is a good subject for them, whether they are clicking with it. So the point is, then I thought, and he also gave this vision to us, what Dr. Goswami was also talking about. If you can have, and of course through Augusta Foundation they are also doing it, if you can have several places where you have the multiplicity of choice, you go there and find out what you like and what you do not, then you know what is the way to go. I think that is why the teachers need to have some choices in their classrooms, some facilities there where students can have the multiplicity of options. Now, one question came out about the money, what we get, and what this will happen. This will always remain. Commerce can never be ignored. And sir also nicely told us why education is a product and it is also a commodity. But at the same time, I would like to refer to one person. We know it. We know the answer in psychology, but we tend to ignore it. I would refer to one person. His name was Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who created the concept of flow in psychology. And there he showed that a man's best reward is a work when work is its own reward. And he showed it experimentally several times that when you give incentives, when you give rewards and people work for the incentive, first the incentive boosts some performance. But then what happens? The incentive becomes a tension. If I miss it, I'll miss that. If I can't do it, then I'll miss that. And that reduces the performance quite a lot. So the teacher has to encourage, I think, I'm not a teacher, so please don't consider, these are all my opinions. These are not validated by any social science experiment. But I have worked with teachers for quite a long time, almost 35 years, and that's why I'm sharing some of my opinions. But once again, I'll call them opinion. Test it with your own minds. And you are much more respectable than me. You are much more knowledgeable than me. So you can do it on your own. So what he said is that when the teachers can lead someone to do the thing without asking for whether this will take me to the engineering college, whether this will take me to the best possible salaries that I can get, they have to encourage people or the kids to do something what they like. And they must be able to say, yes, I'm enjoying it. I'm doing it very nicely. As long as you can do it, everything else is a corollary. They will just follow up and they will align with the options, whatever is available. Now, regarding the adoption of technology and adoption of techniques, I have once again a memory to share. I was working in the Delhi National Science Center there. And one day I was the head of the education section there. And one day, two ladies came to me. They were very agitated, very annoyed. And they came to me and they said, sir, your program is not going well. We engaged two education officers to undertake one science hobby camp, where for 15 days the students came and they were performing something. Now, actually, frankly speaking, it was my fault. I didn't get into the details of the program, what they were doing. They were experienced people, so I relied upon. I said, okay, let it go. But that was laziness. And laziness was also discussed here. If you are lazy, that laziness can amplify, but fundamentally cannot change, or someone cannot make you lazy. I was lazy. So I ignored it that way. But these two ladies, they came and they said, do you know, they're only trying to teach some sort of carpentry and nothing else is happening. They're making some structures and no relationship with science is being practiced. So I apologized, and that lady gave me a vision immediately with the next sentence, which I carry till date. She said, I don't mind my kids not learning the finest possible scientific things immediately. I'm not expecting anything else. But घर में जाके एक दो बार न्यूटन केपलर बोल दे मैं खुश हो जाऊंगी. वो तो होना चाहिए. I understood that. That is the orientation. That is the expectation really. You must speak science, no other nonsense. So, next day, I changed the whole program and I started going to the program, and I thought about a little. I'm not saying it was a very successful one, but I would claim that it changed. How it changed, I'll explain you. I went to them and I told them that, see, when we do science, we need to face many situations which otherwise we think is very simple, but it is not. Suppose I ask you, we have a trough full of water and there is one outlet. Open the outlet and the water goes. Now I want you to make a plot of what is the rate of this water oozing out and how with time you can show what is the pattern. Is there any pattern? How we can do that? And what happened is the moment they opened the notch, the water was whoosh, gone. And that is exactly what happens. I told them this is the point why I took up this problem. You need to control. And if you control, then you are not getting the natural flow. So you have to accept that it will flow very fast. What can you do? And if you make the nozzle very thin, then also you are actually controlling the natural flow. That is not permissible. So you have to create one elaborate system in which you can very quickly measure the head levels. And for that you need electronics. And for that you need some sort of computation. For that you have to create this structure, and the mechanical structure has to take place there. So when you do all that, you know, the life does not have any obligation to give you the problem number 35 from chapter number 17. It's all mixed up. The life will throw you oddballs. And you will all on a sudden you will see that chapter number 35 or problem number 17 is not enough. Rather the 17, 19, 21 and 36 all are getting mixed up. So get ready with that. And that will happen. And when you are ready with that, then you will find that you are getting something else. I used to show them one thing by acting, and I feel the teachers are many roles rolled into one. The teachers are actors, the teachers are storytellers like Madam is, the teachers are scientists. So for me actually, there is nothing as typical as the teacher as scientist, the teacher as an idol. Because for me, I can say, I got into a subject not first by understanding the subject, but being influenced by the teacher who taught it. I could not forget the way they presented the subject, a few of them. Probably some other person, some other student liked some other teacher and they approached accordingly. So for me, it happened like this. So what happened is, I told them, think of a situation. Suppose I'm trying to show somebody on Earth. I'm going to show what happens when I release a helium balloon. And I'm holding it there. It's straight, erect. I raise it, I leave it, and that goes up. So even in expectation, anticipation, I look up. It's going up. But suppose I'm doing the same experiment on moon. I'm releasing it with the expectation I'm conditioned to look up because it will go up, and I find it goes down. Where it is. What does it show? It shows that here pure gravity is working, but there the buoyancy was acting on it as well. So in a complex situation, in a complex world, it is not a singular solution that you can always come to. So try to think with complexity, try to think with multiplicity of options. They will always be there. So there we did another experiment. I called them and I told them, why experiment is important. We tell them to do experiments. We tell them to go and set a grating and look for the particular line and use the angle to measure up what is the deviation and all that. But they don't know why they are doing it, as exactly Jayaraman sir was talking about. I told them now that, see, somebody told you that the acceleration due to gravity has got such and such value, 980 centimeter per second square or 9.8 meter per second square. But why is it exactly so? Why isn't not 9.81? Why it cannot be 9.81349284? And they say, okay, it's written up there. There lies the question. Some scientists with absolute dedication, with absolute validation, proved that this is the value and nothing else. How do they say it so confidently? For that, you need to check it with multiplicity of options. How does it work? So I told them, let us do this experiment in several forms. Let us go to the top of the building, drop a ball, and with the help of a watch, let us calculate the time of fall, and we know what it is. Okay, then let us use a pendulum, and we know. Okay, there's another method. Does these two tally? And then I said, but how do you know? Probably for 1 meter, 3 meter, 5 meter, 10 meters it is working, but will it work on a tabletop level? So for that, let us do another experiment. Let us hold a ball, steel ball with some magnet, and cut it off with an electronic circuit all on a sudden, and let it get collided with another piezoelectric crystal so that we know the exact time of collision and find out the very, very small time of fall. And accordingly we calculated. Do you find any value difference? And we find that there is. Why is it so? Because my switching and the hysteresis of the magnet comes to play there again. So these are the continuing complexity analysis that the scientists do as a collective, and that is how a teacher should also move perhaps. And they do it. It's nothing new that they are not doing it. It's happening. And in science centers where I work, we try to create such aha moments so that people can see something and say, does that happen really? How is that? And then they come in. I have my personal mentor in our council itself. He was our second Director General, Mr. I.K. Mukherjee. He once told me, whenever you are designing an exhibition, you see, people will come and they are daydreamers in a museum. They'll come and they'll just move about, they'll see something and go. If you can't hook them up at some point of time, they're not going to see what you have made, whatever elaboration you have taken into consideration. So he said, raise questions. You know, your work is a little difficult than the scientists, because the scientist is reading a paper to the people who are interested in that problem. But now you have to deal with people who has got no interest. He or she could have gone for a mall. But now they have come to the science center probably because of the pressure of the kid, because they wanted to play something. So they have just come. So raise questions. You ask questions that, did you know that we drink the same water that the dinosaurs drank? Okay? And people can think of, oh, is that so? How is that? Dinosaurs, we have not seen them. And then they come to know about the water cycle. And then they know that water cycle is actually keeping the same water rolling down and down time and again. But you also have to make them aware. Once you get them into it, then you just branch off and show them. But the quality of water can change by its usage. So actually you are losing the total amount of the quality of water. So water conservation doesn't give you any guarantee that you will live happily ever after. There would be problems, and you need to think of those problems, and you need to deal with them. I think that is what a teacher can do. Give you the insights, give you the directions from where you should go and how you should go. I'll finish it with just one thing, and it doesn't depend on a particular system, subject or discipline. I am against the facultization of teaching altogether. In fact, they merge. In fact, they mix up. Dr. Meghnad Saha's writing, if you go through, he had tremendous depth of knowledge about history. I have hardly seen people who can write as good English as Professor Albert Einstein. And all of them had multiple qualities, multiple capabilities. They were almost half artists and half scientists altogether. For them, the aesthetics are as important as the logic. So I don't believe in this facultization. I'll end up with one last comment where I remember my history teacher. He was teaching us the 300 years history of the Delhi Sultanate. And after going through all the histories and detailing what happened and how it happened and all that, he gave a one-liner analysis of the whole thing. He just put out a chart where he mentioned that in these 300 years, probably we had about 14, 15 rulers, and he just wrote the year of their death and the method, how did they die. And we found that it is assassination, poisoning, death by war, accidental death and all that. Only 5 people died natural death. And he said, in this period of time, in this time of turmoil, the natural deaths were the unnatural things. And I carry that sentence till today. That's teaching. I bow to all the teachers and I bow to all of you with the saying, I think, long live teaching in its own form.
Thank you very much, sir. Do you have any questions or? Yeah.
One assistant accountant general as a scientist. He the one and only one homegrown scientist who got Nobel laureate. In the last 100 years, we have not produced another scientist and a teacher.
And you know, Ashutosh Mukherjee was a mathematician actually. He himself was a mathematician and then he became a lawyer. And in Bengal, whoever is of my age, we all were grown up by practicing a mathematics book which was written by or compiled by Sri Keshav Chandra Nag. We used to call K.C. Nag. I think Dr. Goswami has also learned through that book only. And K.C. Nag was a young little boy who had come to the Ganges Ghat, we call them Ghat, the places where people come and the boats come and some things are sold. In that Ghat, Professor Ashutosh Mukherjee came to buy some hilsa fish. And when he was buying it, he asked that what is the rate and these are this money, so what would be the price? And a kid side by, he said, this is the price. And he himself immediately explored, who is this boy? And he picked up that boy, took him to his house and found out that he is very good in mathematics, but he doesn't have the means to study. So he sponsored his study, and that man is Keshav Chandra Nag, on whom we all actually depend for our little mathematical knowledge, what we had in the initial days. And this also is a very interesting thing. Professor Raman used to play on mridang. And Ashutosh Mukherjee also had a very keen interest in musical instruments. So one day in his house, he heard that there is someone who is living nearby who plays on mridang. So he sent one person to find out who this man is. And he came to know it is Professor Raman, who was working at that time in the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science. And he was not willing to join any academic institution because he was getting a lot of salary. But I have read this account. Professor Mukherjee insisted upon him and he said, I will give you half salary, join Calcutta University. And he made him join Calcutta University at that time. Not only that, for making him join Calcutta University, he passed a special rule in the Senate that even if somebody does not apply for the post, the VC will have the right and power to include him for that particular post and consider if the person is outstanding. So Dr. Raman did not get the Nobel Prize at that time. But this man could identify it. This man, when he died, he donated his 20,000 books to the National Library, for which a new building had to be built. So that was Ashutosh Mukherjee, and that is why the Calcutta University is what it is today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Manash Bakshi. So very quickly, I want to, invite you all to have lunch with us. We break bread together. Wait, hang on. The magic word is go, right? We're still there, right? Okay. Quickly, if you have a piece of paper and pen, write down what I'm going to tell you next. It is bit dot ly bit.ly// GKS for Global Knowledge Summit. GKS. And I'm really scared to use the next word. AI. Okay? So GKSAI, one word, no space, bit.ly/GKSAI. That is, a link that you can put into Chrome, and then you'll get into a back channel that we've created for you for questions and answers, because this is the most amazing room when it comes to AI, apparently. All right, I've been sitting here patiently and listening, and so many of you have been talking about ChatGPT this and ChatGPT that and AI this and AI that, and I was like, I think I got to cancel my session, right? But when tragedy is inevitable, as they say, the difference between tragic and tragedy is the element of inevitability. I guess I'm there, so I'm going to just prepone my session, and immediately after lunch, when you come back, we're going to do a masterclass on AI. So all of you looking for a punching bag, or all of you, want to put on your scientist caps on, and you want to watch me work with AI, then you got to come back and in the room exactly on time, and then we'll do some demos. I want to quickly tell you two things. I've been a practicing principal for 2 years. Was that 20 years. I have about 4 schools that I run a little outside Bombay. I have been, I run a podcast with almost 60 talks in education, and I, as a side hustle, I go about talking and training across the country. So off late, I've been doing work with AI. Ever since I got AI in my hand, I started working out of a coffee shop. I hope that's not being streamed. But then that's what I've done. In the past 3 months, I've created 275 free teacher training modules, which over 900 people are using right now. I've been able to solve more than 50 different problems inside my school just using AI. Now, if you want to see how I do that, or if you want me to help, to work on your problem, this is just another mind. I have not figured things out for sure, but I can show you what I do. And I think it, who knows? Who knows? You never know, right? So after dessert, AI. Thank you so much for listening. Go.
Just have to remind you, we have one more panel discussion left. Whatever we have discussed till now, one more panel discussion after the session, AI.
hybrid resources that merge physical and digital learning.
Teach your soul. There's a light that leads and makes us whole, guiding young minds through the twists and turns with every lesson. The fire still burns, some classrooms near to far and wide. We stand as one with love as our guide. With AI by our side, we're reaching high, empowering dreams touch the sky. For the principal who believes so true, for every teacher, the dreamer in you, we rise together, hand in hand, building futures across the land. AI we're paving the way for brighter tomorrows for children today. The line learning together will soar, building futures across the land. With passion and wisdom we'll always strive to bring out the best in every child's life. In every question, in every why, we teach them courage to reach and fly. From the chalkboard days to the digital space, we guide them forward with love and grace. Through AI we're stronger, more tools in hand. Yet it's the heart of a teacher that truly stands. We're the beacons, the change they need. With every lesson we plant the seed. For the principals who light the way, for the teachers who give their all each day. We're not just teaching, we're shaping lives. With AI at heart, the future thrives. AI we deliver, we're paving the way for brighter tomorrows for children today. The line learning together will soar, inspiring hearts like never before. With passion, with wisdom we'll always strive to bring out the best in every child's life. Together we lead with purpose and grace, changing the world one face at a time, one space. With every step, with every smile, we know the journey is worth every mile. AI with we're paving the way for brighter tomorrows for children today. The line learning, we lift them high, teaching with love beneath the same sky. With passion, with wisdom we'll always strive to bring out the best in every child's life. For the teachers, for the love you give, inspiring tomorrow with every life you live. AI with will, brought together we shine in the hearts of children for all time.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am super excited and thrilled to bring to you AI.
teacher's soul. There's a light that leads, that makes us
Good
whole,
afternoon,
guiding young
everybody.
minds through
I
the
am
twists
super
and
excited and
turns with
thrilled
every
to
lesson.
bring to
The
you
fire still
AI,
burns, from
especially
classrooms
here
near
in
to
this
far and
audience.
wide.
We've got
We stand as
scientists
one
and we've
with
got
love as
teachers
our
who are
guide.
scientists.
With AI by our side, we're reaching high, empowering dreams to touch the sky. For the principal who believes so true, for every teacher, the dreamer in you. We rise together, hand in hand, building futures across the land. Eyes where we look, we're paving the way for bright tomorrows.
Check.
For children.
What you have with you right now is a robotics kit, which you can see. It's with you. It's for demonstration. It's for close and careful examination. All right. We'll collect it back from your pretty expensive tools, but we'd really like you to, really become a child with it all over again. And if you thought robotics was all about giant robot, it's not, right? So big stuff coming. Go through it. So many different modules inside the kit. And suddenly AI has become, robotics has become so accessible for students and for everybody else. Okay, so while we're doing my session, we'll also be jumping in and out of the modules so that it's not just a pure demo either way, okay? How many of you have managed to click the link bit.ly/GKSAI? Yeah? You want me to type it out? Sure, happy to do that. No connectivity? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, right? The minute you leave the room, you'll get connected and boom, you'll be inside. And then you won't miss anything that's happening on that group. Incredible things are happening on that group, right? So it's just so, you have no idea what you're missing on that group, It's just full FOMO for you. Yeah? See, stuff like that. There. Lots of cool things. Yes. Okay, so we have a couple of people here. If I get a wireless mic, even better. If not, no problem. I'll just stay here. I have a problem standing in one place. Which link? You want the link? Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just go to Drive and we'll just make a new Google slide and we'll just write it here. bit.ly/Global Knowledge Summit AI. That's it. And we can make it bigger. How was lunch, by the way? Awesome, isn't it? It was pretty cool. Did somebody try the Shahi Tukda? All. Very good. Okay, so let me know when you want me to start, and we're good to go. Okay, so couple of things. I'm going to go super fast, okay? Super fast. And usually whenever I do an AI demonstration or AI workshop, what I usually have is everyone on a laptop, like literally on their laptop, right? And then they're typing away to glory, and then they're trying everything that I tell them to do, and then, they achieve some results. Whether it's good, bad, ugly, that's for them to decide. But essentially, that is what normally happens. So right now, at this situation, it's just going to be me who's working on it, and you guys are just going to sit there and judge me. That's all, okay? So what you want to do while you do that is you want to listen to my words, because I'm going to sub-vocalize everything that I'm doing, all right? So that you can actually see, you can see the thinking that I'm doing, meta, cognition, okay? So is that okay? Are we in agreement? Random two people agreeing with me? Okay, good, all right. So what I'd also like to do is, this is what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to do a lot, okay, in very less time. Typical harakiri for any speaker, okay? But I'm going to do that because I trust the audience, and I know that you guys are here to just, push the envelope. Yeah.
We're going to take 1 minute break for a group photo.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Where would you like me to sit? Yes. Perfect. We're taking a group photo, guys. Put your best face forward. Where? Here. Okay. Group photo. Yeah. Stand? Should we stand or sit? Oh. Wow. Yeah, it's a photo, no? No, because in school, group photo, just come on, be silent. I can start breathing now. Okay, it's done. It's done. It's done. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for being so kind and, bending like Beckham, as somebody said today. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to show you. I just totally love AI, all right? I totally love AI, okay? And I think for me, it just like changed my life completely changed my life. When I was born, they told me, I mean, they didn't tell me, but they told my parents, and apparently they told everybody else except me that I had like ADHD and things like that. So I really had to do things fast and all that. And over 42 years, I tried to do things, but I couldn't do a lot. But the minute AI came, I'm on steroids, all right? Like literally. So I'm getting so much done, and that I think for me is just, brings tears to my eyes. Just how much I can do with it. All right. So I hope that you can also do stuff with it. You really need to have an incredible desire to do something. If you're the kind of guy like, I have to do this also, it's not going to work for you. It only works for people who have incredible desire to make a difference, incredible desire to challenge the odds, incredible desire to take action. You've got to have a bias for action. If you don't have a bias for action, this is going to be another lecture. You and I are going to be, you look like a tough audience. All right? So I'm just saying, so get into that mindset, and that is where I come from. I also come from a space where resources are super constrained. Teachers are expensive, principals are expensive, all that. You know the drill, right? And because we don't have resources, all the time what people are telling me is, what is the number one excuse in your organization you get? What is the number one excuse? Why this didn't happen? What is the number one excuse? Think. Talk. Bas! Because skill हमारे पास बहुत है. Knowledge है, skill है, wisdom है, understanding है, सब कुछ है. Time नहीं है. Right, time नहीं. So once, I started telling people, I don't have time. And he said, dude, everyone has 24 hours. Okay? Time nahi mat bol, skill bada. And that changed my life, right? Because I started realizing that what we need to do is we need to improve our skills. And that's when we can get things done. How many of you here are on TikTok? No? Okay, at least you tried. At least you tried. How nice, how sweet. All right, are you on TikTok? Yes. Yes, you're on TikTok. All right. So how many of you have tried to make an Instagram reel? Don't speak for others. Say I. I. Say I. Awesome. You made an Instagram reel. How long do you take to make an Instagram reel? A minute? 10 minutes? Depends. Like the answer depends. Like you can never get it wrong. It depends. Okay? So yeah, that's right. You probably take 10 minutes to make an Instagram reel, and that's really exciting. So I want to show you how I create an Instagram reel, or I want to show you how I make a video. Are you cool with that? Okay, so we're going to have the most fun, according to me, AI demo, and then we'll get into like the other stuff, like the ChatGPT and all that, because you guys are all masters Already you know all these things, okay? So I'm just going to show you this. Everyone scream out after me. Create video. Thank you, sir. Avatar or video translation? Avatar. Portrait or landscape? Portrait. Are? Real, no. Portrait, no. What happened? Are you? Yeah. So we are going to go from IO to Yo AI. Okay, that's what we're going to go. Now, here, don't worry about page and all. Listen. Now, we already added these two things. In the last 1 minute, I went to the Bajuwala room. Where did I go? Bajuwala room. And I recorded my voice on my phone. Got it? Everyone's got phone recorder. Yeah? I recorded it. I sent that as an email to myself and I downloaded that video, that audio. Then I went to this website called Adobe Podcast. Adobe Podcast allows you to take any low quality sound, which is most of the time our sound, and it converts it instantly into high quality studio sound. All right, that's what it does. So every time, principals in the room, show your hands please, principals. Okay, cool. And teachers in the room, okay. Okay, and this new category called school owner. Any school owners? Oh, that's why you take 5 minutes. Okay, school owner, right? Because first 5 minutes is like, oh, let me think about 4 minutes to think, 1 minute to do. Okay, so you download these, I downloaded that video, that audio, and I brought it here. And if you can see here, upload audio. Say upload audio. Upload audio. Upload local audio. And then I go to this downloads. Okay. And somewhere here it should be. You see this? Teacher action, WhatsApp MP3. Where is it? Okay, let's go back and download it again. So what am I doing now? I'm downloading it post the time I got my... is the internet gone suddenly? Okay, it's here. New recording enhanced. Now, what are we doing now? We're going back to the software. We're going to hit upload and we're looking for recent. It's not here. Where is it? Is it here? Where is it? Is it in downloads? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in music? Is it this one? No, it can't be this one. Where is it? Can you see where it is? Is it this one?
Good afternoon, everybody. I am super excited and thrilled to bring...
I'm super excited and thrilled to find the document. Right? I'm super excited and thrilled to find the document. All right. So that's it. We uploaded the file here. We uploaded the audio file here. Got? Done? Done? Okay. And it's now uploading. What is it doing? Where did I get that video, voice file from? No, not from downloads. Like you randomly go to downloads, you won't find it. I recorded it on my phone. Send it up to podcast, Adobe Podcast, engineered it using AI, brought it down, uploaded it into this system. Clear on this process? Remember, we need to get into an engineering mindset. An engineering mindset is what happens next, what happens next, what happens next, what happens next. It's system thinking, right? So we need to build, we need to get out of this mindset of a tool, and we need to get out of and get into a mindset of a stack. What can I do here? Then what can I do here? Then what can I do here? Then what can I do here? How can I bring it all together and be amazed at what we did? All right, that is the entire idea that we need to do. So as you can see, it is now uploading this particular file, and obviously it's going to take its own time. So as it takes its own time, we shall go to another tool. Is that okay? Are you happy jumping tools and things like that? I don't want to stay in one tool. You okay with it? Did it get uploaded? No. It's still uploading. You see that? It's still uploading. Okay? So when it gets uploaded, that's when this file comes into picture here. So let's now quickly move into another tool while this is getting uploaded. I hope this is getting uploaded. This must be getting uploaded, right? No? The internet is yeah. So let it take its own time, but let it get uploaded. Once it gets uploaded, you will start seeing the magic of what is actually possible. Okay? Now I'll show you, if I can show you what we are doing with it. So I got my sound. I go here. It could take time, no? Really? That's insane. It is still uploading. No. Yeah. Okay. So I've now taken a photograph of me and I've put it there. Can you see down there? I've taken a photograph of me and put it there. Also, just for fun, take another photograph of me and put it there. Okay? And I don't want to show you more. I'm just going to take another photograph of me and put it there. But you can take all these texts, you can take all these videos, you can take all these different things, and then you can just dump it on this timeline. Okay? So suppose it's like love, peace, and joy. We can just put love, peace, and joy here. You can change it and do whatever you want to do. All right? So I'm just putting it there, just giving you an example of what it could look like. Let's see now if the file is uploaded. No, it's still getting uploaded. It won't get uploaded. The internet is super slow. Okay, that's fine. All right. So if you want, for fun, I can just take another video, another file, another audio file which has been already uploaded there. Does that make sense? Yeah, please do that. Okay, so I'm just selecting this one. And now there's something here. Let's see what that is. You've showed up for all the workshops. Okay? Give me sound. Hey, teachers. Cool. There is some sound there. It's working. Now, you got an idea of what it is that we have done. We put the audio, which could have been the audio which we're uploading. We took a photograph of me, and then we put some, fonts and stuff like that. And then we're just saying test. Okay, and GKS AI, and I'm just hitting submit. Okay, that's all I'm doing. And then we will come back to this after about like 10 minutes or something. What we will do is we will go to another tool while this is getting ready. Does that make sense? Everyone's here? Okay. Now, the other tool that we know is ChatGPT. Do we know ChatGPT? Yeah? All right. So this is a tool called Notebook LM. Notebook LM is a brilliant tool for principals, for teachers, for educators, because a lot of us have to do things like cross-curricular connection. Like you take English and math and science and history and you want to create cross-curricular connection. It's so difficult for you to do that. But Notebook LM allows you to do that. What you have done here is, if you can see sources here, right? These are sources. You can go onto the internet and you can go to a wiki page. You can download that wiki page. You could go to the internet, you can find a PDF. You can get that PDF down. You could get someone's PPT file. Or you could just get some information from ChatGPT. And you could bring it here as a source. Can you see sources there? And you can select all that sources. Maybe you can even add a YouTube link as a source. Now, these are the sources. The reason we had sources here is so that you get citations. So when I'm doing research and I'm doing desk research, I need to bring in so much information. Forget all that. We are not into that. What we are teachers, and we want to create cross-curricular connections. So you can bring in your textbooks here if you want. If you notice, what I did is I went to the website, which is the, I think I went to the NCRT website. And in the NCRT website, all the textbooks are available for download. Do you know that? You know that, right? The minute you get a PDF file, you can do miracles with it using AI. Right? So I just downloaded that PDF file, brought it into Notebook AI. And this is the most amazing thing. This is chapter 1 in grade 9 of a particular thing called, and this chapter is called the unit of life. And you know what it does? Apart from all the great things I can do with it, like I can ask questions to it, I can create study guides, like I can literally create study guides in a minute. Like I could press this and it'll just create a study guide out of it. Very low chances of hallucination, because it's using the data that has been uploaded to it only. It's not just going out on the internet and going berserk, right? So that is something that really helps all of you. Now, I'm just giving you crazy examples. Could you have 500 report cards of your children? Yeah? Could there be? There are, right? 500 kids, 500 report cards. Could you get that into one PDF? Yeah. Could you upload it here as a source? Yeah. Which kid needs help? Okay? Incredible things start happening, right? Which kid here can help another kid in science, chapter 2, concept 4? Boom. It tells you right away. All of us were saying that, oh, AI is like your maid. I'm your housekeeper.
I'm from housekeeping department. The only issue is, like 2 weeks ago, scientists ran a test on AI and they found AI to be almost at 110 IQ. So yes, it's your maid and all, but apparently this maid has a PhD. And it's at an IQ of 110. All right? So stuff like that happens, okay? So it's nice to know that you're really dealing with somebody super smart. And that really ups the game for you. So when you sit and start interfacing with AI, the human-machine integration, up your game. Don't think you're talking to, someone who's not as smart as you. The AI is looking at you and trying to level at your level. All right? So don't think anything else. And that is the opportunity that all of us have. Because if we use AI at the edge of our knowledge, we are able to learn new things. And the more we are learning from the AI, we're able to then get better results from the AI. That is something that we need to keep in mind. But, that's all for another day, another workshop and things like that. One of the super easy things we can do with this is, you upload a PDF file or any number of files and press this one button which says generate conversation. This generates a 2-person conversation on the spot. So you're able to, dude, up the volume.
Right under our noses.
All right?
Totally. And that's what we're diving into today. Literally getting down to the nitty-gritty of
conversation.
We're talking teeny tiny particles, the building blocks
Chapter
of
1,
everything.
Unit of
and our source material. Maybe not what you'd expect.
It's
We're cracking
made it into
open
a
a ninth
conversation.
grade science textbook, chapter
Right?
title,
So now-
Matter in Our Surroundings.
Sounds a tad dry, maybe.
You might think so. But trust me, we're about to unearth some seriously cool insights that'll change how you see, well, everything.
So, I want to tell you something. Somebody in the morning said something phenomenal. They said that the quality of communication that a teacher has in the classroom greatly determines the quality of learning that the child could take away, right? Yeah, and across India, that's the diversity, that's the inequity that is available. Most of the time you go to a child and say, why did you take science? And they say, someone else said, it's because my teacher was brilliant. And that's why I went into science. Now what that means is suddenly so much possibility, right? As teachers, as principals, you can now just make podcasts on the way. Anyone wants to make a podcast here? Tell me quickly. Anybody wants to make a podcast? Just raise your hand. Humor me, man. Okay, thank you. So you want to make a podcast. What do you want to make a podcast on? What is subject? Everything is algebra. Huh? Heart. So you want to make a podcast on heart. Go to the internet, find 5 videos about art or heart. Heart. Okay, heart. All right. So you go to the internet, download a couple of articles about the heart, go read, and then add some of your own findings and information, add it as your source, and then get this notebook LM to create a 2-person conversation, download that conversation, upload to your Spotify account, you got a podcast. And the 5,000 people who may hear it have never heard your actual voice, so they don't know. What IPR? Gen AI is generative AI. Generative AI means it's generating. There's no plagiarism. You cannot use ChatGPT the way you use Google. When you use Google, I've actually picked up NCERT textbook, flipped it around, look for citations and bibliography, and it says source google.com. Dude, that's not a source. That's not a source. All right. So my point is, Gen AI creates things, and it's I wouldn't say there's plagiarism there, right? But you want to take your own call. Don't trust anybody. Remember, just because they speak well. Sir was saying, yeah? So use your own this thing. So how cool is this? This is the podcast. No, just done like magic. Like you and I talking, you didn't even understand what happened on a podcast. It's done. Imagine the speed at which you and I can get things done. Tomorrow, every single school in this country can have on their website a podcast of every single chapter in their book. There are only 1,200 chapters from 1st to 10th. Huh? That's it. The podcast, you have to listen. I'll put it on the group. On your way home, you listen to it. Your concepts of basic unit of life will become clear.
Way before microscopes even existed.
Okay.
People were already trying to
See,
figure out what the
download.
world was
It's come here. I go to you. I go to my LinkedIn. Sorry, I go to my WhatsApp. I go here.
Easy to overlook the
I
really
come here and I can.
mind-blowing
I'll just send this to you. Okay. So what's going to happen? See this. Chapter 1, grade 1. It's in the group. Now you got it. So the minute you go home, you can see it. Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, go make something. Okay. Now this is another interesting website. Have you seen this website? I don't know if you've seen it. Okay. Now go to ChatGPT and in ChatGPT say, "Hey, you are a songwriter. Okay. Read this document." Yeah, it's okay. They're still talking. Podcast. So read this document carefully. Okay. Then make a song lyric about this. Sounds good? Okay. Song lyric. Which school? Which school? Somebody give me school. School name. Very smart. Early bird gets wormed. Okay. Exactly. The name of the school is Gopal International. LAN. International School. What's your motto? Wow, I'm so happy. You're so generative AI in your approach. Joy of learning. Okay, is the motto. What's your name? What are you thinking? Are you going to lie? Huh? Sheba. SHEEBA. Is that right? Oh, are you second guessing? Okay, Sheba is the name of the teacher. Is the name of the teacher. Okay? Make a song in a, what style do you like? It's okay, it's a safe place. It's a very safe place. You're just streaming it. Contemplative. Huh? Hip hop. Rap. Rap and hip hop and K-pop. Anyone into K-pop? Yadi? Alright. Boom. That's it. So what am I doing? I told it, look at this document and then create a song. So this is how it hallucinates. It didn't even look at the document because I didn't even attach a document. Okay, so clear case of the AI saying idiot in front of me, but it's okay because he's going to see some result and he's going to think it looks nice. All right, so remember that. Garbage in is garbage out. So what am I going to do? I'm going to attach file, upload the file. What am I uploading? Right, I could upload grade 9 textbook. Can you see this grade 9 textbook? It is here somewhere. I had downloaded it. Okay, so by the way, I deleted the textbook, but I do have the WAV file of the podcast. Can I upload it? Maybe, maybe not, right? Check it and now make the lyrics. Now, on an average, my prompts are like 3 pages long, on an average, okay? 3 pages long. And I never really prompt something, I'm actually chatting with it. I'm always talking, okay, he or she can't transcribe that. So let's look for a PDF, which is grade, was it a grade 9 chapter? Was it chapter 1, grade 9? Okay, let's see if that PDF is available with us. If that PDF is available with us, really cool. If that PDF is not, wait, what is this? STEM education. Okay. So, you know what we do? We can pick up this document, which is the STEM education document, which I just now downloaded. Correct? Instead of the grade 9 one. Do we have grade 9 here? Can you see grade 9 anywhere? We don't have grade 9 here. Just say PDF. Okay. And we don't seem to have a grade 9 PDF here. So we'll just take the Global Education Summit PDF. All right, and let it actually make a song and then add Gopal's school name in it and your name in it and joy of learning and all that. Okay, it's okay. We don't have to waste use this. So that's all I'm saying. Use this. It's now taking this, it's creating a K-pop version of this song. All right, and it's created this amazing song. Remember, whatever looks correct need not be correct. Whatever looks nice need not be nice. Whatever comes fast need not be nice. You need to do retraining of the AI. And the way you do retraining is by either giving it a thumbs up or a thumbs up. It's called reinforcement training of this, so that the AI kind of understands what you do. Anyway, I'm just going to copy this here, and I go to this particular app. I put my lyrics here, okay? Can you see? Yes or no, guys? Am I losing you? Am I? Hip hop and rap style. All right, and I just hit enter here. That's all I did. I uploaded a document. I asked the AI, study the document, create a lyric for me, make the lyric in the form of a hip hop, a rap, or whatever, a K-pop, bring it down into another tool. So tool number 2, I got into tool number 2, I added it over there, and I've given it style, and I've asked it to do something, and we don't know what's going to happen. But we don't sit around waiting, so we go to this one. Can you see this one? Are you guys with me? Am I too slow? I'm sorry if I'm slow.
Like when my kid tries to tell me it's
okay.
not his fault.
Can you see this?
Not exactly. But at the particle level,
Okay, that actually helps
Okay.
me.
Now, what we're going to do now is, remember I took a photo of me? Yeah? And I gave it a sound.
Hey, teachers of GEMS, Kochi, you guys are so amazing. You've showed up for all the workshops. You've learned all these new tools. You learned tools of Notebook AI. You've learned tools of Gamma,
Thanks, man.
making
Thank
excellent
you, yeah.
presentations. You've also learned how to make voice bots for personalized learning using Play.ai. And more importantly, you've learned how to create systems, workflows, and methods that
My God,
allow...
women have so many demands. Okay, so let's go to this and let's see if it has K-pop.
Yeah, we're stepping into the future.
Okay.
We're making it smoother.
Song created.
Up a line in the house, she just got our back. We're riding this wave, there's no looking back. Look into the sky, sex on the rise. AI in the mix, let's open our eyes. From coding classes, we're breaking the mold. Self-driving cars, yeah, the future's bold. Steam in the house, innovation's a tool. Shiva's teaching tech, making it cool. Gopalan's vibe, we're learning
Gopalan's vibe.
Joy of learning, we're living that dream. Feel the beat, it's in
Joy
the
of
air.
learning.
Tech and learning everywhere. She believes we
Shiva
follow through.
leads.
At Gopalan, dreams
Go
come
make songs for
true.
your husband. He'll
Joy
fall off the
of learning,
chair.
future's bright. AI's taking us to new heights. Gopalan's bright, we're on the top. With Shiva leading, we won't stop. Joy.
Someone said the most beautiful sound in the world is the sound of your own name. No wonder you're like over the right? All right. So every time I do a workshop, next day, like every school that has come to me has an anthem ready. I'm like, wow. Yeah. You have a question? Could be anything, man. You got to think. You got to think. Yeah. A teacher's job is not to answer questions. A teacher's job is to ask questions. Because questions direct thought, and thought creates doubts, and doubts creates, curiosity, and curiosity creates the thirst for knowledge. All right. So I hope you had fun. I hope you saw how I made a video. I hope you saw how I made a song. Tomorrow, you can have a song for every chapter of your science book. Because if you don't do it, the school opposite the road is going to do it. Okay? So that's the amount of power that you have. So if you think that, AI is just ChatGPT, you're wrong, right? Because there's so many things. Hey, you want to see something else? Or should I just go now? They say exit at a high, since you clapped and all. One more? Bonus. Okay. So this is another tool that I use, and this tool can be used to create personalized AI tutors and bots right now in front of you, like 5 minutes. All right? You want to see? I don't know. I don't like maths. Yeah, it does. And I'm sure it can be done. And we need to find how to do that. Okay? But let me show you what I have done before so that actually you can see, smile, clap, stuff like that. So I'm making a quick agent here saying, Lux Robo helper. All right? Now, I can only show you what I do. You have to think of how it applies to you in your life and in your work, right? That's my job. I will only teach you kanda, batata, oil, salt. You decide what you want to make with it, okay? So, This is a Lux Robo helper. I wanted to make public. Going to next and say agent greeting. Hi, I am your Lux Robo helper. I am here to help you learn more about Nano School. Is it okay? Come on. Let's have a conversation. Sounds good? Should I zoom? Cool. Agent purpose. You are a personalized tutor. You will help children learn through Socratic questions, through engaging conversations, through being polite, and using the data you have. All right? 20,000 instructions, 20,000 character instructions can be given here. I'm only giving like pass mark. Okay? Now, agent behavior. You want professional agent, character agent, or super chatty? What do you want? Super chatty. Okay, let's be super chatty. Thank God, this audience. Everywhere else, I'm like professional. Whatever. Okay, upload your knowledge file. So what do we upload? We have this PDF document that we got from Lux Robo somewhere. Where did it go now? Okay, we got a PDF document, right? Lux Robo, didn't we? Yeah, what is it called? Global, right? Global knowledge. What am I doing now? I am telling this AI that I'm going to upload this file. That's it. This could also be what? Grade 9, Chapter 1 PDF taken from NCERT. Uploaded. It could also be that, right? I've added that and I've said guardrails. That means only answer questions based on the document that I have uploaded. That's agent incomplete. Expected public private received null. Wait. Let's go back and let's see what is it that it didn't do. Yes, I want to make it public. Knowledge is taken in. Knowledge is added, and you can add as many documents as you want. Okay? And I just hit create. That's all I did. Create. Okay? The minute I did create, it's now uploading this file. Now imagine as a teacher, you could upload the entire textbook. Grade 1 to grade 10, boom, the whole thing. And you got a personalized tutor right now. Do you have SOPs in your school? Do you have curriculums in your school? Do you have rules and regulations? Put that all together, put it in a file, put it in a PDF, upload it, and you've got a personalized tutor connected at the other end on a phone, and now parents could call that, and this device could speak to the parent. Okay? Don't worry, it's not going to take any jobs. I don't know why they keep saying that.
Hawaii, I am your Lurable help.
Check. Hi.
Oh, hey there. Hi. So, what's up? I'm super excited to chat with you. You know, like I was just thinking about how fun it would be to like talk about your favorite hobbies or something. Do you have a favorite hobby?
I do. It's robotics.
Oh, wow. Robotics. That's like so cool. So, do you make like robots that can dance or something? Or maybe ones that can like serve snacks? I mean, who wouldn't want a robot that brings you nachos, right? Aha. What's your favorite project you've worked on?
I know there are so many projects at the Lux Robo Nano School, project device, those robotics. What do you think about that?
Oh, wow. Project devices in robotics. That's like super fascinating. I mean, there's so much cool stuff you can do with that, right? Like HM, do you think they could make a robot that can, I don't know, tell jokes or something? Hey, imagine a...
You see? Was that my voice? So I uploaded my voice and I asked it to clone my voice. All right, so it did a voice cloning. And it takes the document, because we made super chatty, it's not coming to it. But if you made it professional, it would directly start answering questions based on that PDF we uploaded. So if you upload a PDF here and say grade 9, first chapter, children could just call into it and just talk to it and say, hey, what's the most important thing in this chapter? And it's going to say this. How do I learn this chapter? It's going to say this. And I say, is there any YouTube video that I can use to see this? It's going to be like, talk, talk, talk. And then you could ask it, based on this first chapter, could you ask me 10 questions to check my knowledge and understanding? It's going to throw questions at you, talk, 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 talk. And then it's going to say, hey, I think your answer is wrong. And then you're going to ask us the question, hey, you know what, today in the workshop in the morning, someone told that it's very important that you learn this because this features ahead. You remember the soil retention, water kind of model, right? So this is very important for a larger concept later on in life, right? So I could ask it, what in this is absolutely imperative, and in educational pedagogy, it's called teaching what matters the most. So what in this chapter matters the most, so that over time, it helps me create my, my concepts and does not have any knowledge gaps in my this thing. And it's going to tell you out of this chapter, this is what's most important. And then I'll say, hey, thank you for sharing that. Could you teach me that now? And the child is going to come to the school tomorrow developing an American accent. Right? So I hope you saw how we can use this and personalize knowledge and information. And I'm almost done now. If you just want, should I end right now, or should I show one more tool in 4 minutes or 5? Huh? One more tool in 4 minutes? One more tool? Yeah, then I'll go, right? Okay. Huh? 1 hour more you want? All right, I'm glad you guys are, like 4 guys are enjoying it. I'm really super happy. All right, so this is ChatGPT, and I do tons of work in ChatGPT. I've created tons of bots. You want to see one? Should I just talk to you about one example? I'll tell you one example. I go to the school, and I told the teachers that when you're taking a lesson, you stand in this class and you take a lesson. And then you take a little device. I wish I had it here. It's $700 on Amazon. It's it's something like this, okay? And they just put it on their body. This takes the voice and sends it to the phone. It's a Bluetooth mic, all right? Now, the teachers are talking on a Bluetooth mic the minute that is going into a Zoom call. Agreed? You remember Zoom has this AI companion. So whatever the teacher is saying in the classroom for half an hour, that is just recorded there, right? Then I bring it into my AI, which I created this AI called Teacher Plus, and it tells me just copy paste the teacher's dialogue here. Okay, so it's a Zoom call. All the transcript is there. We can just copy paste it there, and then it gives me complete teacher observation coaching feedback. So in our school, we started the first shameless system of teacher observation coaching. Why shameless? Less shame. You don't need someone bigger, better, and more experienced than you to come and watch your class and then come back and tell you what is it that you want to do. You're taking things in your own hands. So you've got autonomy, you've got choice, you've got agency, you've got all those things, all those keywords. Anyway, that was just a bonus. So what I wanted to show you now is I can go to ChatGPT and I could say, hi, okay, make a lesson plan for, give me something quickly, for water cycle? Huh? Photosynthesis. Yeah. Okay, photosynthesis for grade 6. Yeah, my kids are 40 in class. Board, CBSE. What else? Yeah, they are 2-3 year levels below in English. Sounds good? Okay. Make a lesson plan in this format. What format? Any format you want to give me? Huh? No, that's output. Huh? Huh? AAA, III, EE. Okay. GRR. You know GRR? GRR is gradual release of responsibility model. I do, we do, you do. Okay? Now I say in I do, give me the exact teacher script and dialogue that he, she, whatever, can use. Okay? Direct instruction. Then give me a CFU. What's a CFU? Check for understanding. What else? Okay, use, okay, give me 5 Socratic questions. Give me the scaffolding for it. Behave like you, and this is what I wanted to say. One of the speakers here said everybody should go and adopt a scientist. Right? Did they say that? Yeah? Adopt a scientist, right? Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. So get a scientist as your mentor, right? Something like that. Where are you going to get scientists as your mentor? I'm first time in my life I met a scientist today, all right? So I'm just saying that you can ask ChatGPT to become whoever you want it to become. And I'll tell you this, behave like you are a scientist, all right? You are a scientist. What scientist? Applied scientist or basic scientist? Applied. You are an applied scientist with 20 years of experience in being a scientist. All right? That's the beauty of ChatGPT, because you can give it any role and you can ask it to be that role, right? So suddenly you have that mentor. Don't go back thinking I got to go look for somebody. Of course you want to go look for somebody, but in the interim, make do with this, right? Now, okay, you got to tell me in the lesson plan exactly what matters the most, which means the concept comes up again and again as you go ahead in academic pursuits related to the topic. Sounds good? All right. Now create the exact slide deck copy for me. 10 slides. Exact copy. Got it? And just for fun, it knows English. I don't. Right? I want to tell you one thing. How many science teachers here? And science and math? All right. So computer engineers had the highest paying salaries over the past 10 years because they were able to program computers and they were able to get computers to do things that were mundane and whatever, right? All that. Now, the future belongs to the English teacher. The English teacher is the new computer programmer. Because you can talk to the computer in English and get the computer to do what you want. I sit down and over 3 hours, and I'm not a coder, I don't have any experience writing code, I've made at least 5 mobile apps just sitting at home using 2 softwares, Cursor and Copilot. That's it, done. I've built apps which would have otherwise cost me 5 lakh rupees, right, to build an app. So, when you see this and you know it is possible, you will be able to go at incredible amount of speed. All right? So I'm just going to hit enter now. Is that fine? I'm going to hit enter. So if you can see what's going on, look at the way I'm talking to it. And I could talk to it for 5 pages like this. Do this, do that, look at this, look at that. This is the teacher, this teacher in my school, she's amazing. She gets all the payment hikes, she gets all the appraisals, she gets all the this thing. This is the way she makes the lesson plan. Teacher always says that look at her lesson plan and learn from her lesson plan. This is her lesson plan. Look at this lesson plan. Identify everything that is important in this. Make my lesson plan like hers. And give me a set of feedback and improvement advice so that I can tell her. Right? So many things that you can actually do. So now this is what it has created. Can you see? Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 minutes pending, just 2-3 minutes. So this is lesson title, food making process plants, learning objective 1, 2. We've got materials here, GRR lesson format, teacher, exact dialogue that the teacher has to use. Most of the time, teachers create incredible lesson plans, but don't actually do it in the classroom. Principal feels like lesson plan done. Nothing happens, right? Because inside the classroom, actually, both the teacher, the principal, and the student haven't read the lesson plan. Right? It's physically impossible for a teacher to send a lesson plan for every chapter and then a principal to actually check all that and then give feedback and then get her to correct it and then send it back. She knows next day the teacher will not come to school. So, as one of our speakers said, fantastic. Every time you get a lesson plan, you say, fantastic. Then make some corrections, give it to her, tell her that over time you want to correct, not necessarily for the next chapter. Right? What I'm saying? Okay, so here's the exact dialogue that the teacher should use in the classroom. Direct instruction. A lot of the times, a lot of research has shown that while inquiry-based models are really nice and inquiry-based instructions really nice in certain cases, direct instruction has also worked in countries with, under-resourced countries. Direct instruction has really worked. So the minute I give you this particular direct instruction, there is a possibility that your teachers teach slightly better, and across the school, around the school, inside the school, over the school, above the school, below the school, everything, all classrooms will look the same and there is brand consistency in the way you teach, because children love structure. Structure comes from consistency, all right? So when things become predictable, kids are able to develop the knowledge schemes, yeah, in their head. So it's actually telling me what are the key concepts here and why what matters the most. See? So this now suddenly, a teacher with 20 years of experience, need not be. A teacher with 1 year of experience, if I give her this and I say, don't think, just do, it's okay. Because she's able to do something that a scientist worked on, and as if a 20-year teaching experienced person is telling her, just do this. Because most of the time when you go and ask a teacher, why did you become such a good teacher? She says, I had a great mentor. And that's the ability that each and every one of us has today. The ability to get access to a high-quality mentor, right? And ChatGPT is like a coach to you. Responsibility is at whose level? Your level. If you ask ChatGPT, do you have a conscience? It's going to say no. You have the conscience. So you better do something with it, okay? So this is the script. This is the CFU. Can you see the CFU? Excellent questions. This is the guided practice, teacher dialogue. This is the independent practice, which can go as homework. This is the scaffolding. The teacher can ask a question, and if the child doesn't know to answer, it will give scaffolding support so that it can take leading questions towards the answer. Every single school today, whether you charge 1 lakh fees or 10,000 rupees fees a month, you can provide excellent education. That's why I believe artificial intelligence is going to democratize education and give high quality education to every single person, as long as you get network. Network, if you get, you're done. So I really believe that this is an answer, and like everything great, we take time, okay, to really do. This is my slide deck. I copy my slide deck. Can you see? I copied my slide deck, brought it here, came to another tool, hit create new, go to paste in text, copied it here, deleted this top bit, went to presentation, go down, I hit continue. And as I hit continue, I'm thinking about what I should make for dinner today. And then it tells me, what do you want to do? I want to preserve it, and I want, let's say, 9 cards, and I hit continue. And what's the logo of your school? What color is it? Orange. Orange, really? Orange? You need a new logo. Get in touch with me. All right, yellow. Hit generate, and then what you can see is most of us are excellent at our content, but really pathetic at design. Presentations get done. Right there. Of course it is. I didn't say it's great. I just said it's fast and it's free, right? So here it is. That is something that you need to decide. So what I would want to do is I just want to tell you that here it is. You've got a presentation which is pathetic, right? But now you want to think about how you can make it yours. Correct? How you can make that yours. Yeah. Like when I go to my child's open day, I come back with such feelings. But apna hai. Okay? Every time I go and take a workshop in a school for AI, the next day the principal calls me and says, my Hindi, Marathi and language teachers are the first people to use AI and make presentations. And you know why? Because for years, those language teachers felt like second-class citizens. Because for every technology presentation, for every technology training, for every CPD, people would say, you will not be able to do. Because the language of the internet and the language of technology is English. They could not find the font. They could not find the language. It was not accessible to them. The day they see this, all right, because this one, in the same amount of speed, can do 100 different languages. You want to see it in Korean? I can just say change language to Korean. Boom, the whole thing is Korean. Imagine today, when I read the NEP, they said, yo, you're teaching in regional language. I said, crazy. I said, incredible idea. I went from crazy idea to incredible idea. I want to do it. I want to become language neutral so that every single child in my classroom can get access to education. I'm not here to teach you English. I'm here to teach you the concepts. I want to teach you the building blocks. And as a teacher, if a teacher doesn't know 5 different languages, but at least knows how to get it to the child, something might happen. Yes, how do we make it better quality? we need the advice, the guidance, and the step-by-step instructions from the elders. We absolutely need that. However, we need to also start doing things ourselves. So this is the presentation. You can hit export it to PDF. You can download it or send it to your Google Classroom. You could send it to your Microsoft Teams, or you can upload it to HeyGen, which I just did, right? And use your avatar and create a 1-minute Instagram reel about this particular topic and excite your kids. You can make that into a podcast if you want and send it to your children. You can convert that into a language of Bengali so that the grandmother, for once, has content which she can use to teach her grandchild. So that the grandchild doesn't have to say, Mama, and Mama, whatever, I don't know what you, Amachi. This is English you will not understand, right? So use AI to shift relationships. Relationships will bring connection. Connection will bring competence. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a fabulous audience. Done. Thank you. Let me just send this to you and plug out. Is it? Sorry. Any questions that you may have, put it in the group and we will all try and, answer them in whatever way possible. What is it? Globe? This one. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. How was the session? AI? Acceptable? Doable? Okay. So only one point he said. I know everyone got that point. It's about productivity. How you are going to make use of your time better. So please think from that perspective. We have 24 hours and we have to make maximum use of it. And that's the only point that as teachers, as parents, as a father, as a mother, as somebody who wants to contribute back to the society, we need to be in different roles and we need to use our time the best. So going forward, we have the next panel discussion. Before that, we will have 5 to 7 minutes for the Nano School demonstration. So you have some kits with you. How many of you have the kits with you? Oh, all of you have. Can you please open the kit? Now this is called MR. Some of you have heard this word MR, right? We are going to be. All of you can use your. The chair has as a desk, so you can use that if you need. So just open it and then see for yourself the modules. And have you seen this book? There is a sample book in your bag. Can you just take that out so that it's easy for us to explain it to you? So we will try to finish it in 5 minutes or less. So time is very important. We call it STEAM education. You know the idea of STEM and STEAM? What is different? Yeah, so it's art. But the applied art, we call it design thinking. How you solve real life problems. So when you integrate STEM, science, technology, engineering and math, into something called design thinking, we call it STEAM. So that becomes interesting for all of us, especially in classrooms, because students get to experience, do stuff, make things. So this is a kit that has been designed by the brilliant engineers at LuxRobo Korea. And we are the partner of LuxRobo. We collaborate. So we do technology transfer. So these guys, they were very brilliant with robotics and robotics education, coding, especially in K-12. They work with 5,000 schools in South Korea. They are the biggest company which serve the Korean government Department of Education. And we are happy and fortunate to collaborate with them to make this textbook happen. So if you can open the second chapter. I know first chapter is also interesting, but I'll always want emojis to be more interesting. You know, all of you are playing around with emojis. This is a very interesting, very interesting chapter and very personal chapter for me, because this is something that I wanted specifically in this curriculum, because this talks about SEL. How do you connect the next generation and with their language, their grammar, and to the SEL that we want to achieve in our classrooms, in our campuses? So can you just take this chapter, grade 6, project 2, expressing emotions with emoji? Yes. You have grade 6, project 2, expressing emotions with emoji. All of you have that, right? Okay. So just, there is a section which says what you will learn. So I know that this is very granular. So for you to understand, I'm not saying for you, but for any teacher. Like Willie said, English is the new coding language. So if you have Malayalam or Hindi or Telugu or Kannada, that's also a coding language. That means it is not about the language or engineering or the coding or C++ or Python or Java. You need to have clarity in what you want and what you are trying to achieve. So if you can communicate clearly, then that's it. We should be able to use our assistant to get things done. So going back to this project, this approach is called STEAM, where we are trying to build critical thinking, a habit for our students. And for that, the first step that we have to do is to help ourselves. As parents, as teachers, we need to understand what is this language of STEAM. That's why we have created a very diluted version of STEM, which can explain in simple language to you how you can easily integrate these projects with your core subjects, whether it is science, math, SEL, or even we are also working with social science, languages, and now we have also started doing an R&D for sports, physical education, etc. That will be the next version. So we are trying to bring in as many components that we teach or we learn in our classrooms today and connect it back to STEAM. So I would request all of you to just take one module. This is the battery module. If you can just identify the battery module, it's all written there. So if you can identify, and just there is a power switch, you can just touch for 3 seconds and it will switch on. And we are going to do a simple project in less than 30 seconds. So please make it fast. And then you have to find the IMU module. You know what is the full form of IMU? Kathy is our engineer from Korea. Kathy, I don't know what is IMU. So Kathy, can you help me? What is IMU? Yeah, it's the inertia measurement unit. So if you move it in space, in 3 dimensions, it will measure. So it's like the accelerometer, gyroscope. So I'm just adding this module. Can you just add this module? Can you find the IMU module? Just look at the flap. It is all written here, color-coded and written. And then you find the LED module. The IMU module gets connected to the battery. You can ask help. Roshan, just help them if there is any. You can see a light there. Okay, so that light is called the output. And the green module, yeah, you have to connect the LED also. There is an LED module connected on top. Yeah. So you have created a circuit. I think somebody has connected a speaker module. There is sound also. So you can see the light, right? So just move it a little bit and see what happens. Something happened? Nothing happened. Oh, sorry. Just switch on. John, can you just help? Yeah. Just there. Okay. Roshan, battery, please. John needs battery. No, you have taken the wrong module. So find the IMU module. IMU. I hope all of you have these 3 modules connected, right? Just try to move it. Check the light color. Is it changing? So this is a circuit you created, and is it changing? Yes. So what is this? So what is the green color? What is the red color? Any suggestions? The green color, the green coded modules are called the input modules. And the red ones, yeah, perfect. The red ones are the output modules. In life and in education, there is only 2 things. If it is the right input, you will get the right output. And keep moving. And then you will have a very colorful life. We call it party light as well. This is the kindergarten project for students to understand how to create your first robot. Now this is an accelerometer which we use in your phone to count your steps, your health monitor. So how do you count your calorie? How do you count your steps? That is the sensor that you use in your mobile phone, the green one that you have used. And you have connected to an LED. LED, yes. Roshan, just help him. So this LED light creates so many different colors. How that happens? In art class, you teach students mixing of colors, right? So there is only 3 colors in an LED light. Which are they? Red, green, blue, RGB. So if you mix it in the right proportion, you can create more variations. So what happens is when you're moving it around, there is a sensor that actually calculates the change. It actually measures the inertia. It's called IMU, inertia measurement unit. So that there is a change. And then that change is being translated to give you an output by changing the color. So I hope you have graduated kindergarten's team. I will not take you further because we don't have that much time. So this is one kit. Somebody designed it. You know, the guy who designed it uses these 15 modules to teach from kindergarten to grade 12. One kit. This is robotics and coding lab in a box. And then what we have to do is, we have to start learning from kindergarten. Don't skip to grade 5. I just asked you to open grade 5 project. You know, the challenge is, if you don't contextualize to what you are going to teach and what project you are going to make, it's just a project. You are going for exhibitions and you are going for competitions. We don't want this to go into competitions and exhibitions. Every child has to use it, practice it until he is fluent. You know, math problems. Now, when we say kids have issue with learning math, we always say math is an English reading problem. Have you heard that? Math problems that we have in classrooms, math problems are a reading problem. So there is something called worksheets, Kumon worksheets, where you have word problems. So you give a lot of word problems in your class. So math is a reading problem. And now we have coding, programming, robotics, AI, which is a reading problem. If you can't decipher the new technology, it's just a reading problem. You just read through it and you will be able to understand and do it yourself. And the vision and mission of Nano School is to take out the robotics teacher from your school. And the Hindi teacher, the social science teacher, the science teacher, the STEAM teacher, as we call it. There is no social science, there is no science, there is no physics, there is no biology. We call it the STEAM teacher. You have to take care of everything from languages to technology, from science to social science to humanities to mathematics, from engineering mindset to scientific temperament. So this is the journey that we are starting today, and that is the reason why we have this conclave today, where we want to give you a thought on can teachers be scientists. Not that we are going to be a scientist, but the scientific temperament and the mindset. So this is the starting block. We call it the version 0. And we have to build it together. We have to take this journey together. And with your inputs, the right inputs, we should be able to create something that is worth it and that will make impact in Indian education and our classrooms. I hope you can play around with the module. You can make your own stuff. I'm not giving you any structured approach to it, but now it's time that we move on to the next panel discussion. Thank you all. Can we collect the kits back or do we need 10 more minutes? You want to take it home? Okay. I got it. So, Roshan, where's Bhavishya? Just collect the kits back. Please do it. Okay. So, we'll get into the second panel discussion. Over to you, Sashi.
Thank you so much, sir. So we are ready to begin the second roundtable, and for that I would like to invite back on stage Dr. Bakji, Dr. Jayaraman, Anupama Ramachandran ma'am, and everybody's favorite Willis. And our moderator today is going to be Dr. Gaurav Muradia. I've already introduced the other speakers, so let me just introduce Dr. Gaurav Muradia. He's the head of School of Ballistis International School. Dr. Gaurav is an accomplished educationist with over 2 decades of experience in leading international K-12 schools, expertly combining pedagogical leadership with administrative acumen. He has significantly shaped curricula and led accreditation processes for the institutions under the IB and CAIE frameworks. Dr. Muradia's contributions extend to the CBSE in India, where he has developed various educational frameworks and training manuals. He holds a doctorate in human resource management and an MPhil in personal and strategic management, and a certification from Harvard University. Recognized with multiple educational awards, Dr. Muradia also enjoys designing spaces and landscapes in his spare time. Dr. Gaurav Muradia, our moderator for this roundtable. And we also have Mrs. Anupama Ramachandra. Anupama Ramachandra is an educational administrator with pan-India experience for over 3 decades. With postgraduate degrees both in English literature and education, she is also a Nehru Fulbright awardee with international experience. As a Fulbright awardee, she has taught in California, USA with a passion of teacher training. She is certified CBSE teacher trainer, former secretary, Bangalore Sahodaya Schools Association, former president, Rotary E-Club of Bangalore, and member of Bangalore Council of Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome, Mrs. Anupama Ramchandran. And I also invite back Dr. Jayaraman and Bakchi sir. Please come.
Yes.
We'll begin. All right, so welcome to the session. We have the panel of some of the guests which you have already heard, and subsequently, thank you so much, Miss Willie, right? For your exciting session, and thank you for joining us for the panel discussion further. And thank you once again, Dr. Jayaraman. Thank you, Mr. George. And thank you, Mr. Bakchi and Anupama ma'am. We'll start the panel discussion, and we are just trying to explore a few varied thoughts around as to how the cross-curricular and interdisciplinary links would help us in the age of generative AI to develop the necessary skills for personal and professional success. I think that's what we are talking around. So I think to start with, we would like to hear from you, ma'am, your remarks, she being a K-12 leader for more than 3 decades now, and as to what do you think are the much sought of and required competencies and skills for a K-12 learner to develop through the gamut of curricula available. So what's your thought on that, the most essential skill set and competencies a K-12 education setup should look at developing in the learners, and subsequently we relate to how the curricula specific they can be.
A very good afternoon or good evening, I must say. And thank you for that very pertinent question that you have put across. I think when we talk about K through 12 education, and you asked me what are the pertinent or very required skills that the learners have to have, I think the question very necessary to be answered before that is what are the skills the teacher needs to have. Because children come with all the skills, I must say. I spend a lot of time in kindergarten, and they seem to have everything. But as time goes by, we have to take the credit for killing it slowly, right? So, and why do we do that? Do we do it consciously? Do we do it unconsciously? Well, the system demands that although, in sessions like this, we are always talking about creativity and all the fancy words, 21st century skills and this and that, but ultimately we are all training them to write board exams, right? So somewhere there is that undue emphasis that you do whatever you want, but you score well in those exams. So somewhere along the line, I think we overlook the fact that we have to train our children. First is to retain what they're learning right from kindergarten. But the system is such that they learn, they reproduce, and then they forget and they move on. So I think it is very critical for educators to tell children where they're going to be using the classroom learning, and also to dissolve the borders that we have between subjects. You know, a science teacher will walk in and she will, let's say, you know, he was talking about photosynthesis, and then the English teacher will come in and she will do her prose piece or a poem or something like that. Why not extend photosynthesis and learn new words that associated with photosynthesis? So I think somewhere there has to be a kind of a thought process that goes along during the day of the child, because the child is also confused because we are teaching our part, and then we are going away. So I think it is very necessary for us to inculcate a sense of being adaptable, and it's okay to unlearn and relearn. You know, like, so that is really necessary, because everybody is talking about a VUCA world, like as if it is happening just now. It's always been like that. When I went to school, I don't think my teachers ever thought that I'll be a part of a session on something called AI, right? So did they know what future was going to be? So that is the beauty of future. It's always unknown, it's always uncertain. There is a sense of vulnerability. So I think we need to bring in this, that we have to be adaptable, we have to be flexible, and also that when you face a situation in real life, you have to bring in all the learning over the years, all the subjects, and try to resolve issues, which again brings to what he was talking about creating these human relationships where we collaborate and we bring a more holistic approach, because eventually I think education should serve the purpose of solving real life problems. But we never talk about that. You know, I keep telling everyone, I was never good at math, probably because nobody told me where I was going to use trigonometry in real life. I still don't know where trigonometry is used in real life. So I think it's important for us to connect classroom learning to its everyday use. Like, I'm a teacher of English, and I'm so happy when he said that English is going to rock. So, you know, because students were like, we learn English till grade 10, and the day they write their exam, it's like goodbye, you know. So I'm just so glad that somebody, the system or the time has come up with the fact that language is there, and we also see kids who are not doing well in other subjects. They have been diagnosed that if their comprehension is better, they will automatically do well in other subjects. So the bottom line is that I think at the school level, we have to look at why kids do well or don't do well together as a team, rather than just look at one subject, because eventually for life itself, for the life skills, it is a wonderful amalgamation of all the things that we learn inside the classroom and outside the classrooms. So we just have to bring everything together to create a beautiful experience for the child, which is, you know, inclusive and accessible. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's pertinent to understand that in these times, you know, like for teachers also, so many aspects of learning we realized in our own professions, and it's a constant journey for unlearn and relearn, as you mentioned, and definitely the skills of adaptability in the ever-changing world and in terms of problem solving and application in the real life are going to matter. Moving on to it from here, Dr. Jayaraman, you being a part of, you know, entire scientists fraternity and the entire, you know, gamuts of experience coming from there. So, I mean, how do you see as the changing paradigms bringing in from the national curriculum to various international curricula schools, you know, coming to the, you know, kind of the group and picture, the entire curriculum design and the curriculum approach towards developing the much sought of skills for 21st century learners. So across the spectrum from national curriculum to international curriculum, how do you see the curriculum design and the curriculum approaches we follow in our K-12 schools and in higher education is helping us to move in the direction of developing these essential aspects of learners?
That's a VUCA question. It is volatile, it is uncertain, it's complex and ambiguous. One of the most fashionable nonsenses being parroted today is the concept of VUCA. We speak about volatility as if something is volatile is bad. Take water, boil it. Its volatility from 0 to 100 degrees is measurable. Volatility is being studied in physical chemistry in great detail. There is no volatility as such. Now you say uncertainty. Think of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. It measures uncertainty. The product of two uncertainties is a constant. So science understands volatility, uncertainty, complexity, Stephen Hawking's radiation equation, and ambiguity of being particle duality. Morning I dwelt on that. But there is a phobia that science is something which we are not able to understand, and a new discipline is being created by the global north. That commentary on science should be made in such a way that science is made complex and should not be understood by the global south. This is one small agenda they are practicing. Now, as far as national curriculum, or regional language curriculum, everything is concerned, as far as science is concerned, there is only one science. And if you look at the international baccalaureate syllabus content, which I had a great familiarity, I find that as the most scientific approach today to understanding science. All those who go through that course, because right at early childhood education, at PYP and MIP, the concepts are taught very well. So there is a scientific progression for that. So my answer to that question is, science is universal, teaching of science also should be universal, and there is a consensus in the scientific community. For example, the American Association for Advancement of Science has given a long evolution of how science is to be taught. And once K-12 is over, then there is a diversity available to them. You can branch off to anybody. You can go to nuclear law if you want to go after 12. But without knowing what a nucleus is, you are going to speak about nuclear law. So science studies, which is done by the liberal arts people, have done the highest damage to the basic science education. And among the comparative studies, I still feel that the international baccalaureate system is the current one if you want to meet the global north standards. And the global, that English being the lingua franca of communication, that will go. There are built-in semantic vectors in English, which gives us problems for the other regions. So, and all the plans have been named after global north people, including the plants in Kerala are known by those names. So science has been dominated by the global north. And it is a privilege which is being denied to the south. So therefore a universal science education should be made available, and the universal standard should be available to the less fortunate ones also. So regional standards, national standards, and international standards is only one standard.
For teachers all sitting around, sir, would you have any, recommendations to share as to how to develop in, the spirit of inquiry and scientific research and exploration across their subjects?
Is it a question for me?
Some recommendations for all sitting around when we talk about the, inquiry as the basis of learning. So, yeah.
Frankly speaking, it's almost like defining time. If you ask somebody what is time, define it. But everybody knows what time is. So it is exactly like this. There's no recommendation. You just do it and you know what the heck of it. And all teachers know it. I don't think any prescribed recommendation can get into the ultimate goal. It's just not done. So I have none. What we try is, we try to practice this, that we raise questions. We show something that is apparently a little contradictory to the expectation. I'll give you an example. You take a stick, put two balls on two ends, and pivot it at the middle point. And then normally, you just make it slanted that way, hold it, and ask everybody, if I release it, which way will it move? The expectation would be it will move this way. Most of the people will tell you that, but actually it will not move at all, because the moments are perfectly balanced. So that's what we do. We try to create situations where you think you understand that, but then you know that you have to go a little beyond to understand it is not exactly the same. We think that the science lies there. Quite often we say that where reality ends, the imagination begins. To me, science is an excellent literary work with full of imaginations. Without imagination, no good science can ever happen. So, that's it.
That's wonderfully said. That science is an amalgamation with languages, and that's how the expression gets defined. So that gives us a little understanding of that there are certain inbuilt cross-curricular links which exist through every discipline, through every subject. The only thing is, in our thoughtful execution of what we teach in our classrooms, or the concepts we develop in our classrooms, that how we bring into our classrooms while teaching transaction is happening. So, Mr. George, you have been talking about generative AI. How do you see, it as a disruptor in the current mechanism of whether it is NCERT syllabus or whether it is, IB curricula? The idea is that we bring in or churn in or nurture such students from our schools across any curricula, that they are actually happy and joyful and peaceful and comforted in their lives. So what do you see in our classroom scenario? How far the AI can be a disruptor? While you talked about a lot of things for teachers. So we look at it as one of the problem statement you did mention. So how do you look at it in establishing those cross-curricular links?
This is one of those questions which are really long. 2-3 things, very simple. First thing, I think students will study in spite of you. So we would like it to be because of us. But I think today students are going to learn in spite of us. Class in point, every time your child comes home and uses a swear word, you say, मैंने नहीं सिखाया. Teacher also says, मैंने नहीं सिखाया. तो कहाँ सीखा? Child learned on his own. Okay. So I think the emergence of a child taking responsibility of one's own learning is going to happen. Because of the democratization of education, because of having high quality content available, kids are going to just take it on, right? So we are just playing catch up here, right? While we sit and evaluate these technologies, they are actually using it. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing, in the morning we were talking a lot about, what was the question?
Is AI going to... Yeah, so AI...
Superb question. Use AI next time for a question.
So, I'm just trying to...
How is AI the disruptor in all this?
Yes, so, like you mentioned, democratization of education.
The question is...
It's a big thing for teachers. When they saw all this thing, they have been put to some thinking. Yeah. Somebody was talking at the back. Do we really need to be there in the classroom now?
Okay.
So
most teachers, honestly, people are talking about, this Gen AI is going to do all the work that teachers are going to do. Okay? So let's for a second assume that it is true. So if that's going to happen, then what are teachers going to do? Right? The flow theory. someone spoke about the flow theory, that when we completely give into the work, that's when we find, true satisfaction, meaning, and fulfillment in life and things like that. Now, if AI is going to end up doing everything, the bigger problem we're going to have is what are you going to do with all the free time? What are you going to do with all the challenge? No challenge, no purpose, no meaning, right? You want to write a book. You spend the next 3 years really doing the research, studying and developing the skills, and then you finally write the book. You start realizing that victory is sweeter where there is preparation, right? And I think the world is going to get into that. All of us are going to get into that situation where everything we are doing, if AI is going to be able to do, what are we going to do? And I don't think anyone has an answer for that right now. And so I think that's where the role of a teacher becomes eminent. The teacher has to be that adult role. I mean, I call teachers adults in the building, right? Because in a building, we've got students and we've got teachers. You may have AI, but at least we have one adult. So the responsibility of the adult is to be an adult, right? To be able to give direction, to be able to give intention, to be able to bring purpose, to be able to bring meaning, even in the mundane and in the boring, right? So I think that very reason of existence for that child, why should I do this? Why should I push myself to the next level? Will come from expectations that a caring adult will have for their children. So if a teacher or a caring adult has high expectations from children, the child would want to rise up to that expectation, right? So I believe that the new job responsibility of a teacher is going to be that one of someone who has to be an absolute believer in human potential. An absolute believer in human potential. And someone who could really shepherd her flock. So these are like sheep, in her class. And she has to shepherd her flock. And she has to install and instill a sense of purpose, meaningful purpose in her children. And I think only then there is some hope. Otherwise, AI superintelligence is like 5 years away.
Yeah, so I mean, very thoughtfully said, a caring adult. And we saw at times, the so-called ask for skill set of decision making and problem solving, gradually getting into the collaborative aspect of it, the skills of collaboration, the skills of negotiation. So what I was trying to probably ask is the required skill set changing, or when AI acts as a disruptor, so the essential competency set also becomes, the teacher standards also change, and it puts in very well, okay, AI equipped and learned teachers, and probably, the skills of collaborations move more into it. It's away from technology, right? So when we talk about that, we have to give very exact instructions and then AI generates everything, and we are getting into a super AI world in years to come. So would that also become one of the essential competency skill set of educators as well as the learners?
Yeah, so I mean, you're talking about whether...
Yeah, so I mean, so that's how it might act as a disruptor probably. Yeah, so coming to it, in that context, like we had a wonderful session with Mr. George some time back, how do you see continuous professional development becoming very, very key, essential part of the education fraternity?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, I got the question. So, I think, I'll just tell you what I did. Over the past 3 months, I created 290 online courses using AI, video, handbook, presentation, I mean 290. It would have taken me 10 years to do that without AI. And I put that all on a LMS, and I've got more than 900 teachers who have now, all of you can actually go there and log in. It's called learn.willybrod.in. I'll put it on the group, learn, Learn Willibrord, WILLIBRORD, willibrord.in. And I've created these 290 modules, and teachers go into that module. Now I'll tell you how we've disrupted it inside our classroom, inside our school. Earlier, every Saturday, I would go and take trainings for my teachers, and so I couldn't go anywhere else. And most of you probably do that now, right? We need to do 50 hours of training, internal CPD, for our teachers, as per the new NEP and things like that. So 50 hours is too less, by the way. So what we've told teachers is, on Monday, 10 teachers select one different course. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they're actually learning that course online on their own. Okay, so you're learning, let's say, Johari window, you're learning OODA, or you're learning like mind mapping, or you're learning visual thinking routines, or whatever, right? And then on Saturday, these 10 teachers go into 10 different classrooms and they collect 10 of other teachers and they lead the training workshop. So suddenly, all internal training has become free, first of all. Second, it's become teacher-led. So there's a professional learning community that is built in. Third, it's peer-reviewed, right? Like peers are like helping each other. Fourth, there is autonomy, voice, and choice. So a teacher who doesn't want to learn X doesn't go there, right? And that's how we've disrupted in 3 months using AI. And trust me, I'm there in all 290 videos, right? And you saw how, right? That's how we've used that to disrupt internal PD. And now many principals are using the same principles, different spelling, right, to do teacher training and observation inside their classroom. And it just makes a huge difference. So why we're saying that PD is so important is because your ability in the classroom, in your professional workspace, if it doesn't make you competitive, safe space, okay, I'm using some words. If it doesn't make you competitive, and if you feel like you're losing out on the other people in your frame of reference, you might get demotivated and do less, and you might end up in a downward spiral. My job is to help you get into an upward spiral, like as one of the speakers said. Fantastic, you're good, this is what even better if, right? So what went well and even better if. And I think for teachers to know that they are perfect just the way they are and getting better in the same breath is essential for them to be able to enter the classroom. Again, another speaker said today, what children learn from is not what the teacher says, but with the conviction that the teacher walks into the classroom with. So you cannot have a teacher who has conviction if she herself feels that she is not good enough. Is that enough? Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, actually, how to handle the disruption which might come in gradually though, but yes, it is said to come in. So Ms. Anupama, how do you see, as a school leader, when we look into the continuous professional development, we look into establishing cross-curricular links, we look into teachers managing the disruption might be created by AI in times to come. So how do you see the whole spectrum where we are able to upskill the teachers with their buy-in for all these kind of changes coming in, where the expectation is, okay, you have to establish cross-curricular links. This is the way to do it. Probably we saw it just now, how to develop interdisciplinary lesson plans. How do you develop that buy-in? How do you bring in that kind of change in the mindset? So what's the reflection on that? What are the current challenges for the school leaders?
Yeah, I think taking up from where he left, at least in the school space, we have many teachers who are there not by choice but by chance. It's not like that in higher education, but in school, yes, it is. And it's so necessary to first bring them into that, mode of being a teacher, and to get them develop these basic skills and attitudes. I'm not even talking about the knowledge that they come with lots of it. They have medals and certificates to say they're good with something. But when it comes to mindsets of how to nurture children, I think a lot has to go in. And the professional development opportunities that are available to teachers on a very formal level is, it is not at all continuous. There's nothing continuous, like very random subjects are being offered, and we are forcing teachers to go to make up for the 50 hours. But I think what he was talking about is a wonderful, way of encouraging teachers, and whether it is the students or the teachers, there is always resistance to change because of many reasons. One of it being that, is it really useful for them to be a part of these professional development sessions? Like I'm a teacher of English. If you want me to learn something about computation, maybe I'm not very keen on it. So is somebody telling me that computation can be connected to your language teaching? So I think it is very necessary. And yes, there is a little bit of resistance from staff members too when they have to do these, because it takes away their time to start off with. And they don't see, there are no takeaways for them, direct takeaways. So I think if we have a system like what Mr. Willie is talking about, that, because I am a part of learning group where we do a lot of courses which are self-paced, open resources, and I just, no matter how tired I want to spend a few minutes exploring what's there on that day. So I think professional development is something that we have to take up more seriously. Because teachers need it. They say that once automation is here in full swing, only 70% of the teachers are going to be here, 30% are not going to be here. So I'm telling everyone, who are these 30%? They are the ones who do not want to evolve, right? Gone are the days when schools were advertising about having smart boards. Come in has the time when we have to advertise whether we have smart teachers who know how to use the smart board. So they say that many children are not interested in their classroom. That is because they already know what the teacher is talking about. So are we, rising up to the scenario, and are the teachers putting in enough effort to make the class interesting, engaging, empowering, enabling? So I think it is very important for teachers also. They need scaffolding, like how he was talking about. We just take it for granted that they are the adults and they know everything. But unfortunately, we don't. We need to keep pushing them, and we need to keep offering something that they are excited to. It's not only about creating excitement for students. If you have a bunch of excited teachers, automatically the classrooms becomes exciting. Learning becomes exciting. So I think we need to focus more on the CPD that we talk about, make it accessible, make it inclusive, make it, in such a way that they should be allowed to choose the topics that they want to develop themselves with. And we have to be a little more democratic and make it a joy for the teachers also.
Very well said, and I think that makes a lot of, connect to the teacher community as to these continuous professional development programs, how meaningful they become for them, and how it helps them to look at their entire role with a different perspective. Dr. Bagchi, in terms of your experiences with the organizations, and how do you see institutional investment and institutional thought process in terms of bringing in continuous professional development, where the investment is made in human resources in order to make them be ready for all upcoming, disruptions or changes at any point of time. So what has been your experiences with the aspect of planned institutional investments in these domains, and how has been, optimized?
Well, my experience with all this, before I go into that, I have a small comment to make. In Bengali, there is a very famous folk song which says, it's a conversation between two lovers and one is writing to the other, that it doesn't satisfy to have the letter unless I see you. And then the second line supports it and says that The flower doesn't blossom just in dew, it requires the rain. So exactly, I believe, no matter how many video lectures you make, no matter how many reels you do, no matter whatever technique and technology you use, it is the human being that's required. We thought social media will take us through everything. It didn't happen. When COVID came, we knew we all were dying for meeting people. So I don't think it's happening. And then secondly, I have another example. You know, MIT made it courseware open at least 15 years back. Yale University made it open at least about 12 years back. So there were several such attempts. And what happened to all of them? All of them have stopped. What did they say? Their report says the completion is very, very low. And not only that, students are using it only as gap supplement. Whenever they find that something they did not get in their actual class, they are going to it. But nobody follows it because of the human being. It ultimately needs an Amitabh Bachchan to make the film a hit. You need a Rekha to make the film a hit. It is the story, it is the people, it is the man. We are not machines, so we cannot be wired for just made-out lectures. I will make another question here. That self-learning can get you to an Indian Idol expert, but can you make one Vimshan Joshi out of it? Just not possible. You need a mentor. And you need a mentor who is classy. And then what your mentor will say? Then your mentor will say, no public programs before 15 years of practice. Why it is so? Because it's my plead to all of you that please don't allow the education to go to the marketing people. They'll coin 1,000 things. They'll say innumerable cases, but that is not going to sort out education. Education has to be Gurukul. I may be sounding very, very old school, but I have a very strong conviction education has to be Gurukul. It has to be. Well, now to your question about the continuous training. Training is actually mentoring. So you always need it. Unless you mentor within your institution, your whole heritage is going to die off. Your whole tradition is to go. But most, unfortunately in India, what happens is, quite often we see, because of many other social and political involvements, people who have got the skills, quite often they are not willing to pass it through to other people, or sometimes they are not also even allowed. In West Bengal, we are seeing the worst form of it right away. It is the hegemony of the idiots that is going on there. And that is why the real quality people are afraid of expressing themselves, afraid of carrying on their legacy. So if this particular character sets into any institution, it's going to be doomsday. Otherwise, handholding is required, and I think almost all institutions, they at least ceremonially invest something, some time and some effort and some money into this handholding and mentoring of the next generation. But in India, we have a huge problem. We don't want to retire. We want continuous extensions. We don't want others to come up to my position. So we do everything to get away from all these things. These are hindrances, but they will always remain there. We need to think that these are all temporary phases. We'll get through all that and create great traditions like the golden institutions in many other countries.
Yeah, these were some words of wisdom, and I think with all Amitabh Bachchans and Rekhas of the classroom sitting here, it's definitely so important, to understand the human element of it and the role which the teacher would always play in the classroom that can never be undermined, whatever may be the disruptor. With this, Dr. Jayaraman, thought which just, came to my mind, which I would, just like to understand further, delving deeper into it. We were talking about IB curricula, and we were talking about, the international curriculums with their inquiry approaches. I mean, just now, Dr. Bakchi also mentioned about the Gurukula system. How I relate to it is that when we talk about whether it be project-based learning, whether it be inquiry approach, whether it be, research and exploration, these were so evident in the very form of our Gurukula system, where they were actually going on the live expeditions and projects. And now these come in the framework of, maybe a curriculum approach to it. So how do we, come back to realizing that, yes, the system which existed in the Indian education processes in system in those times was institutionally, I would say, undermined during certain regimes or in the entire British, conflux. And now in the same basic belief is coming back to it in the form of schools becoming modern gurukuls with their teaching and learning approaches. So how do we permeate through it in terms of teachers' understanding as to, yes, this was the belief system. You get it in the form of IB again or in the form of Cambridge again, and also in terms of various things coming in NEP. So as a teacher fraternity, as scientist fraternity, how important is that for us to realize, and what would it mean for all of us together?
I need necessarily to restrict myself to the science aspect of education. The word science came into being only in 1828. There was no science before that. And science started first in the form of concepts. And concepts were transferable from the Gurukulam system, with which I agree. Day after tomorrow, the Nobel Prizes will be announced. You will find the Gurukula system of modern science in that. You will find the legacy and genealogy well demonstrated on that. Now, when it comes to the comparative study or evaluation of the different curricula, what modern science wants, which is instrument-based, which is team-based, and which is heavy investment like the CERN, you need a very different approach. For example, if a chemistry teacher goes to an IB class and takes a class on chemistry, and if a chemical engineer goes to an IB class and takes the same subject, the approaches are different. So we need that engineering perspective brought into chemistry in the IB syllabus. The mechanical engineer takes the physics class. So in IB, you will find more an engineering set. The teachers themselves are. Now, teaching is a profession. But if it is a profession, you have to continuously develop your profession. That is what they call the red queen effect. To stand where you are today, you have to run faster. So therefore, continuous evaluation is required. But the point is, our conceptual framework of a domain one. For example, if you look at the next generation science standards, there is no physics chemistry. There is physical chemistry, chemical physics, and all that. So they have put physical sciences, life sciences, and they have introduced geo and space sciences and engineering sciences. These are the 4 subjects under which next generation NGSS is being taught across the United States. And that has been condensed and concentrated into the IB curriculum. So the theoretical foundations, particularly the theoretical underpinnings, are exceptionally strong as far as the IB system is concerned. But it again depends on delivery. I don't want to mention the schools. Dhirubhai Ambani will be, if you look at the teacher profile of the Dhirubhai Ambani school, and another comparable school, then you will get an insight into the methodology of transfer of knowledge. And every science teacher will be backed up either by a scientist or access to a laboratory where these are being assisted. So science being an intensively research organization. If the teachers are all, there is the teacher research scientist. See, best scientists are university professors who do research and teaching. So teaching and research is part of the modern science psyche. So we should be able to have that ideal model, which is the, in fact, rate of growth of science will be enormously high. And there will be more intensive research ingress into the teaching component. That, at the moment, if you do a very gross evaluation,
the IB system approaches, it's not perfect. Perfection is only a happy name for imperfection. But if you can identify the imperfections, you can move forward.
Correctly said. I mean, whatever the curriculum may be or whatever the curriculum approach may be, what would matter is how it is being delivered within that 45 minutes by the Amitabh Bachchan and the, Rekhas of the class. So I open the floor to the questions from the panelists. If anybody would like to have any questions taken up. We have about 5-10 minutes more. Anybody would like to raise any question? You can share your name and from which
I'm
school.
Vamshi Priyamar from MVG International School. I head the institution.
Thank you.
It's really a wonderful panel. First of all, congratulations, and it's lovely being a part of this panel to everyone. And my friend Anu is here sharing the chair as well. Sir, as you rightly mentioned, coming back to IB curriculum, in 2004, when schools, international schools were just mushrooming back in Bangalore, I think we had couple of, me being a parent, and my elder son was trying to battle between his kindergarten to one of the mainstream schools. When we had to choose between two schools, which was ideally a CBSE or an ICSE and an IB school, we figured out that IB school was declining with the numbers because they introduced what is called as thematic way of presenting. For example, my Anu did mention that
already there in your laptop, in your phone. So AI and the tools that we have seen is being translated to a panel and a smart board. So over to you.
Very good evening, one and all who are present here. So I am Nandan Gowda, from a part of a nano school. So I am here to give a rough demonstration of our updated features in IFT panel, like interactive panel. So our interactive panels is updated with the artificial intelligence, so AI. I will explain you what is that. So like here it is a new whiteboard software which is integrated with the artificial intelligence. For example, so here you can see the tools which is very easily understandable from the teachers to access, and I will take a right note on human art. So here you can see the search options to circle to search. So if I circle the search topic, it grows with the Ask AI and it gives some summary about the topic. So not only that, like whatever the topic you are going with, it gives some summary about the topic and it can be inserted also. So it can be minimized and it can be pronounced also, for example. Taking some time.
Definition. The object encircled appears to be the text. Text, human heart. Features. The text is handwritten in a cursive style and is enclosed within an orange oval shape. Capabilities. The object represents the human heart, a vital organ responsible for pumping blood throughout the body. It is a central component of the cardiovascular system and is essential for sustaining life.
So in this
Real-world application. The human heart is a
So in this way it works on. And moving to the next page, not only the summary of from the AI, we can generate a complete PPT presentation of a topic we given. For example, here it is an icon, like generate lesson plan. So going through the generate lesson plan, we'll give a topic about human body. So I need to select a grade. So I will go with a grade 8, and it's showing a 60 minutes of lesson planning. Within one click, it gives a complete PPT presentation of a summary and question and answers, videos, images, and everything. So it takes a little seconds of time to generate. So now it is ready to insert. So I will go with insert all pages. So giving a single topic, teacher can take complete PPT presentation of a topic and they can explain for a student, and it is also can be customized. So here you can see the images, videos, and related to the images also you can generate a summary. Here it is. So it gives some, yeah, this is all inbuilt features, ma'am. This is all inbuilt features. You can generate some quiz about the topic also, and you can generate the summarize, and it can be pronounced also, ma'am. So in this way, it can be generated. This is like every features are inbuilt in the whiteboard software itself. So you can see the tools also here. So for example, we have bought some 3D library and 3D stimulations for school students. For example, I will show you. Here it is a 3D library. So you can see some topics related to the science and physics. So this is a one-time download you need to require. Like for example, after downloading a human skeleton, I will take with the human muscular system, which is downloaded already. It gives some 3D stimulations like this. So it can be annotated. So it can be isolated. So only if I want to show about the eyes or some muscular activities, I can isolate it. And here it is also topic where we can explain for students only related on the topic also. For example, head muscles. So I can remove the head muscles. If I want the head muscles, so in this way. And it can also be annotated. Like this. Fine. Sir? In a whiteboard, right. So here it is an icon where we can search an image and search videos also. So it takes images, topic, human body and its movements, class 6. It automatically generates, and going with it, it gives some images related to that. So I can bring that. And it can be this also.
Everything I trained you on just got obsolete.
No. So it gives some YouTube videos or related videos based on the topics what we are given. So everything will be generated to the artificial intelligence. There is no requirement of having any contents or anything. So it is everything is inbuilt in this panel itself. So for any more demonstration, this is a rough demonstration. There is so much of activities in the interactive panel, like for a primary kid and school.
This is just an intro. So, I mean, this is very basic things that is being integrated into an IFP panel. This is being the idea is the use case of AI into the blackboard and the chalk that we used. So now it is not living. This is like the ghost which is going to follow.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a record button, there is a live class, they can do all the Zoom, and then there is a VR, AR option also. And there is an AR feature repository, 3000, 5000, 3D models, all these things. Click of a button. The teachers are being empowered with technology, but the point is how you want to use it, or you don't want to use it. It's your decision. So the ethics of education is going to be, the ethics in schools, the ethics that how we are going to use AI and technology is going to be a big topic of discussion. So I hope all of you have enjoyed the day. I look forward to your comments. I want 3 to 4 people coming here, and then please summarize what you have learned today, how you have explained. If you have something, how do you feel? I mean, you don't have to come here. Just let us know, because we've taken some effort. You know, it's just the beginning. But if you can just let us know if it is worth your time and our time. So please put it in some words, very few words, please. Any of you, randomly. It would be an appreciation for all of us. You want mics there? We can get you mics there. Yeah. Please.
Hello everyone, I'm Lalita, and I was scrolling through the Instagram page and I found this. Immediately I just went to register, but then I didn't do the complete registration. I got a call, there was a follow-up that I have been looking for this program and I haven't completed the registration. So there was continuous follow-up also for that. So chasing us to come over here, big job. I only caught the word AI, and I knew that it's the most important element for 2024 or 2025 or from now on. You know, now it's the Dasra vacation, maybe for the second term, all our lesson plans and teaching methodologies will definitely see some change. There'll definitely be some kind of, a newness in our lesson plan. See, I have attended several workshops and several such seminars. The only concern is, how do we sustain? How do we continue? See, today, tomorrow, maybe another 2 days, we'll be talking about this and we'll share whatever we have learned. We'll talk about this, and there's also a group, WhatsApp group. But then, how do we sustain? How do we follow up? So that, again, lies in our community. We need to share. I'm sure that there are a lot of school owners and school principals here. We somehow don't share the best practices. Only when we share best practices, we can bring, that leveling of learning in all the curriculum, whether it's state, CBSE, ICSE, or IB curriculum. So that is what, that's the takeaway from AI that Mr. Will did, and also the interactive board. So let's share the best practices, and good job, Nano School. Thank you.
Good evening to everyone present here. Since morning, I was very curious that I have to ask this, I have to ask that. It's a wonderful session organized by Nano School. And for last, since I was in IT field also, I know the pros and cons. But adding this IT into education, it's a wonderful work and wonderful thought implemented by the engineers and scientists, definitely. And if we want to see the Viksit Bharat, definitely this AI is going to rock. And being a teacher, definitely we are also, even though I'm going to use this 100%, but I know that it is going to make us very lazy to do the work, writing work, and for the student also. 1 or 2, 3 days back, my nephew was talking. Chachi, in north side, aunties is called as Chachi. So he was telling me, Chachi, because of this chat GPT, I'm able to complete my all assignments and no need to work hard. जस्ट 5 मिनट का टाइम लगेगा, मेरा पूरा काम हो जाएगा. आई एम कमिंग टू बेंगलुरु, ही इज इन चेन्नई. So you will complete all his work on ChatGPT. So like this, young generations are thinking of. But being a teacher, yes, we should know our limitations. And thank you so much for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. And moreover, I would like to add one of the most important word. Thank you so much to my school who has given us opportunity to sharing this link to join and come here. Thank you so much.
Good evening, all of you. In fact, the very theme that was very catchy to me. Neither I am a teacher nor a principal or neither a mentor, but I am a freelance trainer. I learned a lot from all our old monks here, I am telling you one thing. Because they put the old things in a new form and science, scientists and all. And somehow the theme was little, it can be modified. Teachers as scientists, instead teachers teach scientifically, teach technologically, that's all finally. Ultimately, even today, I use the walk, talk, chalk method only. I use both the mobiles even today. The reason is, if I charge it on Monday morning, it will last up to Friday evening. But this one at 6 a.m. and 12 o'clock, it's out. So, I prefer using both. In Kannada, they say, Hosa chiguru, hale beru. I need old as well as this one also. So coming to today's topic, whatever artificial intelligence and all, it was March 2020, the first lockdown started because of Corona. My granddaughter was just hardly 8 or 9 years old. For her in the school, they already started webinar. Being a national empanel trainer for securities market, I had an occasion to address webinar across India in May 2020. I made ready a house, that my laptop, everything like a theater. I thought I'm addressing something great. Within 5 minutes, she was sitting on the sofa eating chips and other things. She was watching me. Within 5 minutes, the laptop went for a toss. Some flickering happened. And she was watching me. Kitappa, what happened? You know, you don't know that the moment current goes, no internet? Oh, Babri. Then she said, you are having a mobile in your hand. Come on, you enable it and start it. I learned from my granddaughter of 8 years, switching over to artificial intelligence. That's all. So in the sense, we have a lot of things in our own hand, but we don't know how to use it. Even this mobile may be having 40, 50 different apps, but we use only Facebook, Twitter, SMS, and other things. So this has enabled, now the world is full of not the process of selection, the process of elimination. If we upgrade ourselves, if we upskill ourselves, we have our musical chair ready. Otherwise, we don't have the place. And I liked our Amitabh Bachchan and Rekha Mess system also. Hats off to sir. Thank you all. This was a very useful session, I am telling you.
I hope it was rewarding at the same time. Appreciate the time you have spent today, because it's a holiday for most of you. And I take this opportunity to express gratitude from Nano School team and all the dignitaries who've come here. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and all the educators and education leaders. You spend a day here, and thank you very much for your cooperation, and let's hope to collaborate more. And I invite Willie for the closing remarks. Just one sentence, please.
My one sentence is, always use AI. And AI stands for actual intelligence.
Thank you all. So we are done for the day, so you may leave. Thank you. Thank you, Jayaraman sir. Thank you all the dignitaries. So there is coffee. Please have your coffee before you leave.